Those two things mean nothing. It's not lingering, most likely. And your THC percentage, what is that doing for you compared to other 400 to 500 psychoactive molecules in the plant that have a major impact? So much of an impact that if you have cannabis that has 20% THC compared to 10% THC, 20% THC flower is old, it's dehydrated, and those psychoactive aromatic compounds have disappeared. It's going to be less psychoactive than a younger, fresher flower that has less THC in it. So we need to re-educate the industry. So that's what we do. That's what Trigeminal Institute is. And it's not just interpreting. We have courses and classes for bud tenders to learn the entire gamut of what these products are, how to talk to patients about them. But also we have really sophisticated cooking courses, science of cooking with cannabis, and also extraction courses, lots of courses. But this is not a pitch for Trigeminal. I'm just letting you know this is what we do, this is who we are, this is how we solve this problem with education. So interpreting is the expertise of cannabis quality and effect. Can everybody hear me? Do I need this? Does this work?
You're live.
Oh, I'm live streaming. Thanks. You know what? Why don't I live stream myself?
You want me to hold the phone back?
Yeah, I forgot. I'm trying to
Yeah.
explain all this cool stuff. We just missed the biggest intro ever. So anybody who's live streaming, you saw the Cannabis industry.
You did.
With,
And nobody will know.
and,
Except for most of us.
all right, I'm going live. There you go. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so interpreting is the expertise of cannabis quality and effect. This is the kind of stuff.
You want to just sit here like Kim?
Books, road courses.
Hold on, one second.
Cannabis industry.
Why don't I hear you?
And for us, this is some of the most important stuff when it comes to cannabis. Okay? So before you can just become a cannabis sommelier, you actually have to know what you're talking about.
Sticks in here.
So sommeliers aren't just experts. They are freakish experts in their field. You have to really understand this
Are those
stuff
going?
from the very beginning. So we actually start with what cannabis is and was 20 million years ago. And we start there. When you start there, you learn how and why these plants are not indigenous to
Yeah.
how speciation and divergence occur. But it's more than just speciation. The reason why we do the sommelier aspect is because
This one's good.
we have to be intimate
Yeah, we're
with cannabis flowers.
We got both cameras recording. Okay.
And so
I
this
missed
is
like the
not
first
just
2 minutes,
smelling
but
weed.
that's okay.
This is feeling the
Then you
cannabis
want just you.
and its entire
Yeah,
aromatic
okay,
profile.
so right
in the
now,
presence of your face.
Everything's going, right?
And just those things
Okay,
mean.
so all you gotta do is monitor.
Um,
You got one
and
microphone, that's it.
investigating the flower for all these different qualities.
Okay, so we want to go handheld.
He was already on the floor when I think I was like,
And so there is so much crossover.
So I just jumped on stage and grabbed some of mine.
Cannabis and wine,
Good idea.
more so than beer, that it actually makes sense for there to be such a thing
Don't
as
even-
cannabis sommelier. Because
Just
they just don't know
fix
what
that angle
sommelier
now.
is.
Just have them just follow one camera with it, that's
And
it.
so, one similarity
Yeah, this is
is
mine,
now
yeah.
cannabis has appellations, just like wine.
Okay, let's go next door.
What that means is
You
there's less
suggest
British
you
champagne,
We'll
less
go next door,
British
yes.
champagne. So all white sparkling wine
Just
produced
me know.
in America
Okay.
is called
You guys got each other's numbers?
because by law, you can't call it
Pretty
because
good,
of
Rex.
its appellation status. We now have appellation status legally for cannabis in certain parts of the
There are
world.
binders out there. Everybody's numbers are in there.
And I'm just gonna run through our topics, so you guys get an idea of what interpreting is. And I'll take-
yeah.
Another similarity to wine is Cannadelic. So cannabis industry right now thinks that cannabis Cannadelic and wine Cannadelic are the same thing. They are not. And I hate to break it to you, but the plant grapes is a fruit. That is not the same thing as a bush. That's an herb. They just don't
I'm glad we lit the stage.
So we can educate people what the difference is between cannabis terroir and wine terroir, and why terroir, you know, especially within appellation status, it's like, okay, now we're really caring about our weed, right? What is this stuff? Who's growing it? Where's it coming from? How is it protected? This is not your homie growing weed in the basement. This is serious business. So this is the level that we're bringing it to. No more indica and sativa. Cut that shit out. Is it indica or sativa? It's neither. It is a type of marijuana that is on a spectrum between being stimulated or sedative. If it was just indica or sativa, it would be one of two things, and it's not. Cannabis can be very stimulating or slightly stimulating. It can be in between stimulating and sedative, or slightly sedative, and it can be very sedative. Well, that's 5 things. And that's really reasonable. It's like, this isn't like complicated at all. Cannabis is not one or the other. It's falling somewhere on this massive spectrum. And this spectrum is so much bigger than you think it is. And if you think you know how big this spectrum is, you're only halfway there. Every time I think I know how big the cannabis spectrum is, my mind continues to get blown year after year. Oh, by the way, can you turn this light off? Do you mind? Can you turn this light off so we can see this a little better?
Yeah.
Or unless we need to keep it on to see me better.
No.
But just so that you guys know, so Cannabis produces the one species, Cannabis sativa. The entire marijuana industry is just these 2 things. Okay? This is a hemp variety that's not traditionally used in the hemp industry. This is the hemp industry, and these are autoflower types that are just now becoming used for the marijuana industry and the hemp industry. So instead of calling them indica or sativa, because they're not, why don't you call it what it is? It's broadleaf marijuana. It's narrowleaf marijuana. And there's a spectrum between broad and narrowleaf marijuana types that have consistency, that are worth recognizing. But going way beyond the spectrum of just the leaf shapes, and by the way, we do not tell people that you can tell the effect of cannabis based on its leaf shape. That's not what we tell people. It is true, though, that in general, the plants that have the most narrow leaves with the largest internodal spacing generally have flowers that have more wispy and spacious inflorescence, the structure of the flower that has longer and more pistillate to it that you smell in the higher part of the trigeminal nerve. But all that correlation generally comes from plants with narrower leaves, and that plant type is going to be more stimulating generally. So it's not exact. So this is an art and a science. You have to kind of put all the pieces together, okay? But just to respect all types of cannabis that don't even fall on that spectrum, my new favorite section of my book covers the freak show, Australian bastard, duck's foot, and the new variety of cannabis, which is actually a new species. It's not even a strain, it's a brand new species. It's actually a brand new plant species on the planet, which is a combination of hops and cannabis, which did exist on the planet 20 million years ago. Hops and cannabis were the same plant prior to divergence. That's why your beer tastes really dank, because of the terpenes and, oh wait, hops grow CBD and all that good stuff. So anyways, in my book, you can see those brand new plant types. It's the first publication of that brand new plant species. So we go over proper anatomy. People call this flower. I call this flower because it's easy to call a flower. It is. Technically, that's the flower. So in your inflorescence, there's hundreds and thousands of individual flowers. And that flower is composed of a bract. And there are 2 style and stigma coming out that are covered in trigeminals, 6 types of trigeminals, until we publish our white paper on the 7th that we found. And I can't tell you the university that we're doing that project with, but we discovered the 7-trichome of cannabis like 7 years ago. We told our students to hunt for it microscopically around the world while they were looking for weed, and we found it. So this has been a journey. So yeah, we get really technical. People will call these hairs. Oh, okay. And then what's the more technical way? Pistols. And then what are they actually called? Silencing, which is pistol. We won't geek out too hard here. We're just kind of going over this. All the different types of trichomes. If you have questions about trichomes later, happy to answer any of that. When it comes to chemistry and interpreting, it's not a hardcore chemistry lesson. So this is not super scientific. It's more of the art and science from a sommelier perspective and how you engage your flower. It's more of an education about that. But we absolutely cover the topics of the chemistry and what's going on here. And as interpreting improves, we will be explaining to people how much more dramatic the science of the aromatics of cannabis truly is. So everyone's pretty excited about these things called terpenes for a good reason, because they're super exciting. They're cool. They smell good and they feel good. They're really interesting in a lot of different ways. And on cannabis, we have over 200 individual types of terpenes, which is pretty amazing. But what a lot of people don't know is cannabis also has dozens of different types of alcohols, esters, phenols, polyphenols, thiols. The new kid on the block is the cannasulfur. So the skunky smell of your weed actually is not myrcene, even though myrcene is the most abundant terpene found in cannabis. The skunky smell of your cannabis is a sulfur compound, which is a new type of molecule that we just discovered called the cannasulfur, which is the type of thiol. So when you smell cannabis, a lot of people who kind of poo-poo on what we do, they tell people that, we tell people that you can tell the type of cannabis just based on its leaf shape, and that you can smell for a terpene based on the terpenes that you smell. That is not what a terpene is. We actually tell people it's really hard to try to smell for one molecule out of 400 at the same time. We don't teach that. That's not what we do. We teach you how to feel the entirety of the aromatic chemistry that will dictate either a stimulating or sedative effect. That's what we mean by indica, the sedative effect type, or sativa, the stimulating effect type. But that effect type is based on chemistry, not these ancient plant types from way back when. Okay? You have to kind of bring it more together. Evaluating degrees of quality, we go very in depth into what is cannabis quality. Labs don't test for quality. It's crazy that labs will tell legislators and soccer moms all day long just to make them happy that we lab test weed, so it's cool, it's safe. And they'll tell you that they lab test your cannabis for its potency. THC is not an equation of potency. The equation of potency is the totality of all the psychoactive compounds available simultaneously and how much of that is bioavailable to your system is the equation of potency. And so like
There's no link to this video. They're all, both links are going to my.
I saw yours connect on this one.
Yeah, I jumped in to see what was going on over here.
This is where you learn that
Oh,
cannabis has
no one's
half as much
seeing your
THC in
room.
it, can get you twice as high.
Audio.
It's a younger, fresher herb full of its aromatic chemistry.
Plugging into the
It's
computer.
way more sensitive than cannabinoids. It evaporates. So how you
Yeah, 'cause you don't have any.
Yeah, it's not in yours.
It's not wine in a bottle, cheese and wax, or beer in a can. It's broccoli in your fridge. For real. It's an herb. It's a great day by day. That's cannabis. Yep, think about it. Oh, by the way, this is a fun slide. I bought this flower. This is a flower I bought in Denver, Colorado, as a medical marijuana patient. This passed lab testing. It has nutrient lock, powdery mildew. It has no flush. It's 1 year old. It has the most disgusting trichomes you've ever seen. It has a horrible trim job. Bought at a dispensary for medical marijuana patients because it got a cannabinoid test. Oh, and all of the microbials that the state requires for lab testing doesn't include any of the microbes that commonly affect cannabis, like powdery mildew, botrytis cinerea, or jar rot. They look for things that never affect cannabis, like salmonella. That's what they require by law, that you look for, salmonella, but not powdery mildew. Why? Powdery mildew is what we got a problem with, not salmonella. This is your government helping the cannabis industry figure itself out. Thank you. So these labs aren't looking for insects on your flower. They're not even looking if your flower is ripe. Those are all qualitative attributes that are not even being looked for. So they don't really test for quality. They're not really even testing for potency either. They're testing for a handful of important chemicals that are present. And that's helpful. It's important. But we can do.
What's your name? Jose. Andres.
We go over unacceptable aroma characteristics, and we'll teach you how some of the things in life that are unacceptable aromas, real life, don't work for cannabis. Like, the smell of cactus is awesome. And that's okay.
So you're running just one kind?
That's awesome. And why that's
Well,
okay.
right now, yeah, we have two running.
But more importantly than the very bizarre, weird smells that we call smokers, we really get into what is happening. Because you're not smelling.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for right now.
Smelling is your first cranial nerve. And smelling is detecting the different types of smells that you're smelling. We're teaching you how to feel the totality of the aromatic chemistry in different parts of your trigeminal nerve, your fifth cranial nerve, which is actually feeling the sensation of your face. And you can feel stimulating varietals in one part of your face, sedative varietals in a different part of your face, and the combination between. And so that we're interpreting a terpene. That's what we're interpreting.
Yeah.
And we're
If you
interpreting
like
them
moves out of the
in
they can
just smell it.
Which one is?
It's this one.
So how do you do trigeminal nerve training without cannabis at home? At my booth downstairs, we are selling our Cannabis Aromatic Training Kit, which has 12 terpenes in them. It has the 6 most dominant terpene types that you do smell in cannabis, but we have 3 terpenes in here that are solid crystal terpenes. And the solid crystal terpenes are super sharp. And so, because they're so sharp, you can really feel dramatically the different parts of your face, so that you can learn to gauge the different sections of the trigeminal nerve stimulation and how cannabis will affect you. So when you get this kit, there's like a whole training online and it walks you through it and teaches you how to practice and smell gently and kind of like learn how to become a cannabis sommelier and smell for these properties that feel good. Is interpreting real? That's a big question. A lot of people are like, dude, who's done the science on this? Right? It's a very valid question. It's super valid. This is Abstracts Labs. They built a $3 million cannabis
There's
aromatic
15.
supercomputer that can
Yeah.
4 to 500 different aromatic compounds simultaneously in 3-dimensional gas chromatography. And they called me one day and they're like, we think you're full of BS. You should probably come to our lab. Let's see what you can do. And so they set up 8 different jars of cannabis, some that were a year old, some that were a week ago, some that were new varieties that nobody had seen before, some were classic OG varietals that you should know.
Couldn't tell you.
And I knocked it up. So they put me up against a $3 million supercomputer.
Go to
And
grab the camera.
we evened out.
No, you
Got
don't
me.
have camera.
7 out of
Funnel
8.
camera. It's a little bag.
That's it.
So the point of this is, you're doing more and more testing, and what it will take to actually do a human test on if we can teach people how to gauge different parts of cannabis aromatics in their face, and that has a correlated effect to a plant type, and that's really consistent when other people smoke it, is a really big science project that's super expensive, that involves tons of people at universities, and we're moving up to that, right? Like, we're going to do this. But so far, we've trained over 10,000 people around the world in this, and people rave about it. So if you know cannabis intimately, and you know that when you feel D-limonene, A-pinene, and terpenylene in between your eyes, and that it's a more stimulating effect type, you don't have to guess or gauge indica or sativa or strain. You come intimate with the cannabis flower and be a geek, know what you're talking about. Get in there. That's what we teach you how to do.
So, sir, because the there are people that are experts as far as reading the soil that are navigating as far as people identify that look good for people for money. Is there a way for people that are not like that? Is there a way that you got millions of people on earth to standardize with the HPLC?
So for everybody online who's watching this, which I hope is thousands of people, the question is there a standardization for how different humans are based on how people smell them? And I'll admit, I've been chemically and genetically tested and proven to be a dominant super taster. So I can taste and smell things at a level that you can't, which is probably how I figured this out in the first place. But the coolest thing in the world, is people who have anosmia, which is the inability to smell. They cannot smell anything. And they can barely taste anything too. They can still do interpret because it's not based on their smell. It's based on their trigeminal nerve, the cranial nerve, and feeling the aromatics in different parts of the face. So even if you can't smell, you can still do interpret. That is amazing. That's super cool. And it's kind of hard to feel that different gauge in your face, but that's why we have those sharp crystal terpenes to really help you like feel the different sensation in your face and really learn it. But that's a great question. Thanks for asking that. Yeah. Well, listen, I'm not a doctor, nor am I a scientist, but the trigeminal nerve is 3 different parts of your face: ophthalmic bulb, maxillary gland, and mandibular. When it comes to interpreting, it has nothing to do with the mandibular. So the trigeminal nerve is just a nerve of 3 things, and it's in your face, and that's your sense of sensation. And when we were a more indigenous species to the earth, you used your sense of sensation to sense a spectrum of different things in your environment that would give you information that you lost total touch with. I'm gonna finish this and we'll take some more questions at the end. So dialing in interpreting. These are tips for like how to do interpreting, because this is not just like smelling weed in the bag and hoping it's gonna work. There's an art to how this is done. Determining the BLM's MLM spectrum. I'm actually going to show you some of our interpreting tools in the next slide coming up. As a very brief example, and when I say brief, I mean super brief, because interpreting is a course that we have online that's 4 hours long.
It's hard.
It's hard. How many
It's not like you think it's easier.
Thank you. Well, you know, if you're going to be a sommelier, it should be hard. Because you can't call yourself, if you call yourself an expert, everyone's a cannabis expert, right? But they might not know how many different types of trichomes the plant has, or what they're called, or what the purpose of them are. But if you ask, if anybody says that they're a wine sommelier, they're going to get called out. What level are you? And if you're level 1 som?
No, I'm a level 1.
Interpreter. So, and see, that means something. Because if you understand what interpreting means, it's like, okay, you're somebody who understands cannabis is way bigger of a deal than this indica, sativa, strain day, THC thing. No, cannabis is way bigger of a deal. And to intellectualize cannabis at that level is a whole art and science. It's a whole program. It's not just a thing. So the book that goes with interpreting, the interpreting textbook is 140 pages of how this stuff works. The course online is 4 hours of how this stuff works. I'm telling you that in the middle of this because I'm giving you guys the most brief explanation of interpreting that I can muster up, okay? Because this is not an easy topic. What you're looking at is broadleaf marijuana. Oh, yeah, the term marijuana. We used to say, don't use that word. You should, if you're in the position thinking that the word marijuana is not appropriate to use, you have to watch our 30-minute educational video online about where the word marijuana comes from, what it means, and what it means to the people who use that word, and how accurate, botanical, historical, and beautiful the word marijuana truly is. It's proper. And it's the best way to differentiate the other cannabis industry that we have, hemp. There is a marijuana industry, and there is a hemp industry. Well, cannabis. Marijuana is a good term to use to differentiate those things. So we have broadleaf marijuana. Generally, these plants have no broadleaves. We have flowers that have the most dense inflorescence, that have the most petite amount of distillate that you feel and smell in the bottom part of the trigeminal nerve. You don't have to say indica, you don't have to say bubble kush. You can look at, feel, and smell how that flower is going to make you feel. You can determine its quality by investigating its trichomes. I don't have a jeweler's booth up here, but if you go to our booth, you got little magnifying glasses with lights on them. Who's got his wisdom right there? And so you can get in there. Is your cannabis ripe? 80% of, maybe 90% of narrow leaf marijuana in the state of Colorado, that I have a lot of experience with, is cannabis that is harvested entirely pre-ripe. Why? Because these narrow leaf marijuana types generally take 9, 10, or 11 weeks to finish. Broadleaf types generally take 8 weeks to finish. So if you have a warehouse with half broadleaf types, indica, and half sativa, and then you just determine that you're going to pull the whole room down at the same time because you've got big juicy buds, okay. But you have to look at the trichomes, which is going to determine the ripening point. A green banana is pre-ripe. And if your trichomes are clear, because your narrow leaf marijuana plant is at week 8, and it's going to take literally another 3 weeks to grow its chemistry inside, you're going to pull it down early. You can look at the trichomes with your jeweler's loop on your finished cannabis flower and determine, did this grower pull my plant down on time? Is this a yellow banana? Is this a green banana? Or is this a brown banana? Cannabis has a ripening point. No lab is testing that. You can look for that on your own. I know, I like ruined weed for so many people because they're like, once they learn like what's up, they're like, oh man, like, yeah, like I'm sorry to ruin it for you, but once you know what you're dealing with, it's like, you kind of can't go back. All right, so we do a whole thing on tasting cannabis, what to do with interpreting, cannabis pairing and events people do. I'll show you a couple of the tools here, because these are pretty fun. So this is our interpreting loop, and this has the correlation of those flower types with all of the information that, so you can literally take a bud and move it around this card, and based on the information, gauge if it's a sedative or stimulating flower. Right? Then you open it up, and this is all of the unacceptable visual and odor characteristics. So this is all the stuff that is no. You open it up one more time, and this is hard to do with a microphone right now. These are all your acceptable quality characteristics. And then open it up again. These are the most dominant terpene types of your cannabis flower that you're smelling and how they're making you feel. And then back to the beginning. And so this is the interpreting loop. And it's a pretty cool tool to actually learn all of the different qualitative things and how to gauge the effect type. And then the weed wheel is super awesome, right? So it's not indica, but it did come from a broadleaf marijuana type. Its inflorescence, its flower, is more dense and round. It smells like leathers, chocolates, tobaccos, mushrooms. You feel those aromatic properties in the lower part of the trigeminal nerve. And broadleaf marijuana, the physical effect, house lock. Mental effect, comfortable. Focus effect, zone out. The mood, carefree. Risk, no productivity. Activity, and that's going to be based on your own tolerance level as well. So cannabis isn't indifferent, this is he said. It's this
I wonder if
spectrum
he's using the
between
Q&A
all the
mic.
domesticated types of substances
Yes.
and the chemistry differences between them that you can actually engage and feel for yourself. You know, it's funny, they gave me a stage and a podium. And I still. If you guys want to learn more about this or other courses, and stuff,
It's your Q&A, that should be fucking, that's
where we
really
would
good.
go a little bit of
Mike.
science that we're up to outside of what people typically know is what we do
Yeah,
for a
if you
living.
want to look out there,
Franklininstitute.com, social media, Franklin.institute.
pass
If
it
you're into
around like
more
a
than
fucking
just
joint.
cannabis and you're into psychedelics
Chicks.
and adventures and
We're
exotic
sticking in the
animals,
bathroom. Fear.
Max.monthly.
Doing the handicap bathroom, the handicap toilet. Chained it to the
I'm
bar.
signing books today at my booth.
Got the chains in the car.
814. We have
I got
the
the cord
Aromatic
for him and the
Training
rope.
Kit, we've got the viewers groups, and we have 25% off our courses. There's a little bookmark. You get them started, so if you want to take any Trigeminal courses, we have a 25% off ticket, but you have to get it out. I don't know how much more time we have. Any questions?
So in the state of Florida, it's now completely used to small flower dispensaries.
Yes.
So it's no longer.
Yeah.
So in trying to keep the way around that, distilling first, putting together.
You want me to give it to him and he hands them to them?
No.
Or should I
Well,
just, because people are raising their hands to question.
I'll tell you what my perfect world situation would be.
And next one, let's just let this one go, but
We,
let's
one
make
of our
sure that let
side
people know.
businesses and companies is we're developing
Do I just hand it to them?
an
don't
entire
have the, they can get up
system
and ask a
that
question.
we're
We'll tell them,
licensing to,
I'll tell the panel that the
laboratories
Q&A
across
mic will be
so
wherever it is, but they
training
have to go up and
how
ask.
to gauge cannabis quality and actually measuring cannabis quality for its moisture point. 400 cannabis aromatics, not just 1 or 2 dozen terpenes. All of those things, but more so, is it ripe? Are there bugs in it? So we're going to hopefully have a process so that all the dispensaries that use
Let
this
me look
process
really
and the
professional.
app that you can use to search for cannabis, not based on its strain name or its THC percentage, but exactly how you want to feel based on the quality of cannabis flower you're looking for. That's how wine is sold. Okay, think about this for just 1 second. No one walks into a liquor store and asks for this variety of grape at this percentage of alcohol. That is ridiculous.
Keep it going. Take a picture of the audience.
The way wine is bought and sold is
Don't care
really
about them.
logical. Red or white? Red. US,
Just make sure you get
Europe,
out of the set.
Australia,
Make sure, like when the
US.
panels are up.
California,
On the other end panels. But you only have panels.
Appalachian,
You got the panels in there.
Napa,
But this one's really.
or
once we
the
have
terroir of Sonoma, Russian River, Sonoma, red, Cabernet Sauvignon. So, you want and at what quality? 82. No, you had a good day. 91. How hard? Somebody is actually gauging the quality of that wine, that harvest, and that vintage. and you know, oh, it's a red wine.
So, stop. Just stop.
You know exactly what you're getting. There's nothing complicated about it. It's really quite slick. So we want to sell cannabis in the same way, but we have to create a lab process and license it and train it to practice testing cannabis, well, not just chemotyping. But then we're chemotyping the effect. So we're not trusting interpreting from a human perspective, and we're not training lab people to do interpreting on their place. We're using the abstract machine called Deep Green. I named it. And they do use that name now, so everyone calls it Deep Green. So Deep Green can actually lab test your cannabis for if it's a stimulant, a sedative, somewhere in between. And Deep Green can tell you where on the family tree of OG varietals, specifically this one fell based off of its exact aromatic fingerprint. And so creating family trees and also like typicity. Typicity is another sommelier term. That one's more complicated. I'm not going to teach you that unless you want. Let me answer another. Oh, let me finish answering that. I would want that dispensary that you shop at to just call Trigeminal Institute one day and say, hey, would you send someone down here and interpret a flower? So if a dispensary in Florida had a flower called Blue Dream, and it just so happened to be at 17% THC, cool. Great. But if you wanted to know what the quality of that flower was and the exact effect type of that flower on the spectrum of 5, we could do that for our dispensary, and they could put that information on all of the flowers. So do the interpreting on the back end. So all the flower that you're offering all your customers on the front end is based on quality and effect type. That's how we would hope people would deal with that before we have this lab process. Can I ask answer another question? Yes.
So does this have anything to do with, I guess, edibles and how that passes through the school? Kind of through switching from your perspective?
No, not at all. And I'll tell you why. And that's a great question, super good question. So the effect type of cannabis that's either going to be stimulating or sedative is aromatic dependent. And I say aromatic dependent because they're not just terpenes. Terpenes, alcohols, esters, phenols, polyphenols, thiols, cannabinoids, canosulfurs, flavonoids. There's a lot going on. And that's the psychoactive chemistry that's going to affect your effect type, stimulating the sedative. Those chemicals aren't digestible. You can digest cannabinoids, and your liver has to, because delta-9 THC is not soluble in human beings, you have to convert it in the liver, right? Metabolize it. The metabolite of delta-9 is 11-hydroxy THC. A brand new molecular spectrum of THC different than smoked flower, which is why you get such a dramatic effect from edibles versus smoked flower. But regardless, the aromatics are generally cooked out in the baking process, or they're broken out in the extraction process, or they're not extracted in the first place. And even if they were digested by a human being, they're not going to be uploaded in the process.
You see almost like these turkeys at short courses to help get those cannabinoids.
The only terpene that we know that is scientifically assisting cannabinoids with more research that needs to be done is beta-carotene. And that's showing that it's allowing CBD to sit in the CB1 and CB2 receptor for double the length of time. So if you mix beta-carotene, the terpene, which smells like pepper, with CBD, however much CBD that you're taking at that point in time, you can almost double the value that you're getting out of it because of that chemical combination. Good question. Someone else have a good one? Yes.
So, whenever that MC, no matter how good it is, there's always this sort of
I don't know what,
motor oil sludge. Some, I mean, what is that in CBD flower ever have a full real flavor?
And the question is why does my smokable CBD flower suck and taste like motor oil? and is there such a thing as yummy, smokable hemp flower? Yeah, dude, where are you getting your hemp from? That's your problem. No, of course, they're really good. I mean, actually, true story. I was doing a university research project with a university in the state of Colorado. And contracts, licensing, you have no idea how much it takes in paperwork to study a freaking weed plant out of school. It's unreal, okay? And even though I had all the COAs, all the paperwork, and all the proof of my pedigree and the genetics and everything, I brought them a hemp plant, high CBD hemp plant. That was so stinky and so aromatic, they thought I was lying to them. That was a marijuana plant. They moved it from the university, took it to a professor's house, and put it on the balcony, and were scared to have it on the school ground. Guys, it's a freaking hemp plant, like actually. They're like, no, it's not. We've been studying hemp for 30 years. I'm like, no, you've been studying plants that produce rope for 30 years. Not high CBD smokable hemp flower and these new varietals and genetics that are very, very pungent and potent. And so I tell people all the time, it drives me crazy when people say cannabis is good for PTSD. That drives me insane. What does that mean? Cannabis? What is cannabis? An edible, transdermal, sublingual, topical, tincture, hash, concentrate, or flower? What are you talking about? You say that you got PTSD and you go to a dispensary and learn from a website that blue green is what you need, and some bartender gives you something that is super stimulating. Well, the combination of D-limonene, A-pinene, terpinolene, and THC, any of those terpenes combined with THC, is a chemical recipe for paranoia. You ever get paranoid on weed before? There's a chemical thing happening there. You can almost predict it. I can smell the weed that causes paranoia. When you learn interpreting, you can too. So could you offer that type of cannabis to someone with PTSD? Is that the cannabis that works well for PTSD? I don't think so. But what does work really great for PTSD is smokable hemp flower. Remove the THC. Get all the other good cannabinoids, CBG, CBD, and a large spectrum of aromatic terpenes, which causes an effect which is pleasant, but not out of control, is the perfect flower. It's the perfect medicine for somebody with PTSD. But we have to be specific, especially when we're talking about people with medical conditions. But we're not allowed to give medical advice, because none of us know what we're talking about. Another question. When I say appellation, do I mean clone? No. Appellation is something legislative. So terroir is based on your environment, your microclimate, and how you grow your plants there. That's that little specialness, your own little recipe, your own little space is terroir. Appellation is legal. So if you're growing ganja in the appellation of Southern Humboldt, and you put Humboldt on your packaging, and somebody found out that you actually grew that flower from in the valley, and it's nowhere near the appellation of Humboldt, the true Emerald Triangle region that has a known, right? It's a knowingness. It's a trust. You trust Champagne. The trust is in the label. The label is in the geography, and the geography is protected legislatively through appellation steps. That's hardcore, man. Like seriously, that's a lot. It's awesome. super, super, super awesome. And so this is taking cannabis so seriously that we're now protecting the growers. Man, think about this. We were just going after them with DEA helicopters. And now we're protecting the Emerald Triangle farmers and their way of life and how they're, right? Because now it's important. Now it's oh, geez, homie. Who's got another question? Yes. Yes. So there's this debate on if humidity packs are good for your cannabis or not. That's a great question. And what he's talking about is we at the Trigeminal Institute, we did this whole post where we're like, oh, we're gonna do science on this and we're gonna like figure it out. And when we went down the rabbit hole, we found out that the science is gonna cost $100,000. And you're not a do science just to prove things to be right in the world business. We're an education company that if we had a couple extra $1,000 just to grow out a lab that could do that science, we'd be and that's what we thought we were gonna do. It's a little, there's so much more involved that we learned to actually do the real science behind it that we couldn't commit to it. But what we will tell people is humidity packs work in instances when you need them. And they don't really work as well if you don't need them. So in Colorado, where all the cannabis is dried and dehydrated by the time you get it, sometimes you put a humidity pack in there to actually contain a little bit of moisture point around the dry zones, which is some sort of aromatic compounds in your plant trichomes a little bit longer. Or if you just screwed up, like I've done before many times in harvest, and let them over dry out in the hanging phase, I have rescued my planters with large humidity packs by putting a little bit of moisture in the trichomes to hydrate the pile. So right point, right place, there's a tiny place for everything. If you're out in Florida and it's moist and hot down here and your herb is fresh, do not put a humidity pack in there. Dump it. And there's certain reasons why you may not want to do that. You can't really get into it. But one of my booth helpers said that he's going to run to a panel at 10, which means I've got one helper downstairs only until I run down there. But if you guys want me to sign your interpreting books, we've got the textbooks down there, the interpreting tools, the aromatic compounds. And again, if you want a 25% off coupon for any type of course, we have those for you as well. Our booth is 814. And I'm happy to answer questions down there as long as they don't have a line of people. So if we're kind of slow, I'll answer questions, but if we have a large amount of people, I just ask that I answer the questions, get more into it, and it's a little slower. But anyways, thank you all so much. I really appreciate that.
So if you need to switch the cameras, where are you doing that?
1 and 2.
Okay. But it's hooked up to like an 8-time? Is it hooked up to like an 8-time menu? It just, what's that?
It goes from the cameras to this to the program.
Feed.
And then it's just 1 and 2. These
1 and 2?
These two down here. Pretty sure. I'm not sure.
Can't fuck that up.
Yeah, on it.
No, you have both.
I fucked it up. All right, here we go. 1 and 2. The balance we're not using.
Okay.
You know, you're in the production side, right?
Production and audio.
Okay, because I don't know anything.
Well, I mean, I've used it before, but like, I've never seen it set up like that. Normally we set it up to 8-10 minutes, so like you have buttons to the cameras, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you only got 2, then you only have the one they use is green, the other one is red. So if you want to switch it, you just press the red one, the other one turns red. Okay. And the green one turns red. Vice versa.
Is she next? Let me go up here.
No.
No? All those guys are influencers.
Oh yeah.
Fucking weirdos. Dad, she was
But it's
just never.
stoners that are like millionaires now.
Yeah, no, she was networking too.
All right, I switched it, but now I can't get it back.
Which one?
Oh, there it
Oh,
goes.
they're both. You aim it to this one, so it's just one. And, oh, we got to adjust, yeah. So then let me see if they want the lights.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay? Hi. It's kind of low. How about if I talk like this? Is that a little bit better? Good. I'll kind of like project myself. You know, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today, so I'm really excited. For you, those of you who don't know, my name is Emma Pollard. I have been in the Florida medical marijuana industry for 5 years now, and I've kind of helped watch this industry grow into what it is today. And so I'm really excited to be moderating this panel today because we're going to be discussing the new Florida licenses that are up for grabs. And we have some really amazing people on this panel, and so I think they're going to have a lot of insight to get everyone. And probably about halfway through this panel, I'm going to stop. We're going to do a Q&A because I know there's some people out here who are really curious about our market and how to move forward with the application process. So if you guys are okay with it, I'd like to go ahead and just dive right in. Guys ready? So I think one of the most important questions for the Florida application process is how is this round of licensing going to be different than the original round of licensing that happened? Whatever you guys are most comfortable with, I can pick, but.
So I think the biggest difference. I think the most important difference are the number of licenses that are going to be awarded. I believe it was 22 at first. I think we're going to be with 27 over the next 24 months. I think there's going to be a lot of focus on acting as well. Because of the things.
All right, Mariah, did you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, Mike is not on, right?
No?
I gave it.
So I think another thing that we would like to know is what are the biggest challenges that you foresee during this application process?
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
So, by way of background, I've actually participated in the licensing process back in 2014. Having had a
Yeah,
fine,
he doesn't
now
know.
operate. Put that aside for a second. So
He's not
I've seen it kind of like
That
go
was
through.
the other thing was using it. And you couldn't hear it.
It's like,
You couldn't see it, yeah.
I'm gonna address not the original.
It's a wireless?
That's relevant. It's gonna
Wireless
change
mic?
too.
No, those are all where they were sitting. They were sat on the chair.
And
And,
lawsuits that they got.
They're like tests and everything. They were eliminated. And then there's
But the body of work that we
So
have
we
to look
like
at
their number?
is the original application that was released after.
and they're
5 months ago,
I don't-
6 months ago.
he's not using it right now, so that's okay.
They were having that application full. Get clients to get ready to make application.
So-
Property,
He's not even using the mic, but one guy just got on and used my voice.
I went and looked at how that application was.
No, all they do work, but one guy's, he said that there was no sound.
Business,
Like
certified
a number?
financial,
Yeah, I know.
medical director, which are all requirements that came from amendment. So all those things are gonna stay.
You just need to go ask
I'm
him.
gonna just wait to see if they're using the mic.
Diversity
Okay.
plan, which that included, which
I think we should-
probably hard to see.
Huh?
Yeah,
Or-
So, I'm not sure which one it would be, but he's not using a mic, so I'm gonna just wait to see if
He's not
that.
using it.
The best
Yeah,
way
no,
to
he's
figure
just
out
talking.
how different it is compared to that original.
All right,
application,
yeah.
which is this uniform. And the bigger application, which is out, and we are wrong.
No
The
idea.
truth is,
No, I
they're
didn't.
very similar. Except for certain changes that were made during the administrative process in terms of scoring. And what's clear is the department looked at all the lawsuits, figured out where they were getting jammed up, and then basically through rulemaking, covered their butt, so to speak, by adding certain time parameters. But the scoring is essentially the same. You have a little bit of a scoring matrix. So in terms of changes, there really aren't many because the core, thresholds of what you need were dictated by Amendment 2, still exist. There's some procedural aspects that the department's changed. But if you're asking me, if somebody wanted to see, hey, what do I need to do to take care of this process? Besides the fact that it's probably not the process is capable of many, people or even small companies completing, I'd go look at the Bickford application because I think it's going to be very similar, except for
This is
having
on.
the Bickford application.
This is the number it is.
That's gonna dictate it, which is not much different than we saw when it's really supposed to start licensing already. So we have to do it.
No, the one over there to the left. The one that was talking before.
I would say the main differences.
You see what she's talking about, you don't hear.
That is the department's absolutely number one goal. In addition to that, with the scoring, the main difference that we're seeing is that
She has
what
something
you
in
have
her
versus what you say you're going to get with licensure. They're trying to avoid having people come in to get licensed and then with those licenses and or not being able to provide medicine medication. And so in the scoring, you see that it's based on what dispensaries you actually already have secured versus, oh, we plan to have 20 dispensaries at the end of year one, which in the first round of licensing, you were basically allowed to just say, this is what we plan to do, this is what we intend to do. In this round of licensing, I think that's going to be one of the main differences is scoring based on what you actually already have and can provide.
So on that note, is there anything particular that's been set in place to ensure that this licensing process is going to remain ethical this round?
That's a hard one. In Florida, we are known for our corruption, right? Our government corruption. We know that no one has been denied in positions of power that FBI states releases, that collusion is very public, this information is not private, it's not hidden. So yes, the department's main goal is to avoid lawsuits. We've said that several times now. And in doing that, the hope is that they will be extremely transparent and that even if you wanted to sue, you really wouldn't have standing to do so. Which means that transparency shows that there is no collusion. In Florida, I just don't think it's possible to have. That's my personal opinion, but I think it will be impossible.
So I definitely understand where you're coming from.
Her
Most people understand as well,
That's why.
but like, there has to be something that can be done to make sure that these licensing are here, right? Like there has to be some kind of equity, something to make sure that, you know, people who are not big corporations have a fighting chance to make a name for themselves in this industry. So is there anything that's happening right now in the application process that you could think that could be a little bit more fair for rule-wise?
So when I look over that application, I'm Warren Harris, Vice President of Regulatory Compliance at Cannabis Fire. It's really a team building exercise, right? And so no one individual is going to know how to extract, know how to cultivate, have experience on dispensing, have experience with cancer patients. So really you're looking for resonance, right? And so this is where I would tell the small guy, build a strong team, right? Try and meet that, spirit of the law in terms of diversity. Have your vendors and contractors all, women-owned business, minority-owned businesses, and the ownership for these MMTCs is set very low at 5% ownership. So it almost seems like they're encouraging to sort of slice the pie, right? So don't be afraid to get yourself a pharmacist that knows formulations. Don't be afraid to get a master grower. Don't be afraid to get yourself, a really slick facility, but you're going to have to sort of chop your equity up in order to make these promises. And that sort of dilutes the game from being one big entity from out of state coming in and propping up an applicant for the sake of the state, right? You were sort of showing that you have a whole constellation of people that you're working with, and that you're sort of being a good steward of, this blessing that is licensed in the state of Florida.
Definitely. So Krista, I know that you come from out of state. So a question that I have for you is what are the challenges of being a vertical integration? Because a lot of other states don't do this like we do. There's no requirements. And it's, at this scale, there's quite a lot of issues that you run into being vertically integrated. So how do you see there being a chance to have, to be able to bring those people together under this type of structure, which is something that you're used to?
It's very different. Within the horizontal market, the only way to be competitive is growth. So it's ironic that coming here is more of a struggle. It's such a good market, so it's a little different. The difference what you're saying of everybody coming together and really tackling the project, it's a perfect scenario and it's great, but in reality, the bigger guys are the ones that can actually facilitate these projects. So it doesn't matter how you position yourself, how important you are, you still have to work with those kind of people and access the things that they have. So being in a vertical market, you have a huge advantage as long as you can follow through on all the things that you said.
Yeah, of course.
And I have personally had a little experience building and running a vertical. We have 30,000 square foot facility, solvents processing, and a couple retail licenses that we operate in Michigan, which I said took the paper and now we have. So I guess I understand the vertical probably better than most. And I break it into two parts. One on the licensing side, which is making it look pretty on paper, putting lipstick on paper. And that's pretty easy. You find resumes, and you put the bullshit together, and you throw it in the application. Then there's the operations side of it, which is reality, which is you're going to need more money than you actually thought you needed. And we're trying to. In terms of Florida, how do you get from point A to point C? It is putting those people and those pieces together, both for how to do it on paper, and then how do you operate, not in a lawsuit, and you that accomplishes a good idea, and then you got home. That a couple of times. So, look, it's a process. Being vertically integrated is important, especially with AE, because it actually lets you have a chance to make money versus losing your shirt by operating one of those operations. So I think it's a two-parter. It's how do you make it look good on paper to get the licensing side and get a license, and then ultimately how do you actually make it function with all of these distinct units under one umbrella in such a way that you get it to open and then operate and deal with the personalities within, which sometimes it's the artist who's doing the extraction, the business guy is trying to figure out who's getting paid back, you have cultivators taking a converter, and slabs of Raphael, and all of those people always don't play well in the sandbox with them. And so that in and of itself is a challenge when you pass the licensing part out.
So just to piggyback off of what David said, so it was a very similar experience in Hawaii. It was a vertically integrated market, only 8 licenses, and it's just what he was describing, right? So we found a native farmer that had been displaced. He lost his farm, very similar to the Pigford applicants. We wrote the license to create jobs within the facility for the displaced farm workers. But then, just like you said, you've got banana and tomato farmers working with extraction artists and cultivators that have been at this for years and years and years, and you're trying to really meld two cultures together. And you've got this giant 60,000 square foot facility and this big responsibility to the island to sort of deliver. And so it's really, again, team building project. Again, really pick who you're going to work with. I've seen equity deals become wonderful things where the person is a good steward of your company, and I've also seen it be a really uncomfortable marriage where you're like, wow, I can't believe we gave this gentleman, and now we have to watch him mope around the facility all day. So, just pick your people well, right?
This is a shoot house. It's got that time using eggs.
Couldn't agree more. So you mentioned the picture license, and I know the picture license is a license that should have been acquired already. It's not a part of this new round of licensing, which is what our main topic is here for today's panel. But I think everybody's a little curious. What's going on with this paper license?
So just a little history for our, audience here. So the Pickford v. Glickman case happened in 1981. It didn't really start getting settled until 1997 and 99. And then the Obama administration actually paid out its largest civil rights payment in American history, $1.25 billion for upwards of 60,000 applicants. And of course, they're predominantly in the South, right? So this means they're farmers in Florida. And if you follow the articles at all, right, the gentleman that brought up the lawsuit, Columbus Smith, he's 82 at this point. These aren't young farmers. So I think there are probably generational Black farmers out there who maybe even have a Pickford case somewhere in their history, dad or, their mom or grandmother's farm. And they have what I would call a deserving quotient, right? They meet the spirit of the law. There's got to be some way that you could incorporate these people into your consultation and try to re-enfranchise, sweet potato and citrus farmers that basically got run over by the USDA.
So here's what I know. In October, they released the application, which is the blueprint. My understanding is, I want to say March 21st to the 5th or something like that, 5-day window in which to submit that application. So it's a little different than in other states where you have 30, 60 days. It's one where, a year ago, you should have been putting it all together for that 5-day window.
My expectation is then that'll give some sense. We were talking about what I think was disclosed as 27 licenses, probably really 19 licenses, potentially with another 4, hit 700,000 patients, or 675. So who knows? By the time it gets released, you could be looking at 19 plus 4, 23 licenses, other than Pittsburgh. Long story short, it's going to be the blueprint, 5 days, and I think depending on how long it takes to score in a 3-phase round, you'll get an understanding of how the future of Florida looks in terms of, from time of submission to time of award. At the end of the day, I'll give you my very quick take. Bullshit. You don't give one license out. The person that's going to get it is a straw person backed by money. It's nothing that solves any aspect. I was involved in Oakland with the first social equity opposite operation under the Oakland White Guy, and it was a disaster. You can't operate these things without money, and you can't put somebody in a position to fail without support. And so this is smoking mirrors. It means nothing. It's a shame that we've gone this route, and it's not close enough to what we should be doing. It doesn't really enable folks that we want to enable to succeed. Same thing with the citrus license. 3 years ago, with the citrus preference, all it did was people went involved with citrus property versus helping somebody transition from citrus, except for maybe the 3 people that had the wherewithal. And they were already the ones that weren't hurting. So we've not gone back to fix the errors we made back in 2016 when the legislation was passed.
And this goes back to your question of what are the biggest challenges for these applicants, right? Well, you've been a farmer with a nursery license and a business in Florida for 5 years. You haven't been growing a cash crop of cannabis, right? So how does a citrus or sweet potato or tomato farmer afford a $60,000 application fee, $5 million insurance bond? Thank you. And then how do you build out all of your facilities, cultivation, extraction, dispensary, delivery, conservatively, what, 25 million? Like that's if you're going real small.
And honestly, like 25 million is not going to get you anywhere in this market.
This comes back to a question. Are little guys going to be involved Are little guys going to be involved in this industry? And the truth is, they might hand out 1 or 2 token licenses, but absolutely not. If you don't have $100 million in the bank, part of the story is not just your financials. So people are running to these 5-year companies. What they're not taking into consideration, or some of them aren't, is that the financials of that 5-year company matter. Are they able to actually produce income? How much money do they have in the bank is a big part of the scoring as well. So, right, 40 million would be like a very conservative number for your first 2 years of operation, which is what you have to show. $100 million in the bank is kind of going to be the average for most of these applicants. No, you're really not going to see small players in this vertically integrated closed market.
The only way that you're going to see small players is with them partnering. With them partnering in collaboration with these water use.
I'm trying to see which one clarity.
These little communities are definitely interested in getting involved.
Just make sure this
I think
one's
those grants are what
that
are
one.
what they're thinking. They're talking.
So I think the question that I have, just kind of on the topic of the challenges of raising the funding and everything like that, is are there any measures being taken for retail locations for the actual real estate? Because one of the biggest challenges right now for license holders is finding an actual retail location to have their dispensary, to even build it or whatever. So you see all these companies with the funding picking up as many retail locations as they can in one city, just based off the fact that they don't want their competitors getting that spot. So is there anything going on right now in the application process that's going to maybe help with local legislation or something to make some changes to allow these new licenses to even come into the community?
So I see this in other states, and in New Jersey, there's like a land grab, and only 40% of municipalities in New Jersey have even allowed operation
Keep
of
on buying it,
cannabis
focuses
businesses.
on them.
So
And then it's
there's
just
currently people that have big hopes for licensure that basically are buying properly owned parcels and hoping that whether they get
Why
the
aren't the
license
lights
or
on?
not, somebody else will, and then they will have something that's really a valuable
We gotta have-
hey, how much is this parcel worth to you now that you have your license and have
I don't have the
something
right.
to get into operation? And so how do you prevent kind of extortion in the market, from people with big money coming up and buying all of
Because
this
I
own
mean, it's
land?
way too dark.
I don't have a solution to that, and I don't think the state really does either at this point.
That's
It's
probably
kind of
why
a
it's
pay
not
to play.
focusing. Find
You've
something.
got the big
Not
bucks,
focusing on
buy
the
it.
lights.
The state originally actually made it so that you cannot, if you're going to allow dispensaries in your municipality, you cannot regulate them more harshly.
They
or
just stay on,
harshly
that's
than
it.
you do pharmacies. I think that was brilliant. It's one of the very few non-corrupt things that we did or we saw with legislation and this early on. And so that's really the only
They
thing
use the
that's keeping
cameras
us to this day is that if you allow them, you allow them, and go more harshly than pharmacies. And if you don't allow them, you don't allow them at all. You cannot come in and make a bunch of improvements and set, harsher regulations and charges. So that's nice.
I was just gonna say, anybody that's been in the industry for some time now is predicting those trends and pivoting to newer markets to solidify those locations, and really stepping into the real estate mindset instead of the cannabis mindset. And doing all those ancillary things to cannabis is what's gonna enable
It's a great point, really good point. Is there anything that's going to be set in place to prevent current license holders from buying another license from one of the new applicants or getting a bigger piece of the pie that they already are engaging
That's
in?
good.
More than 5% of the licenses, but no. So what they are doing is they're threatening to revoke licenses for misrepresentation. So in theory, in an attempt to avoid lawsuits, as we discussed earlier, and in an attempt to make sure you actually have what you need versus, I have this brilliant idea and post licensure, I'm gonna have 50 dispensaries and a million cultivation sites. The scoring is based on what you actually secured, what you have in your possession, what money is actually in the bank, and how you can provide patients medicine tomorrow, should you be licensed. But with that said, there still is nothing in place that says somebody from out of state can't come in. And what they're doing is they're filing with the Department for approval every time they make a change, right? There's nothing, we've never seen a deal not go through. So if somebody wants to come in and buy a license, I don't, personally, there are some people in the audience who probably can speak more directly to that as attorneys involved maybe in some of those deals, but I have never seen a deal not be approved for a buy.
It's an interesting point, because I think, with Florida being as large as we are with a limited amount of licenses, we're seeing a lot of these big corporations come in and make deals with other licenses that aren't as successful as they are. And they're really just kind of taking advantage of our market's potential. And so with the new licenses opening up, you would expect there to be something to make sure that, they can continue to grow, because why open 27 new licenses when previous license holders are already gonna just go and buy it and get that piece of their share. Because, when do you guys expect the application to actually begin?
It would take a while, yes. It would be fourth quarter, just take quarter. Leave that one on there. Because we're not gonna do it before Pickford gets dealt with. So Pickford's in March. If we look back at whenever it was, and they scored, we had actually scoring of the original nursery licenses, that was a 4 or 5 month process, if I remember correctly. So March, so there you go, fourth quarter, at the earliest. Just one quick thing though, for people in the audience, you just realized I don't have $20 million or more to throw a license. I think one of the opportunities in Florida is, I know this is all about if you have a product or something that you do that is intellectual property that's of value, whether it's on the retail side, on the extraction side, perhaps the cultivation side, licensing. I mean, look, that's how you mentioned Backwoods, Jungle Business license. You know, certain companies that are coming from out west and they've been doing something for a while. If I had to do it all over again, instead of spending $10 million to build up a vertical, I'd spend $500,000 to build a licensing board. Without the headache, and without the potential failure, do a licensing deal and just collect the cash. And that is probably the best place to place it, in my opinion. If looking at this market, because there's a high, greater likelihood.
Do you have something to add on this?
Follow the money, right? The OMMU just requested $13 million to beef up their staff. So there may be a chance where if that gets approved, they're going to hit the ground running because this is tax money for the state. They don't want it to drag any longer than possible. So I would say what David was saying is a wonderful estimate. I think that would help a lot of people in the audience. But at the same time, keep your eye on that OMMU and watch their releases and see what they're saying. If they've got the boots on the ground, they're going to start making moves.
Right, the official stance was like, so March 21st to 25th, and because of your extra funding and all the rest of the items, licensure process, that they should be ready for the next round by the summer. I could go back and forth all day long on why those make sense in the year versus summer, so.
All right, you guys, it is 10:30. We're about halfway through the panel. I want to go ahead and open up the Q&A. So if you guys have any questions about the new licensing or anything to do with how to get into the Florida market or particular challenges that you might face coming into this sunshine state, they have a mic in the back, I'm pretty sure. I'm not getting any kind of, oh, we got it, yeah. So if you have any questions, we have a mic in the back. Just go ahead and come forward and ask you what you can. We got the mic in the back. That's just me.
Hi, how are you? My name is Gavin. I was listening to everybody talking about equity and stuff, so I was curious. In terms of equity, are you guys talking about minority ownerships in terms of actual minorities, African Americans, Latinos, etc.? And also, are a certain number of licenses going to be set aside for people of color?
So that's what we were mentioning with the Pigford, out on the draw. So that's what we were mentioning with the Pigford class application. That one is specifically set aside for Black farmers that have been, systematically mistreated by the USDA, and they have been represented in a class action lawsuit. I am thinking that, there is room on the other applications to try to include these individuals because that, you were all saying, one license for, it's not enough, right? It's not really pushing hard enough. So I think there's room to try to include some of these farmers on that license and try to get them back into the game.
I would take bets today in cash that the Pigford license, which is the one license meant to create a fair playing field, is going to be owned by the same white people who own the licenses. In fact, I would put money that it is going to be primarily owned in equity by an original license owner. The licenses that are being issued in the second round post-Pigford, we will probably see more diversity, and they will be geared towards equity because one of the things in the scoring, one of the few things that we've seen that are good transformations as we move forward is they are taking that more seriously. And so in my opinion, and the advice that I've given anyone who comes to the table with wanting to get a license is ensure that you really are incorporating into the entire business model something that gives back and makes this more fair.
Just real quick, I mean, there is, as part of the scoring matrix required in the application, and anybody correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't looked at in a while, a diversity plan, which has 4 or 5 things that will be looked at. So I think that's where that aspect fits in, part of the greater aspect. And potentially, if that plan is driven by somebody of that particular background, that particular experience, that's where the value comes in a way to include those that have been excluded over the years. That's the place for it now. And if giving free advice, I'd be looking at places like Massachusetts, which their diversity plans call for certain measures. And one should start looking at how do you create a plan that actually checks itself that you're accomplishing your goals, which are to include those individuals. That's through hiring, education. So it's really looking at, for instance, in Massachusetts, where they do goals, how you execute on those goals, and ultimately how you determine whether you met those measurables. And that's what somebody, from an inclusion standpoint, should be looking at for the next round of licensing. How to incorporate those who have been left down into the process to basically play on the field.
No question in that?
Yes, hi, my name's Randy, and maybe just answer part of my question about inclusion. But I'd like to extend this equity question a little bit further about social equity, people that's been impacted by the war on drugs. Is there anything coming out in legislation concerning social equity, that people have been impacted by the cannabis laws, and there's still so many cannabis prisoners still in, and just social equity? What would be the best procedure for someone that has been impacted by the war on drugs?
So the law does have some verbiage surrounding the hiring and use of veterans that have been impacted by the opioid crisis. I would also say, just to sort of extend what David was talking about, the diversity plan isn't just your hiring plan. It's like I was saying, it's also your vendor contracts. It's also, your general contractor who built your facility, consultants. There's a whole constellation. Your packaging makers, everything. You're going to be interacting with so many companies. Spread the love, right? Try and include people that are on the smaller side. Try and use this wonderful opportunity of, this awesome market that we have here in Florida to, uplift and really match the spirit of the law. This is what read what the law wants and try and, follow what it intends. And it gives you what I call that deserving quotient, right?
I will say, in Florida, we are simply not doing enough. That is the bottom line. It has been. And even as integral parts of the industry, we have to do that, okay? We cannot rely on our legislators to answer that question, no. So we have made it a partisan issue in a Republican supermajority trifecta of decades. This is now a Democrat issue. That's not gonna work, right? So you see dozens, actually. This is probably, I didn't verify this, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe more cannabis bills were introduced this session just a few weeks ago than ever before in the history of Florida. Unfortunately, they're not moving. They're not meant to move. They're not introduced to move. We're trying to get the conversation started because we, as a community, as consumers, and like I said, as members of the industry, we are going to have to ensure that that's being done. The diversity plan is bullshit. They have no measurables. They have no way of saying, first and foremost, it's very odd. We know Black people are the most injured by the war on drugs. And there is no acknowledgement of that in Florida. People are very uncomfortable talking about that, which should anger people, right? So in that diversity plan, not only is it the smallest, I believe, section of scoring, you basically just, show me in a couple of years how you kept up with that. That's the measurable. So in our diversity plan, we include this. So it's natives, Hispanics, Black people and vets, and it's like, it's just not enough. It doesn't make sense. We need to come in and say, as decent human beings trying to repair the damage that has come before us, right? None of us need to feel guilty in order to want to step up to the plate and fix the mess in front of us. As a mom, I feel like, that's kind of just what moms do, but then I look around me and see that's what our neighbors do too. That's what everyone's doing. We're just trying to fix messes that came before us. And so I just feel like really that point needs to hit home, is that legislature is not going to do what needs to be done. And we can continue pushing for that and looking for that, but we need to take accountability for ensuring we're not shopping at places where the money's going somewhere we wouldn't spend it, on politics we wouldn't buy, and hold ourselves accountable.
I was almost afraid to mention the Pickford class application unless I got accused of teaching critical race theory. So, just gonna leave that right there.
I'm just gonna address your point real quick, because I think there's, when talking about those that have been injured by war on drugs, it's a two-parter. Some states have taken on an approach that you give those people a leg up or priority licensure. And this may not be the most, popular opinion of the styles. I think that's wrong, okay? Because I've seen it from one of my partners. Just because he was very good back in the day on the street corner does not mean that he was going to be a successful operator of a place that was making $5 million a year. Just the opposite, just, kill the cow. What should be happening, in my humble opinion, is the legislature should say, as a society, we changed our stance on cannabis. Those that we once put in jail or put on probation shouldn't have their records expunged as a matter of course. And that's an approach that a number of states have taken. It takes 6 to 8 months to expunge a record in Florida. And generally, back in my day when I did that kind of stuff, it was a couple grand for charge. The reality is the legislature should pass a bill that says if you had a conviction for a cannabis-related crime of certain types, maybe it's legal, but generally speaking, as a matter of course, at no cost, we're going to take the fees from the licensing side for those people that have the millions of dollars. And as a matter of course, we're going to across the board expunge those records, put those people back on even level playing. And that's what we should be looking at doing. And that approach probably has a chance of passing bipartisan, I would hope. I don't know that anything like that has been introduced, but it shouldn't be through the licensing process because it doesn't repair that which has been broken. Okay, all it does is it makes another special interest out of the cow's house. Take it to the legislature level and wipe it clean, no fee, make the process. That's a tool. It's been done other places, and that's where
We have another question back there.
Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York State, New Jersey. Nobody has a crystal ball here, but when do you see Florida going to adult use recreational? I mean, 2 years, 3 years, nobody has a crystal ball, but when do you see?
I know I'm not a panelist. I'm going to personally say that there's no hope for Florida rec for a long time. For those of you who are in charge of this state, there's a lot of corruption that goes on. And we have some of the largest multi-state operators all just thriving here in Florida. And so to think that they're not doing everything that they can in their power to prevent recreational from happening. I mean, we're the third largest market in the US, and we have the least amount of licenses, which means right now we have 15 people operating, but 3 or 4 of them aren't really making movement. And that means there's a ton of them eating from the table.
So what the legislature basically said many years ago was, if you can scare me, and literally, this is actual conversations that happened, if you can scare me into believing that you are going to pass a constitutional amendment, you'll force my hand, and we'll pass legislation. And year after year, we have been the joke of Tallahassee. They see who we allow to call themselves the leaders of a movement and to take on those positions and those roles, and they laugh at us. So unless we as a community can come together and in a way that will be taken seriously both by mainstream and our own community, they're not going to feel that their hand is forced. The only thing that will force them is if they really believe we're going to pass a constitutional amendment. They've said that year after year, and year after year, they laugh at what we present, because there is no way they're going to take us or the people in charge of those things seriously. So that's basically the ultimatum we've been given is, if you can create something that looks serious, the mainstream will accept and people will vote on, then we'll be forced to do something before you get to that point.
I think if when John Morgan comes back from Hawaii and says, when it's gonna happen, not so. Hello.
We have a question.
More comment.
Hello, good morning. My name is Robert. So kind of on the similar topic of the prospect of adult use, maybe it's longer, it's going to take longer than most think. How does that affect current business models in the market? And with the new licenses coming, how do you think companies position themselves with that prospect? I mean, inevitably, right? Maybe not soon, but inevitably adult use would come.
So it's really ironic, right? Is we have this strong real estate lobby in Florida that is crushing home grow in recreational adult use because they don't want California to happen, where everyone can just grow in their apartment or their house. Everyone's got a parcel of weeds growing everywhere. It's creating a really powerful black market in state, the traditional market, excuse me, as you know, all of you very well know. And it's more robust, and it's eating more of the dispensaries lunch than ever. So when I look at that from an MMTC perspective, you want as many of those sales to be done in the legal market as possible. You don't want to see 60 and 70% of all sales happening on the trad market. So on the one hand, you know, we don't want it happening in our backyard, but at the same time, all of our, you know, senators are invested in these vertical licenses, and yet they're allowing, you know, these basically unlicensed operators to come right in and take half of their market share or more.
I think money will change everything. In Denver, they said that, you know, we won't go rec, and then we went rec. You'll never have delivery, now we have delivery. Money changes everything, you know, and our industry affects all other industries, you know, whether it's real estate, whether it's construction, whether it's insurance, packaging, all those businesses are thriving right now. You know, the increase of income and whether it's, you know, whoever to it is, you know, everyone's for it. So as we continue to grow, they're gonna want to absorb the platform. You know, we're gonna see that go away, and those will become our actual brands. You know, like you were saying, we'll have to work together. Where, you know, those brands don't know how to function in a regulated market, and those people don't know how to create brands. You know, and then we'll have to collaborate. So that's where a lot of the industry is moving. And once everybody is functioning in that realm, we'll move a lot faster.
Just to piggyback on that, the double industry, the ancillary issues of the cannabis industry, they make up about 20% of the market in California and Denver. Once Florida realizes that, I agree, I think that will get closer to home use. But I think that there's so much money being made by those in power for anyone to realize that.
And I just want to remind everyone, from my standpoint, and from many people who are in the know in Florida standpoint, there is no opposition to cannabis. We just can't get ourselves together and organize and agree on something and move forward. So really the only opposition was what about the children? And we've kind of done a decent job of telling the other side of that, right? Cannabis is not really on what it is, prohibition is harming our children. Those messages coming to light is the only opposition there was to this. It's really not the opposition. It's not, you know, we like to believe there's just all this money coming in and crushing us. No, we're just not doing it. Like, we need to come together and organize and move this forward. And then there will probably be opposition. Then there will be money for it. But they don't even see anything about us that makes them want to put money into opposing us, because we're not, there's nothing to be opposed. So we really just need to come together and take accountability that it's us. We're not doing it. Nobody else is coming in and crushing us. We're just not doing what needs to be done to move forward. And then there probably will be opposition.
Do we have any other questions, comments, concerns? Is there any back?
My name is Zach, and I actually have a comment and a question. On the going red, no, I actually disagree. I think the MTCs want it. What they don't want is vertical red. That's the difference. Because there's a model that the adult use where they keep the vertical. That's been talked around in Tallahassee for the last 5 years. So they want the adult use, they just don't want to give us the vertical, which is where they want in the market. But my question is actually going back to the picture license. There's a discrepancy in the rules, which I think is a discrepancy. And I'm curious what the panel thinks, where it's requiring that the Pinkford applicant has to actually be a plaintiff, which creates a real question of, was one, can't be just the plaintiff's LLC, or the child of the plaintiff, or the seasonal plaintiff, and how does that even comport with the requirements who've been in business for 5 years and have a certificate of registration for DAX? So I'm curious if everyone, I mean, I think it's just opening up a lawsuit, but I'm curious.
I completely agree with what you just said, and the more I've dug into what classifies somebody as Pickford, the more I'm like, wow, these people really need to go and meet with the civil rights attorney.
It's like 5 people.
They're right, it's a very, very small group, and it's also, there are a few caveats, right? You could have been a member of the Black Farmers Association. Well, guess what? They capped membership and stopped accepting members at a certain point. So you could have applied for that membership, but you didn't get in because they stopped taking new members. So there are all of these like funny little hitches to where you technically are a Pickford class applicant, but you never received your payout from the US government. This is what I was saying about that funny number, somewhere between 20 and 60,000. 20,000 got adjudicated and actually received a letter, but there's another 40,000 the US government is currently working on Pickford 2. So we're looking at a whole other round of these farmers and people trying to figure out who fits into this class. I think you're dead on. It's a lawsuit waiting to happen. There are people that, you know, it's lucky when some of these individuals still have their farm, but how many of them lost their farm in the process? And great, you got a check from the government, but now you don't even have a piece of property to put a facility on.
That's what I said, I think that we should put users on who's going to be licensed. I think the verdict is written there is exactly like the first round of 30 years, you know, all of these little caveats tell you someone is eligible and being taken for that someone. But most likely, the people who are not licensed, the very small number of people who would have been eligible, and the people who likely would do well in court in front of a judge are just going to be licensed in the second round. So the Pickford will end, somebody will be told something behind the scenes, the next round will come open, and those people will be licensed first. Is kind of the having general school thought.
I have time for one last question. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, just real quick, my name is Jonathan. Is the, will the citrus exemption still be in play when the application will be accepted?
I haven't seen anything that's changed that. Administrative rulemaking, yes, is in process according to OMU. And it was in the original statutes. So my belief is that that aspect, whether we call it a preference or scoring or allocation of the license, I frankly forget. But there's nothing that I've seen that changes how that was originally designed.
All right, and I came in a little late. Do I understand the application for the Pinkford is March 21st?
5 days starting in the middle of March.
But they're still very unclear on when the rest of the applications will be accepted. Still very unclear on that.
Not peeking behind the scenes, if you go to the website, basically states that for 19 licenses, they're rulemaking. They're going through the administrative rulemaking process, which is basically a way of kicking down the field.
We did have just one more question. Did you want to go and ask that?
This gentleman was waiting.
I thought in the back of the queue, so I go, yeah, we have a few more minutes. We'll be okay. They went over, they can go.
Just hold it close.
Oh, well, first things first, I wanted to give you a big thank you question actually was when I heard you mention spending 500,000 and building a licensing deal over trying to, I don't know, magically acquire 100 million sitting in a bank liquid and then start producing. What did you mean by that licensing deal? Is that in reference to the intellectual property as an ideas, ways of how you can actually transact from a kind of retail standpoint, like e-commerce with accessories? Like, how does something like that work?
For me, what I meant in particular, maybe different than some of the thoughts of the panel, I think of somebody that has a process or a brand or something, intellectual property in some fashion. Not that some guy sitting on his couch says, gee, I've got the best bomb. It's something a little more where you put in the time and the energy to make a product more often than not, whether that is a particular type of infused pre-roll or if it is a gummy of some sort, something that's got a little bit of traction, you spend some money on packaging, and you've taken that, could be a particular cultivar strain that make, landrace strain, no one else has it, you have to sit in your basement, somehow you get it in the regular market. Those type of things, I think, are right for licensing deals. Now, the problem is, you gotta have a little momentum. So what you saw, over the years is people left Florida, built their brands elsewhere, and then may be able to bring that which was successful in a different market to Florida. And that's really what I was talking about, some process or some product that a vertical may not be carrying, that there's a market for, and that you can bring in through. It's very simple as you have to make a very good bubble hash, okay? And you have to process that, and you have the packaging, and perhaps no one here doing good solid bubble hash, that would be that which you can bring here and have some market for and do a license. That's what I meant.
And when I mentioned it, I meant a very similar thing. I would like to have or navigator or act with any of the smaller brands that don't have a license within Florida, but you'll still see their products at dispensaries. So yes, specialty items, like software.
All right, one last question, and then we gotta wrap up because I don't want to move to the next panel.
Sure thing. Thank you. Just a very modest question. How does the dispensary industry bank, provided that they are not a huh? Right, but what is the regulatory environment look like for banking of dispensaries or even accessories around the industry?
You have to create umbrellas and show companies, even when you do that, utilizing more traditional banking, we still have issues. Now, more recently, there's a lot more companies that are being more friendly to banking. But over the years, I've had bank accounts closed just because there's too much cash in them. So there's a lot of situations.
More and more states have credit unions which tend to bank. It's a bit of a psychology exam going through the regulatory process of them, and it's expensive. You take a percentage of the cash from deposit, and you have monthly fees. So the cost of banking is expensive. There's audits each month, so that's a separate process. And every check that comes through, you get a call on, checking up on what is this. And so there's certainly a cost of doing business, but I've seen in a number of markets, smaller banks, often credit unions, who have jumped in and taken on the burden with the extra regulation. Those costs get passed down to the company and ultimately the consumer.
Get a good cannabis accountant and track every darn thing. You're gonna have too much cash. It's gonna be an issue. You need an expert that's gonna be able to jump in and help you pivot banks and make sure that you have all your I's dotted and T's crossed.
All right, you guys, I'm just gonna go ahead and wrap it up. We've had a great conversation. Open to answering more one-on-one questions. If you don't need to wrap it up the conference. If you're curious, the next panel is going to be athletes who go to Asia for both the cannabis and the supplements.
Click record button.
I was gonna go to the next one. Not in this one.
Well, they look. Yeah. No, because I'm sorry to. I like this.
Do the speakers need to get mic'd up? No, they're mic'd up. They are mic'd. Yes. Where do the speakers go to get mic'd up?
So the mics are actually connected to and run through here and
Guys, and are they just like do the speakers need to get mic'd up? No, we do not. We have wireless mics, and then we have a mic going into the monitor. Got it. Okay, so Is they're this not Hoffman? lapels. Say it again.
This is Hoffman?
Hoffman?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Video crew.
This is the legalization one. Research one is across the way.
That's why. Doing good.
Good.
Yeah.
Please see this is it. I have no idea. Plug into for people to talk.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting a panel together here, pathways to legalization. Everybody grab a seat. Let's join us on stage.
I've got a baby. That'll be all right. And I appreciate that. Community is there.
Amazing.
Sounds like it goes.
Take your seats. We're ready to get going with the panel here. Cannadelic fun. Who's having a good time at Cannadelic? Here for Peter Colleen, the button is on. Come on, here for Peter Colleen.
Okay, so we have a really big panel here, 6 people. I'm Steve Bloom, I'm your panel host. I work with Cannadelic and the Florida Cannabis Festival and the Pennsylvania Cannabis Festival, and we work together and I help them moderate their panels. I used to work at Lifetimes Magazine, some people may be familiar with me. Thank you. I'm currently the publisher of SelectStandard.com, that's my website, so check it out. So enough about me, let's talk about pathways to legalization. Overcoming the various obstacles facing cannabis and psychedelic legalization in Florida is a big subject. So on the panel today, we have Michael Minardi, who is very, he's with Regulate Florida, the 2020 petition. He's an attorney. He's a Republican candidate for District 59 in the Florida legislature. With Ryan Morales is right here. He's also running for office as the Florida Agricultural Commissioner. He's from Claremont, by the way, Mike's from. Cheryl Murray Powell, right here. She's the agriculture, cannabis, and dietary supplement attorney at UR Allsworth, Boyd, Adair, and Bishowitz LLP, specializes in equity, diversity, and inclusion in Florida. From Lake Worth. We have Courtney Barnes, right there in the middle. Courtney is counsel at Feldman Legal Advisors. David Feldman, good friend in the house. Policy advisor to decriminalize nature and a policy strategy. We have Gregory Berenson right over there next to Michael. Gregory has his own company called Credit Research, and he does psychedelic consulting. And lastly, we have Jody James. Everybody knows Jody. Jody is the founder of Florida Cannabis. Great organization. Goes back a long way. So I'd like to begin today with, I'm from New York, so I look at it a little bit from a different point of view that we just legalized it in New York, adult use, and I see it a little bit from a distance, but I've been studying what's happening in Florida. We had a similar panel at the Florida Cannabis Festival a couple of months ago, so we're kind of covering a lot of similar territory we covered there, but what's the update? Of course, people here probably weren't there. So what interested me to start this off was the article that came out last week with your governor weighing in on adult use legalization in Florida. Governor DeSantis seemed to oppose penalties for possession at a campaign event in Tallahassee. I've never thought that somebody who was caught using it, and he kind of paused and he goes, we're not going to use the prison system for that, he told the media. But then he goes, but that's different than the kind of wanting to be prevalent like you see in some other areas. And then he goes, what really bugs me about pot, it smells so putrid. People saw that, right?
your governor thinks pot smells putrid. He said, I could not believe the pungent odor that you would see in some of those places. I don't want to see that here. I want people to be able to breathe freely. That's your governor, sort of what you're up against. I mean, everybody knows this. But I'd like to get the panel to just weigh in on the governor's statement. Where do they think the governor is coming around at all on this issue or not? Brian.
Personally, I think he's blind to the whole issue. He doesn't realize the benefits of what cannabis can actually do to the state of Florida. I believe in legalization for it just because it will bring the state much needed funds that can be used directly for education and so for me, it's something that we still go backwards on this whole situation because we're doing that work for help and it just needs to be done on the federal level and with
Let's put down the panel, let's talk about the governor and the current state of affairs here in Florida regarding cannabis from the perspective of the governor.
Yeah, thank you so much. And when it comes to Governor DeSantis overall, I think as I get older, I recognize that most people aren't inherently all bad or inherently. There are things that the governor has done that I can applaud, and there are things that the governor has done that have made me kind of think twice about the state of us being in 2022, 2021, and people still having the frustrated specifically to this statement, I think it's ivory power leadership. I think he has a pretty good experience what the industry can do from an economical perspective for the state of Florida to really create a free and open market for the patient community that's really so important. And I think as we evolve as a society, the patient definition is expanding. So, when we are starting to elevate some of these anxiety-related issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, we used to just think about disabilities with regards to physical impairment, but now we really recognize that people suffer and they struggle in different ways. So the fact that he would oversimplify what cannabis means for the state of Florida in terms of what it smells like it's insulting to older
Yeah.
Okay. You'll get some.
No, we have some.
That show up every day.
I just need you to tape it while I hold it.
So I would, I'd like people who are advisors to the governor, because cannabis is a bipartisan issue, right? Has been for a long time, increasingly so. So it's not a democratic issue, it's not a political issue, it's really about making sure that people have access to the things that will give them a better quality of life. And we all deserve that. So I think it's an education issue. I think it's too distant from the issue. I think you may have a lot of people who are, people who haven't really brought the facts with regards to cannabis and what's happened in other markets where they've seen a tremendous amount of success. So, I think it's a counseling issue for our governor, but I would hate to make it a political issue or something that's Democrat versus Republican, because again, no one's all good, no one's all bad. It's really specific to the policy itself.
Jody, you spent a lot of time in Tallahassee dealing with all this. What do you think of the governor's statement?
It was a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that the Capitol smelled like pot on Monday. No, really. So Florida Cannabis Action Network for more than 25 years has gone where they told us no and danced. And we brought the band. And when you go where they tell you no, and you bring the band and you dance like we're doing here this weekend, you move the line and they step back. And that's what the pathway to legalization looks like for me, is one where they tell us no and standing on the line together and making it look like a party, because if it's a party, it'll be fun, and moving forward. It is political. We have two Democratic candidates who are very out front on legalization, and the governor, who is going to run against those Democrats, has to position himself. It's up to primary Republican voters to help him get in the right space. It's easy. But people like me are gonna keep telling them where to go. And most are like, but you're right, we've gotta tell our stories. We have to make sure that the people who are most affected by this are on the front line. That's the same tactics we've used for 25 years and in 38 states and 18 states. We're gonna go on legalization. Affected persons get out there and tell their story, and the rest of us get behind. The Republican leadership is still stuck in a paradigm that is controlled by Drug-Free America, which is very real in this state. And we have to be very careful in a state the size of Florida that as we move forward, we carefully define this on our terms. And the reason I say that is because when they poll and it says that homegrown polls at 40% and outdoor homegrown polls at less than that, someone like me goes, holy shit, I need homegrown. Now, how does something like outdoor cultivation but not inside? Because it's different.
There's a guy up there on the table. His name's
And one is yes, we have to be careful how we define it.
Courtney, you're from out of town as well, like me. So what's your perspective coming from Denver, seeing how things are going in Florida?
So, I mean, as you just mentioned, we have about 37 plus states with medical programs, over 47 with some sort of access to low THC, and 18 now with adult use. Denver's sort of been a thought leader. We were the first state to pass adult use cannabis. We saw the pros and cons of how being a first mover impacts policy and where we could do a lot of things differently. But Florida has that exposure and that experience and has been able to watch it, and it's time for them to take a step forward. There's an incredible market for it here. We have all the policy experience that you would need, and there's really no excuse at this point. And there's such a huge black market still. So, sure, get some better sort of air quality type technology, but these are all solvable problems, and that's really not the issues that we should be focusing on when we're talking about cannabis policy.
And Greg, you are from Austin, so also you're from out of state. What's your perspective when you come to Florida and you know what's happening here? And you hear things like the governor calling Williams. Austin. Use a mic.
You all hear me?
Get the mic close to your mouth, like this. Okay. There we go.
So I don't know much about cannabis policy. I think I'm not saying no. For the last year, I've been trying to make to see how I feel about it. And for the most part, they're broadly supported. It's acting them on their terms. Whereas in Oregon, California, you can use language like equity and inclusion. That's going to be lost on them. And so, but when you talk about how it helps veterans, about how veterans are having applied in Mexico to get legal psychedelics, that works their ears out. And you tell them that one of the major barriers to getting access to these medicines is the drug administration, and that we need deregulation, that works their ears out. I find that when you meet them on their terms and give them policies that make them look good in front of people that they care about, they're broadly supportive. And then they also just need a bunch of money in this space to get people's attention. So if you meet people on their terms and you throw money around, good things happen.
So, Mike, you may be our only Republican on the panel. I'm not so sure. What's your take on the Republican governor of Florida?
Well, so he's much better than Rick Scott was.
Bring the mic real close to you.
He's much better than Rick Scott was. So we moved in the right direction. I'm not saying that we were hoping that his wife would move towards it to find some solace. As you all know, she's been diagnosed with cancer, and so she's been going through chemotherapy. I haven't seen that yet. But I think it's a big rhetoric change, honestly, from it was years ago when he started. When we came out with our Regulate Florida petition, his initial response was, it's never going to happen on my watch. And the fact that he even alluded to the point that we shouldn't be locking people up in prison for this, I think is a huge and monumental shift in what I would have ever expected him to say. So although we are not there yet, that's kind of my job, right, to get us there.
everything I'm trying to do is to get us there, not only the Republican Party is education, because this is not a bipartisan issue anymore. And we do this when we passed medical marijuana 71%, and the two presidential candidates that year, it was like 49 to 48 in the election. So we know that this is not, and that's why I felt comfortable coming out as a Republican, because it's not bipartisan anymore. And drug-free America really has blocked this industry in Florida and the entities that exist. They donate, I think Spall's current Speaker of the House got over $1.2 million from the settlers. It's a money trail, right? And we see cannabis policy is moving on the federal level. Why? Because there's more federal lobbyists in the cannabis space putting their money where their mouth is to expand and change the laws. Good thing is DeSantis, to me, the Republican Party on this issue, I'm confusion with it. We're very much, no mask mandate. It's my body with the vaccine, but not your cannabis and not your psychedelics. That to me has to stop. And the free nature people, and I haven't met that group yet, but very much want to. These are plants and substances that have been around for 5,000 years. Way longer than we have, way longer than government exists. And it's our purpose. And we're running the medical necessity defense in cannabis, and we'll continue to do that. Everyone should be able to use it. This is a therapeutic substance. We're also starting to do that in psychedelics as well. The science on that. So we have to keep fighting on all levels. Our governor will change, and you know what? He's going to be president or running for president in 2 years. We know he won't sign policy, so we have to do the ballot initiative and make them understand that they're not going to get voted, that they're not going to continue to be able to have the power that they do without supporting this industry and this issue. That means everyone voting, all the young people, and getting out, making your calls, joining up for organizations like Florida Can, and all those out there that send emails to these people. But they have to know about this. But it's a step in the right direction, but it's not far enough.
All right, just to remind people, the governor said, I've never thought that somebody who was caught using it, we're not going to use the prison system for that. Kind of parse that all you want and try to figure out what you really meant by that. I want to move into a discussion about the efforts here in Florida to legalize adult use cannabis and the problems that have ensued. Several efforts to get the measure on the 2022 ballot have failed. Last April, the state Supreme Court blocked Make It Legal Florida's proposed Florida marijuana legalization initiative, calling it misleading. The Florida Marijuana Use and Growth Legalization Initiative will attempt to get on the 2024 ballot. And there are other efforts in the legislature to make this happen. Sometimes a little confused by how many different ballot initiatives there are going on right now in Florida, the efforts, but let's just talk about that. What's happening on that front? And where are things heading? Is there any hope for 2022 that there will be a ballot initiative, or you have to wait till 2024? Right.
Good question. I mean, at this point right now, I still see the one petition going around, and I know the Democrats are doing everything they can to get people to fill that out. That is the biggest thing that I push as well with all the Democrats, all 67 counties. We want to make sure that we get as many people to fill this out so we can get these initiatives on the ballot and make sure that we pass it. So right now, it's just basically making sure that you guys are paying attention to what the politicians are saying, making sure that you're voting for the right people. People that tell you that they're not going to legalize it are telling you they're not going to legalize it, so stay away from those. Focus on the people that actually are for it. Look, at the end of the day, we need to just make sure that we vote this old guard out that keeps pushing back on us. We need to make sure that we vote the new blood in that's actually pro and is going to continue to push this effort forward. There's no reason why we should be regulating age plans, as well as psychedelics and all that good stuff that we like. Why? Because it's helpful. It helps people. There's no reason why you take away that from people. People can buy opioids or they could buy beer or alcohol all they want, no problem. But when it comes to the plant, no, why not? It's stupid. So vote for the right people and you'll avoid these problems. Decisions, if you see them, sign them, do whatever you can. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but we can make it happen and we all work together.
Vote for Ryan Morales for Agricultural Commissioner. Sure.
Yeah, first I just want to make a point of clarification from the last question. When we say that it's a bipartisan issue, it means that there are Democrats who support and there are Republicans. That's look, it is bipartisan. We do have Republicans who are standing up in support, and we have Democrats who are standing up in support, and Democrats have more of a legacy in that area, but it doesn't matter, it just matters what the ballot is. So on the ballot issues, you know, we have Jody here who is one initiative, Michael here who is another initiative, so I'll let him speak more to the details. But what I will say is, you know, when we do these sessions and people say, when's recreational going to happen? You know, my response, which is usually in my head and actually stated, is what are you going to do to make recreational happen? What are you going to do to make home so happen? It's not for you to sit here and collect, you know, start stacking chicks and planning for this great day when we'll have recreational, or when you'll stop buying from your usual supplier of cannabis. No, these things, it takes momentum for them to happen. Again, two ways traditionally that we have cannabis legalization. It's either by a ballot initiative, referendum, or it's by legislative act. So with those two strategies, which are, you know, it's very simple, you have to say, what am I going to do to work on it legislatively? Or you're going to meet with your legislators, the people who represent you. They are not always in Tallahassee, DC. They come home. They have district offices where people represent them. You can go 15 minutes from your house, 20 minutes from your house, visit their district office and say, this issue is important to me. That's what you can do to move this forward. When it comes to ballot initiatives and having petitions to get enough signatures in order to get Supreme Court review, you know, what can you do? Well, the people who make that happen, they give up their Saturdays, their Sundays during the week, and they stand in the sun and they stop people in the middle of their day and ask them to fill out a petition every day for years. 4 years. So what you can do is, one, if you see one of those people and do your research on which petition you want to sign, I say, you know, sign both of the ones represented here. You don't have to choose. Sign it. Or if you can volunteer your time to give up one Saturday so someone else doesn't have to do it 7 days a week. Or you can donate money. You can give your own funds in support of their efforts. So that's really what I want to say, because I know we have experts here with regards to ballot initiatives.
Jody, which one are you focusing on?
Floridians for Freedom, Florida Cannabis Action Network, and I know time is short, there's a lot of people. We have a booth in the 900 aisle. You can find out about our voter education program at flcan.org/revote. We have palm cards downstairs that are talking about the 5 bills that are available right now in the legislature. We are at the end of week 4 of a 60-day session. The chances of us doing anything this legislative session other than taking back what they have already stolen from patients is minuscule. But with your help on Monday morning, making phone calls, we can restore telehealth to existing patients. We cannot let them take an inch, and they have taken a mile when they took away telehealth for existing patients. Don't let that happen. We have 2,000 palm cards. You can take one for yourself and friends. Ballot initiatives require millions of dollars and the engagement of tens of thousands of people. If someone has $500,000, let's talk. If you don't have $500,000, stop talking and do something.
Well, you know, prior to the last couple of years, most cannabis legalization was done through ballot initiatives, and now it's happening, you know, more through legislatures. So what do you say?
One thing that you have to realize is that in the last 10 years, the Florida legislature has absolutely eroded the ballot initiative. So the laws are changing very quickly. That's what I've been doing. Ballot initiatives, and again, it immediately impacts our ability to get something on the ballot.
And generally speaking, people love to vote for weed. 75% of the ballot initiatives for cannabis passed.
Absolutely.
So Courtney, what's your, again, out of state, but what's your take on what you see here happening in terms of the efforts to legalize adult use?
Sure, so I just want to chime in on everything all of you just said with respect to getting involved. And there's only about 20 states in the country that have a ballot initiative process. So Florida is very, very lucky in that regard, where that you can have a grassroots effort and actually get something done. There's over half the states you can't do that. It's through the legislature or nothing. And so while it is kind of, Florida is a very large state, it takes a lot of signatures to get on the ballot. You don't even have to vote for the initiative, but you need to sign the petitions for it to even have a chance. The ballot initiative process is so important and such a privilege. And working on ballot measures in Colorado versus Michigan and seeing the differences in sort of access and how complicated it is for different initiatives to get on the ballot and how over the years it's becoming more and more difficult. There's law firms in Michigan that literally sue to disqualify ballot measures. So we have a very incredible opportunity here in Florida to have a grassroots movement really make an impact. And I just don't want anyone to kind of take that lightly because we're seeing less and less of that, and it's only going to get more difficult. But it really is the best way to get good legislation, good policy passed, because you're not having to work with the legislature and all of the different kind of agendas. You can have a grassroots, bipartisan effort and really make an impact.
Greg, I'm going to skip you for 1 second here, just so Mike. Mike, if you were to win, a statewide election here, what would you do? What would be your approach to passing adult use legalization?
We're going to start with the ballot initiative. Honestly, I really think that this is potentially our last year to get this done. The legislature continues to wear this away. You're not going to see, as far as I know, besides the legislature putting on an initiative for the ballot this year, you're not going to see any citizen-led petitions. Because what they did last year was they enacted a law to limit the donations drives could take our political committees or petitions to only $3,000 per person. That was held up in litigation until like July of last year. So we had a very short window to try to get it on the ballot for 2022. We are starting, and every initiative in the state is starting new as of February 2nd from ballot number 1. Okay. So we have Jody's petitions are down there, the Florida can sign them. The regulated Florida petitions are down there. Both of these include home cultivation. You can sign them all, you can vote on them all. It does not matter. More liberal policies will prevail. But again, the legislature already,
that's what I was going to say.
did introduce a bill to be able to limit and basically abolish the citizens' rights to be able to put this on the ballot, anything on the ballot. What they do is say, oh, it's all these out of interest people coming in and buying out our state. That does not happen. The majority of interest, John Morgan is the one that bought out half of the ballot initiatives passed, right? He's obviously a resident of Florida. These are people in Florida, 891,000 registered voters have to sign it. And we have to pass by 60%. Not one person in the legislature has to pass by 50%. They just have to have a majority. So they are continuing to erode these rights. So if I can do anything today is to plead you, to please get involved in these initiatives. If you donate $5, $10, $20, it does not matter the amount. Yes, we need hundreds of thousands, but every dollar counts. And it's really important. We're lucky, with the relationships that we have with Regulate. We do have money. We do have Truly behind us, supporting us. They are right now the only dispensary in the state that's given us money financially. Realize they're the only dispensary in the state that at this point is openly, publicly supporting your right to home cultivation. And again, our initiative does not create up a business system for them. We are not milk, make it legal for them. I can tell you, I am dreadfully afraid if you want home cultivation, if we do not do it this session, 2024, it will not happen. Because I do believe our legislature will pass an adult use or legalization bill. But that bill will be centered around one thing. Can anyone guess what that is? The businesses that currently exist. We will keep that limited licensing structure and just open up their window of revenue even more. So we really need to do this. I mean, with all my heart, and Jody knows, and Jody's there with me. You know, this is something we have to stop arresting and persecuting people for cannabis. We have a client in Miami, over 1,000 grams of edibles, whether combined weight with the product, is technically, and they're charging as synthetic cannabinoids. Okay? A first-degree felony, punishable by a minimum of 15 years in prison. So we're the ones that have to stop it. We need you to get involved.
Okay, so I'm happy you went there. I just want to, some stuff that research I did for this panel. So one of the articles said State Representative Yvonne Hinson from Gainesville has sponsored legalization legislation, HB 291, that Representative Andrew Learned from Tampa says isn't going anywhere in this year's legislature. Last year, it died regulatory reform subcommittee. The news outlet WJAG said 2020 is not likely the year recreational marijuana will be legalized in Florida. And they talked about the amendments and so on and so forth. So is there, like you're saying it has to happen this year, but what's the likelihood that it may possibly happen?
Yeah, our ballot initiative is now for 2020.
Right.
The reason why I'm saying is because we were going before the legislature is making any change to that petition process, we will be before that, it will not affect our ballot. So we will still be able to, we have 2 years.
Right, but the point here is what can be done in the legislature before that.
I don't see anything getting done, except hopefully protecting our rights, telemedicine. We're lucky not to have a THC cap, as far as I know, introduced yet at this point. And I know, our law firm is also working on a lot of these things. We challenge the constitutionality of cannabis and Schedule I substance regularly and consistently. We just, I just started arguing the privacy. In Florida, we actually have a constitutional amendment, right to privacy, like in Alaska. It's never been addressed by the Florida courts, but the Alaska courts basically held that, you don't have a right because of this right to privacy to go in people's homes and bust them for cannabis anymore. So we're doing everything we can to expand it. I think ballot initiatives, legislation, and then through the court system. And you guys can also do jury nullification as well. If you get called to a jury, I know it sucks, but if it's a cannabis case, you have the right to say no, regardless of whether or not how guilty they are.
Yes, I have so much to say. Well, I'll keep it brief. One, I sat through the last panel, and a lot of my friends on the panel, I have so much respect for them. But I heard a strong message of it's not going to happen. Especially with regards to equity. I have to ask the question: who has the authority to tell us that we should be satisfied with working for them? By saying it's not going to happen, it demobilizes our efforts. And we have to reject and rebuke it. I'm an expert, she's an expert, we're all experts here, we all have our own opinions, but you have your own opinion. Do not be distracted by shimmery stuff. Do not be distracted from the objective of a free and open market where everyone can participate and be a part of it, where patients have access to medicine, where people who want to remain anonymous can go and get access to medicinal plants. Do not be distracted. People are going to tell you no, it's not going to happen. It can't happen this session. You still try and work like you believe it's going to happen every single time, every single day. So that's the first message. With regards to equity, I was a co-author for the first equity bill in the state of Florida last session. It didn't go anywhere. The Henderson was mentioned. Hendersonville, I believe, has equity provisions. Last year had equity provisions. That's why it's not going anywhere. Recreational is a part of it, but it's the fact that it does look at people who are formerly incarcerated and tries to repair the harm that was done to them and their families by giving them, one, a chance to participate in the industry, and two, giving them a chance to get on with their life and expunge their records so they can live in regular neighborhoods like everyone else after a background check. so that they can get the jobs that they deserve to have after they've already paid their debt to society, doing the same thing that our legal drug dealers who are license holders now are doing. So don't let people tell you what you can and cannot do. Don't let people tell you what is and is not possible. Even us as experts, even myself as an expert, what you need to do is say, what is the world that I want to see? And how am I going to contribute day by day, week by week, session by session, to make that happen? It's not pie in the sky, people. If you take Florida out of the equation, there are plenty of states that are doing it. There are plenty of states where they have license holders of color for years, for over 10 years. So why can't we do the same thing in Florida? Because people believe when other people say it's not going to happen, it can't happen. People don't get out of their bed, out of their houses to go do the work. They're waiting for it to happen so that they can make billions, gazillions, and billions of dollars after other people do the work. That's not right. So my message is, it can happen. It's putting the pressure on our representatives, our legislators, in order to let them know what we need. And even hearing the message of, if it's powerful, not powerful, but if the money happens, then it'll happen. Positive change and progress in this country hasn't always been because money was behind it. Segregation was legal, slavery was legal, alcohol was illegal, and the money people were in opposition for this progressive change. So in order to make sure change happens, we can check our conscience, we can check what we want for ourselves, we can check what we want for our families, and start taking steps in that direction.
I don't want to take that long. My colleague.
My apologies.
He said 2 minutes. No, I didn't mean you. He told me 2 minutes.
I'm trying to, we're getting close to the end, so I'm trying to regulate.
My colleague Kathy Jordan, and some of you will know her name, she was one of the lead links in the smokable case that allowed us to have whole plant flower in dispensaries. On February 22nd, she will have been doing this for 25 years. She was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease in 1986. You all know how this goes from there. Cannabis stopped her disease in 1998. In 1997, she spoke for the first time at a hemp fest that was shut down that afternoon by police. For 25 years, she kept the blinders on. Every day, knowing what she wanted. And this February 22nd, we celebrated
my birthday.
You know what? You're part of the legacy of that. And each of you are part of the legacy of that, but it really does take hard work and getting up and doing every day. And you are so right about creating the vision of the see. And psychedelics brings that to us.
Okay, so I want to steer, Jody, I want to steer this conversation since we are at Cannadelic. We're talking mostly about cannabis here, but there is an effort here in Florida to decriminalize nature and some representatives to move in the direction of decriminalizing psychedelics, especially mushrooms, psilocybin. A bill introduced by Florida Rep. Michael Rico aims to legalize use of psilocybin to treat mental illnesses such as depression and anxiety. The Florida Psilocybin Mental Health Care Act would create state-sponsored clinics where patients suffering from mental health disorders could be administered microdoses of psilocybin by a licensed medical professional, something they're already doing in Oregon. So let's send this over to Greg, as a specialist in the psychedelics area. What do you think about that, and how fast do you think it may happen here in Florida?
This is a decriminal.
So, there's been, I think, 2 different bills or iterations of psilocybin-related therapy bills that have been introduced in Florida thus far. One would create sort of a supervised access model for psilocybin and then do a little bit of decriminalization. I don't think it really went anywhere in 2021, but at least it got good media. It's made a position point, and then there's another one, I believe, to create sort of like additional mechanisms for engaging in research of psilocybin and ketamine and I believe other substances. And so, I mean, that's really, really important. Do I think that it has a chance of passing the legislature, either of them this year, based on even just my cannabis learning from you all and the status of that? I don't think so. But I think it's really important that politicians continue to create platforms based on this type of policy standpoint, and then, you know, it just keeps the dialogue going. The more local efforts we have, we went from Denver in 2019 being the first city in the country to decriminalize psilocybin, and now we have 13 cities that have passed similar legislation. Almost all of the other ones are more than psilocybin. And we have Oregon passed its psilocybin therapy model. We have 3 different states working on ballot initiatives. 2 have been submitted. California is going to see it. So the more we can just continue to keep the research and the efficacy and the movement in the forefront of the news and media and continue talking to people and educating people, the more of a chance we'll get to see something like this on the ballot in Florida.
Greg, what's your consulting advice in terms of moving this issue forward?
So I'm optimistic that Florida can legalize at least some psychedelics in the next 2 to 3 years. We've seen pretty quick movement in a number of states: California, Oregon, Washington, now New York. After Oregon passed its ballot initiative, a number of other states started introducing. My understanding from talking to lawmakers is they're generally getting a very good reception. Unlike cannabis, most politicians don't know much about psychedelics at all. I spend a lot of my time trying to tell them like the difference between LSD and heroin, and like they don't even know that there is a difference. But like it's not in their wheelhouse, right? But when you tell that, though, you know, a lot of them deal with the opioid crisis, and when you tell them that the president's son had to fly out of the country to get help with his substance issue, because it's that effective, then they start to listen. So in a state like Florida, I think my approach has been meet people with the issues that they care about. And so in Florida, I think a successful legalization bill, the one currently proposed this year is probably not going. But I think if you approach it from a deregulation perspective and saying that the state has a right, doesn't have to listen to the FDA, it has a right to its own medical standards, it has a right to help veterans, then I think that'll get a lot of good results. And so if you happen to know anyone in the legislature who wants to have a conversation about it, please let me know. If you happen to know any donors, please let me know. Because in my experience, all you have to do is like, it honestly takes like a phone call. It's really not that hard, it just takes time to talk to them.
Lawmakers do things for people they know and they like. And so if you get to know them, you know where they're at. Then when you ask them to do something, they're more likely to do it.
I'd like to see more churches in the state, like Soul Quest. If you don't know, they're an ayahuasca church in Orlando. They actually had someone die there, and no one got arrested. They're still up and going. I know they sued the feds. I'd like to see definitely more churches pop up in Florida and continue to push the envelope that way. It's a federal issue, so really the state's hands are tied with regards to that, but I'd like to see that, and I think it's an easy model, and it keeps on getting better with the federal cases that are passing regarding these issues, both religious issues for cannabis and for psychedelics. So I'd like to see that happen in Florida.
All right, so I actually want to move this. We only have 10 minutes to go.
Just as a word of constitutionality, I don't think any of these churches are legal. I think it's purely non-enforcement, the reason they exist. And if the SWAT team wanted to bust down their door and throw all of them in jail, they would all go to jail. And so I'm a little weird about people opening churches.
Yeah, sorry, I don't think this guy. But with regards to psychedelics, I just want to highlight, you know, what the psychedelics movement is doing much better than the cannabis movement is they are engaging with their community, and that is going to be key. I think therapists, when it comes to cannabis space, they're so used to being in that addiction space that we really needed to make that effort to engage them. So I see a lot of that in the psychedelics industry. I like that. Challenges with the psychedelics piece is one, whereas cannabis was able to, rely on the narrative of children and sick children, I don't see that as much. You can educate me on it, but as much in the psychedelic space. I think where there is diversity in the cannabis space or front and center diversity. We're not seeing that as much in the psychedelic space. Diversity as far as even consumerism, definitely not diversity as far as ownership, but in consumerism, we see that more front and center in the cannabis space. So that's something that we need to engage our diverse community people with diverse backgrounds. The veterans community is very much engaged with the psychedelics piece, which I'm on the board of a veterans organization called Unprescribed, and we have a movie that's free on Amazon for you to watch about cannabis and veterans and excuse of suicide. So I just want to highlight, the pros and the cons. Well, the positives as far as the psychedelic movement and some of the challenges they'll face as far as people who are advocating. So I've not seen as many people of color from the disability community as I saw with cannabis, and I'm also not seeing where there was a lot of sick children their parents were bringing us to take them to the Capitol. I don't think that conversation will resonate the same way with legislators, so I just want to highlight that.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes. I really do want to steer into federal discussion. We don't have a lot of time for this. We can spend a whole panel on the federal issues. But so running down the panel, I kind of want to know who favors what and why. Quickly, safe banking, the MORE Act, the States Reform Act from Nancy Mace, the Schumer Cannabis Opportunity Act. Which direction do you see things heading federally, and which do you favor?
For me, the first thing is making sure that we deschedule marijuana off of the list. That's going to be the first step that we need to make sure that's done right off the bat, so that way we can start moving with the banking and do all these other things that we need to be able to do to protect the people who are actually working on this. It's a matter of influence. We got to make sure that we get the right influences out there doing their job and making sure that they're influencing the Biden administration and all these legislators and senators are, voting on this.
Everybody, quick answer so we can also maybe take a couple of questions. Cheryl?
So with regards to Safe Banking Act, access to capital is an issue that affects many communities, diverse communities as well. I don't think that, access to banking is a higher priority issue than restorative justice, social justice issues. I think there just needs more collaboration within our industry and within the government in order to move all of the things forward that need to be moved forward. But I think social justice is critical. The exoneration of people, the expungement of records needs to take place at a federal level. I think those are really important pieces. But there's so many facets to federal legalization. But I think those are the competing things right now. And of course, we know the Safe Banking Act again passed the House this past week. So we are going to support anything that supports cannabis. However, we can't forget about the social justice issues because the industry was built on that for people who are incarcerated and with their
You're not wrong. Safe, yes. 280E is killing cannabis businesses. I think very challenging for folks to make profit. If they can get something passed on gridlock, let's start moving in the right direction. Certainly, we've got to stop arresting people, but we have to create this environment that people feel safe to get into the business. And anytime you regulate something, you need to regulate it in such a way that everybody can take part of it, right? And that's where you take your social equity and by ensuring that it's regulated in such a way. I guess I'm asking a question. So get it passed, pass the red line, make sure that we work with regulatory level, make sure that the rules that we build around it are such that everybody can participate.
Yeah, I like the word you safety when you ask the question. Safety for people who are, black and brown people who are going to jail. Safety for patients who know they're getting the product. Safety for owners of license who are license holders so that they don't have to go to jail for doing something they don't like. So safety is key.
Courtney.
Sure, so quickly just to echo, I think the Safe Banking Act is sort of a no-brainer. It's passed the chamber 6 times. It's not really controversial. There's no reason it hasn't been passed yet, and it is kind of just a basic right of access to financial services and protections that I think everyone can agree should be passed. I absolutely agree that descheduling is very important. I like the states reform act, the newer one about the kind of ability for states to decide what's best for them with regard to the regulation of controlled substances. There's a lot of other pieces in there that you have to look into more carefully as far as who's regulating what piece of the supply chain and whether that makes sense. But as far as allowing states to decide what compounds should be regulated and generally how, I think that's huge for psychedelics. That's huge for just general personal rights. And so I'd like to see anything that allows sort of progress at a piece by piece level, or just pull out descheduling, decriminalization, and then we'll figure out how to create access to those important primary uses.
Thank you, Greg.
We're getting really good.
Mike?
It's a professional moderator.
We're making really good progress at the federal level. We have a bunch of people in the House of Representatives who have either introduced an amendment to have research for scientific funding, or are going to introduce a standalone bill for scientific funding, probably to study the effect on veterans. I expect there to be a bill that could introduce and actually pass this year or next year related to that. The one thing that we do need is we have good bipartisan support in the House. We only have Democratic interest in the Senate. You have to cast a no, you Republican senators. We see afterwards. But other than that, Feds are doing great. And I only want them to do scientific research. I don't want them to touch regulation in any way. We'll leave that up to the states. I'm afraid if the federal government gets the regulation.
By the way, anybody want to ask a question over there? We're taking questions in 1 more minute, Mike, 1 minute.
Just progress. I just want to see progress moving forward in the right direction is the most important thing. So I support anything that.
We have 4 minutes. How about some questions? Anybody? Over there? Any mic? Can we bring the mic over and help this out? Situation? Go ahead right now. Come on closer over here.
I was going to ask, why is the context of your arguments always under a social pretext? There's been more innovations regarding the growing industry as a whole in the last 20 years than there have been since the coffee machine. Why don't they focus on all of the new industries being made, all the jobs being made, rather than taking away from the criminality, things of that nature? There are a lot more things that cannabis brings to the world than just getting people out of jail, and I do appreciate it.
Okay, let us answer.
I mean, one of the things I'll say is that's actually part of my job is making sure that we influence and make sure that we continue to push the technology and the science. I actually talked about the STEAM method, which is basically making sure that we make investments in science, technology, environmental protections, economic drivers, and development oversight. All that together for cannabis will be a big deal, but the main thing is really just making sure that we get as many people into the business and being able to do what they can in there. That dollar sign is important, especially for Republican legislators. For Democrats, we believe in this 100%, and we will do everything we can for it. So, thank you. Great question.
Yeah, I appreciate your question. I think that's a great understanding of what's happened, but we just have to prioritize in an hour. Just to speak to innovation, we are doing that work. We are talking about, cannabis is essential for the first time. We celebrate that. I sit on the Broward County Medical Marijuana Advisory Board, and we're working on things related to that and really highlighting the economic impact of it. As far as banking and financials, I work with the Cannabis Financial Industries Group as far as creating standards for cannabis. I sit on the ASTM International Standards Committee for Cannabis, T37. So I am on the executive committee. I'm the chair of the global workshop, so we take innovations from all around the world and we present it so that people can copy best practices. And I also chair their diversity, equity, and inclusion subcommittee. So ASTM is very technical, standards-based committee, but we're starting to do more administrative work. As a Black woman, and in these spaces where sometimes I'm the only Black woman, I'm always going to present with the causes with regards to people of color, just because I think I'm able to, and my peers do the same in settings as well. So it's something that I have to do, but I understand the question. But we also focus on innovation and technology.
All right, we have 2 minutes. Any more questions?
Right here. Got the mic? Oh, it's being recorded?
All right, Cheryl, you have to be quick.
Live
We have another panel coming. I
And
don't
I'm
see it.
recording, right?
No,
Now we're here for you go do what you need to do.
The only way is to destroy the program and restart.
Well, yeah, that's one option, but there's some really strategic things that we can do. Cap on licensing fees, making sure educational programs for people who are applying for licenses and people who are, who once they have their licenses, when we get to a phase of the market. Making sure that, we create a commission and take it out, I know it's constitutionally part of the Department of Health, but if we can create a commission that's focused on regulating in a way that that includes everybody, and that really builds the industry and allows us to take advantage of the financial gains as a state, that's what's needed. Making sure that commission is represented by people who represent the consumer base and represent the state of Florida that we love, that's really important. Starting programs with grants and loans, like we have in Illinois and other states, a lot of the newer states, adult use, breaking down the vertical integration is really key to that as well. So it is possible, it's just putting those things.
One more thing, before we jump in, Joey, is the other panel here, because we have at 12 o'clock, legacy legalization. We'll keep going until the other panel comes in.
Yes, we're here.
You're ready.
Okay.
Okay, I just don't want to eat it, I don't want to eat into the other panel's time, that's not right. We'll take one more question.
Awesome. By the way, love your presentation. Personally, as a comment, beer and tobacco are actually both derived from plants, so I'm not really sure what the argument is with that. But okay. How is the legislation of cannabis actually affecting existing Florida medical insurance laws?
So that's excellent, and that's part of kind of the dance that we see some of this happening with. I was talking about telehealth for existing medical marijuana patients, and I was talking to a lobbyist, and he said, the medical industry is not in favor of telehealth. The FMA sees that if you are doing telehealth, then Medicaid doesn't want you to bill as much. And so the more we're pushing telehealth, because it works for us, we're all paying out of pocket. But us paying out of pocket is affecting their ability, because telehealth is bigger than just us. Drug testing and the drug testing industry. The drug testing industry wins as long as we keep doing drug testing, but the insurance companies continue as long as we get. So I think all of those things so the coding, being engaged, visiting your local office, everyone can register to go to the local code. Please register to vote. And vote.
Okay, so I'm sorry about that, Joey, but we do have another pass coming in. So we're going to have to end this great Jody James, and of course, thank you, Cannadelic and Colleen and Pete for a great event. Have a great time here. An excellent panel coming in next legacy legalization. Also down the hall, there's an option room. Go there too. Go to the expo, go check out things, buy things, have a great time, enjoy 2 days here. We'll be here tomorrow as well. Thank you for coming today.
Ryan, that mic.
Here for you, man. Thank you.
The booth earlier, Robert Beach, nice to meet you. They're both in Crawl.
Nice to meet you.
She might stand in the back. Yeah.
Hey, what's your thing? What's your fan with me?
You're gonna be in charge, right? There's some honoring. So that was with the father.
Oh, that would have been so bad.
All right. Good morning still. Somebody look at their clock. Good afternoon, and we're running late. I don't have that kind of time. So if you hear me, raise your hand. If you're still talking. That's my girl right there.
I was trying to get your attention.
That's how we roll.
Hi,
everybody.
I was trying to figure out,
This is a really robust panel. Anyone of the individuals on this panel is, speaker for this entire event. So what I don't want to do is waste a lot of time asking us to get ready to listen, and I don't even want to waste a lot of time with them introducing themselves. I allow them each 2 minutes to introduce themselves with for a third of our panel. Do y'all know who these people are? High face in the house.
I'm checking the golf phone.
It looks like it's unfair.
Nice.
Everything's pretty good.
I gotta stop. I want to know what you want to listen to. You came to this panel on purpose. How many of you came to this panel because of what we were going to say? Okay. How many of you came to this panel because of who's on it? You know that they have a lot to offer you. So I'm going to run through a couple potential things that we can talk about, and you're going to tell me, you're going to give me some feedback about what's going on here. Each one of the people up here has built an enormous community. Who wants to hear about community building for your own business in this day? Who wants to hear about alternatives to Instagram, where you can't even find half these people and what they're posting? Okay. Who wants to hear about education and how important that is for both the consumer and the producer? And who just wants to keep hearing me give topics, because I can do that. Because there's so much they can say, but I have to get to it. Based on your feedback, I want to turn, and we are gonna have time for Q&A. Who's gonna volunteer to tell me when we have 15 minutes left? Somebody's gonna be in charge of that, Lucas, so thank you. What I want to do is I want to, based on your feedback, I'm gonna turn it over to Reggie, and he's gonna kick off our conversation, and he can speak to any of those things, or he can speak to something he woke up with on his heart today, because this is his platform for him. So I want you to listen to my friend Reggie from Oakland High Bay, and let's get the conversation going.
So I want to say, first of all, thank everybody that's in the room. Thank y'all for showing up. Thank y'all for coming out. And thank you, Kat, for connecting us all. I think you just connected tissue between all of us. So I'm going to start. Thank you for giving me the space to do this. I'm going to talk fast. For those who know me, you know that my background is community organizer. My background in mushrooms comes from a cultivation and a commerce space. We're based in Oakland, California, and we do psilocybin mushroom potency testing. We do that under the protections that decriminalization of Oakland gave us. I believe it was on June 5th of 2019, where they decriminalized entheogens and plant medicine in Oakland, California. What that gave us the space to do was to move around without fear of the police using the monopoly on violence to shut us down. All right, and the reason that I focus on decriminalization right now before anything, you don't hear me talking about legalization, is because I also come from a state that's decriminalized cannabis. It's been decriminalized for quite some time. And it's been legalized for quite some time. And in that time where it's been legalized, we have seen right now, like the man Tim Blake who might be in the room, they call it an extinction level event of the legacy cultivators and the legacy folks in this space. And so as places like this move to look towards legalizing entheogens, mushrooms, and plant medicine, I encourage you to move slowly, move carefully, and learn the lessons of what cannabis has done specifically in California. You're going to see entire towns wiped out who were perfectly fine when it was off the books.
Yeah.
All right? The only thing that legalizing does is open the door to big money and big business. And once they're in, their big money keeps us from being able to compete and keeps us from being able to get them the fuck out. So move slow, and that's why keep it decriminalized until we can get it right. My lady who was sat here earlier, the minute you let the corporations in, they don't care about equity. They do not care about equity right now. I am afforded the space to be able to advocate for the folks who I want to keep up front, which is the cultivators, which are the people who look like me, which are the BIPOC folks who have been largely marginalized. I'll punctuate my spiel by saying this. It sounds like you all are very interested in talking about education. The company that I have established, High Bay Labs, was established around the idea of I was tired of having stupid conversations in the mushroom space and the commerce space in Oakland. You know, when you bring your fruit to somebody, they have sections out there where you can sell your mushrooms in like bazaars where it's like weed and mushrooms. People would have conversations, oh, well, I want all the caps. Those stems are too big, those caps are too big. And because I wanted to educate the consumer, my lead scientist, Ian Bollinger, my partner in Untitled Labs, who's not here, developed a method where we could educate the consumer again with the protections offered under decriminalization. Right now, the legalization bill that they have on the table in California would wipe out my ability to have a lab. Because it would hand, it's in writing, it would hand the legislation that they want us to vote for, would hand the testing business over to already established cannabis extraction, cannabis labs that have big money behind them. And so just keep that in mind, decriminalize. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you. You know, Reggie spoke to, snap all you want, clap all you want, but it's not going to stop us from talking because we got a lot to talk about. I'm talking about education, how important education is. Who here thinks they already know everything about cannabis and mushrooms? Oh, I'm so glad you all have enough mushrooms to know that you don't know shit about it. I know I have. I want to, that's an excellent segue to Cassandra. Cassandra, talk to me about education and events. Cassandra Posey, talk to me.
Hi, everyone. I'm so stoked to be here, guys. Thank you for showing up. I started Cognitive Function as an education-first company, so I focus on functional mushrooms, which is really important for trying to bridge the gap and have some sort of space between the two and educating people who might be mushroom curious or scared about taking on larger endeavors with other types of mushrooms. We can intro them with, medicinal mushrooms, and there's tons of science behind all that to back it up as well. I've spent majority of my time, and if you come to my booth, sometime in the day, I can show you a bunch of different handouts and fun things to spark your imagination and get you excited about functional mushrooms in the space. But bringing together a community and bringing education to the forefront is my goal with what I'm working on, as well as transparency and testing. So really bringing the right extracts to the forefront of the market and pushing forward the conversation of what that means and what we're putting into our bodies is super, super important as this continues to develop. Reggie and I are going to be putting on a Seattle meetup festival. Hopefully we'll be at the end of the summer, early fall. Dustin Wolf will be involved. I'm definitely going to be there. Yeah, Kat's going to be there. Kat's going to speak. I really want to bring, permaculture and mushrooms to the topic of conversation for that, and give people a place and a space to learn skills and commune and talk about medicine and talk about making medicine together so we can all share with one another what we know and get excited about what we all have going on. So thank you very much. Yeah, we're all
I'm gonna go to Dustin, and then Dustin, I want you to kind of kick it out to the beer bros, and then we'll come back to Jeff. Dustin, you got a couple things. I'd love to hear about community building on alternative platforms, and then maybe kick off to the beer bros, because that's their pain point right now.
Yeah, sure. So,
Dustin, you can break.
hi. We started a forum in the cannabis processing space because I realized that not only there's a lot of problems with Instagram, and at the time, one of them I realized is that it's not a good place for knowledge to accumulate and then to be able to go back and search for it. So it's just the technical point. I said, how does the other industry solve that problem? They have like a forum where everybody get together and talk about it. And because of the weird space we were in legally with cannabis processing, that didn't really exist. So we stumbled into this platform that we, other than the government coming in and saying, no, you can't do this, which they never did. There was no, corporation above us that said, you can't talk about these things, you can't do these things. And that was kind of right at the forefront of Instagram starting to really censor our community, the cannabis community. Very specifically targeted.
Traffic children, do that on Instagram.
Yeah.
Stay away from weed.
So we kind of, we subverted that by starting our own space and allowing people to speak specifically on those topics. And what's even further than that is we grew this professional group and brought it back into reality. And Reggie, last night was at one of our things, and he was looking around and said, man, you gotta sit down and tell me what the heck's going on here. So it was fire. Why are they so happy? Like, what's going on here? And what it is, we empower people to better their own lives through their business and through their access to information and community. And that's all we're trying to push, because the government, legalization, that is not your friend. That is not there to help you. And these big tech platforms are on their side. They're not there to help you either. It doesn't matter how friendly and cozy it is in your pocket. It is not good for you. Now, what you can do with those tools is build powerful connections with real people and take those connections into the real world and use them to, flourish and start businesses and grow together. So that's really what our message has been, is we all level up together. It's like one of the 4 things that we say within our group. And we meet it to the board. Like, if you join our group, all my resources are yours. Everybody I know, here you go, let's connect. And I hope you guys go make money and have prosperous lives. And if you do, maybe next time you're buying me steak then, right? I don't want anything from it either. I'm not trying to get rich off of you. I want you guys to win. And the more winners you surround yourself with, the better your own life will become. And we have to remember that as the chads are coming. If you guys are not in cannabis, if you are in mushrooms right now and you're looking at this thing, the chads are coming and they will take everything you have and they'll kick you to the curb as soon as they have it. Just don't give it to them. Legalization is just a bunch of fancy. Legalization is a bunch of fancy terms and fancy words so that the big businesses can do this without you. That's all it is. It's legalized. Legal. It's taxed. Yep. Keep them all the way. That's it.
Jeff, I'm gonna start with Jeff, because if we start with Bill, Jeff's not gonna have a chance. brother thing. Let's start with Jeff and then go to Bill, talk to us about the challenges of developing a community on the platforms that are available, when the platforms that are available will randomly shut you down and hundreds of thousands of followers.
Yes, I'm Jeff, one half of Beer Bros. I want to thank everybody for coming out as well. Instagram was how we built our presence on the West Coast. We moved out there from Florida a decade ago, just like a lot of you are here, looking for where can I find my place in the industry. And Instagram is actually what allowed us to do that. But as we've seen 5-6 years ago, and again here recently, they just as easily can take that away from you and break that connection point between you and your consumers. And not even consumers, people you're looking to educate. We've had a couple of different alternative methods that we've tried to do with that. It's part of why we're working with us and the Good Life Gang, because that harkens back to the grower side of things. You learned most of your knowledge in the 90s and 2000s on forums. It wasn't on social media, it wasn't placed out there. You had to go find a community. I think that's what a lot of people are going to do now, is looking for a community they want to be a part of. I think that's what all of us here ultimately have in our hearts, is we're not trying to work with big business. We're not trying to commoditize cannabis. We're not trying to commoditize mushrooms. We're looking to better our own lives and then expand that out to the network around us.
When we were being harassed we've been being harassed by Instagram since 2015. We realized that, and that's when we started looking for alternative methods. One of those is doing a weekly newsletter, which if you're not signed up for our Friday sesh, you really should sign up for it. It's super easy to get an insider's view on what's going on in cannabis every week. But that was part of us going right to the consumer, because we realized that platforms like Facebook and Instagram were in between us and our consumer and the people we were educating and the patients, and that they controlled it ultimately. In 9 years, 12,000 posts, 116,000 real followers, never bought one. They turned it off over a month ago and they won't even answer. So it's just insane that you can spend that much time. I mean, I literally have spent years of 40-hour-a-week work job on that.
I want to address that as who's a consumer of Beer Bros Media? Who's a consumer? Who is bummed the heck out that you are no longer a consumer of Beer Bros Media? That's what I'm saying, Rochelle.
So we're trying, but you have to reach out to the consumer. There's some exciting ideas. We tried last year. We came out with an application called Sizzlet. It was basically similar to Instagram, but we were years behind because we don't have their money, and it just didn't catch on. It's still a cool platform. It's still out there if you want to check it out. SIZLIT, and you can put any cannabis pictures and talk about anything cannabis or psychedelics you want, and we won't take it down. You can talk about anything you want, other than selling interstate. You allow that, or they'll take our app. But we can talk about any kind of education on there. So it's just about that. And that's what, like Jeff said, that's what drew us to Dustin and his group. It's an all-inclusive group where once you're in there, you share information, you help each other. Like they said at the event, right? You can be standing, you don't even know you're standing next to somebody that's done monumental things. And then you just don't know it, but they're amazing people. And that was the coolest part for Jeff and myself to get involved with them, was just the networking. But that is what it's about. It's about community. And no matter how much they keep censoring, I'm going to put another page up. I'm going to start over. Now I'm at 7,000 instead of 116,000, but that's fine. We'll work it up. We'll go back. And what I found was I became a micro influencer, which is cool because all the people that are there are like loving everything.
Yeah.
So it's really cool. You don't have like a whole bunch of people that are blah, blah, or wishy-washy. I've got these people that are like really supporting. So there are pluses and minuses to it all. But perseverance for Jeff and I, it's just about perseverance. We just got out to LA. And we found a community, and we helped lift that community up, and then that's how you get acknowledged, and that's how you find people, and that's how you do better.
Just by way of example, I'm going to talk a little bit about local community development. If you're twinning with this handsome guy and this luscious beard, stand up for me. If you're twinning with his was the only person on the panel that I didn't know before the event, but when I walked down the hall and I saw that Joe brings people, I thought we're gonna do all right today. I don't know who this Joe guy is, but I like the way he rolls his feet. Local in the house, let's hear it for brother's been in cannabis for a really long time. It's still hard to talk about those things in this state, with licensure that he has and whatever. So if things sound a little cagey, that's because he's a responsible individual.
So, allegedly.
This is all just for research purposes.
Just like these, some people say. In 2015, I decided that I wanted more for myself and my family, instead of always feeling vulnerable and insecure about the possibilities. So it put me on a journey to come into legal cannabis. It's been quite a journey and quite an emotional ride. But we're here, and we're in Florida, we're growing, and I've gotten together with a great team. You guys can see my people out here. We're family. We support each other 100%. And our main goal here is to bring excellent cannabis products to the end user. We are Freedomtown, and we grow for good. So, myself, I'm a co-founder of Freedomtown. Black back there, someone is right in the front, one of my partners. Again, we had plenty of experience in the past and didn't want that vulnerability anymore. So we wanted to see how we can align ourselves and possibly bring management, bring cultivation experience, and bring development of cultivation growth into this marketplace. We're very blessed that we found our way. It was an IG, but I don't agree with the platform because of the way it treats us. And I guess what I've figured out here is that, are we really out of the dark?
Come on now.
Right? Are we really? Because I see so many people's pages now started over being like, shut down at 100,000 followers like Beard Bros and many other people that have to start.
Instagram, are we out of the dark? Do you have a checking account?
Right.
Do you have a checking account? Raise your hand if you can't get a bank account for your business, allegedly. Like, that's what I'm talking about. We're all here, we're all with licenses, we're all playing the game, and it's gonna cost us $5,000 to $10,000 a month for the privilege of having a free checking account for our businesses, right? We're not out of the dark yet, right?
Yeah, we're not out of the dark yet. Yeah. I feel the same way. I stay up nights thinking about it because I think that now that we're out and we're doing this on a platform that we're very visual, is it the correct move? Is it gonna come back on us at some point and make us look like a gentleman here today, Randy Hissing in the front row, gave up 27 years of his life over this planet. And at the end of the day, that's just sad. That's just sad. Like, what's the understanding there? Like, what are we doing that's so wrong? I work every day. I come home like family. I try to be a great husband, a great dad. I'm normal, just like anybody else. I just have a passion for something that I feel helps people. So why do I have to feel the way I feel? Why do I still worry when I see the police? Why, we're kind of like veterans of the drug war, but I don't even know.
We know the drug war is not over because there are still people being incarcerated because California is about to make grown cannabis a felony again. So here's the metaphor I want you all to think about. We're right on the ocean here, so maybe this will resonate. But it feels like what they did is they sent it out there and we got a hold of that hook and they let us run with it, right? We ran with it. Oh, and it's good. It's 2012 and it's the Super Bowl and it's Washington and Colorado and it's the Super Bowl, right? Yes, do you remember 2012? That was They just set the hook, didn't they? Never had it back in. And that's the feeling I have, right? To speak to them. How does it feel to be like, hey, great, it's decriminalized in Oakland. Go, baby, go, baby. Not like that. not if you're making money and making a presence and you're having a voice, because that's going to be a problem for some folks, right?
The way that, first of all, salute to all the veterans in the room who, I like to say that with legalization, it allows corporations to direct the government's monopoly on violence to where they want to go to.
Like the home grower with 7 plants instead of 6.
And so the packaging, I like fishing just like you do, or just like, yeah, I love your metaphor. The packaging looks really nice because we have to make a decision on, do we want to be looking out the window, or do we want to align ourselves and try to relieve the stress of having to creep around? But at the end of the day, it just seems like a big switch.
Nobody likes a nut that doesn't have a pretty little worm on it.
There it is.
I mean, or like a pink marshmallow.
So I'll pass the mic to the veterans, but it's just the government monopoly on violence is what legalization is.
Yeah, that's it. I'll go through your questions. My time is Awesome. Are there any questions right now? We're at kind of a pausing point, and I will take one. Yes, my friend. It's nice and loud.
What do you guys think about Cookie's recent attempt to announce they're setting up a platform for cannabis? You guys have high hopes for that because they're backed very well. How do you feel?
Well, it's ironic you bring that up. We've been talking about that, and quite honestly, I mean, what is Instagram and Facebook going to do when federally they say, oh, it's legal? They're going to flip a switch, and all of a sudden nobody gets shadow banned or has an account taken down, and they remove the AI that looks for buds. I mean, it's insane. So I don't know what they're going to do. So honestly, I would like to get behind something like that. It's Burner and Weed Match, what we've heard, and quite honestly, they're probably the two only groups that are in cannabis that can not only back, but then get enough people on. And that's the big thing. Like, we tried to start a brand, we tried to start an app, but we just didn't get enough people, enough interaction. You have to get a critical mass, not only to be able to generate revenue, to make it a better platform, but to get enough engagement. And that's what we were lacking. Now, we promoted the heck out of it. We really tried. It's still there. I still post on it. You can go look at stuff. But you need people like, in my opinion, we need people like Cookies and Burner and Weed Maps to say enough's enough. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I guess, is banning stuff too. It's enough's enough. We need a cannabis platform. So I would like to see something like that.
TikTok might be banning weed, but they're not banning enough stuff.
No.
So I do think that to your question, I think that the opportunity is good. Like, I don't know what Weed Max has planned or what Burner has planned, but I think that there's space for people in the community that work themselves up to a position to have fuck you money to be able to curate the community the way that they want to. And that's all I agree.
We had no money when we started Super. No, there was no money. And I mean, maybe there's still not. I don't know. But here's what we have.
There's a lot. You are reaching.
No, we're wealthy.
We have 2 million unique page views a month. We have $30,000, I say make dollars out of it. 30,000 registered users who are active. If you're not active, it just takes you drop off. So when I say 30,000, it's 30,000 people in recent history. How long was it only a cannabis extract for? And now permaculture, mushrooms, cars, kids.
Do they have spicy chicken?
The
buffalo, yeah. Yeah, buffalo chicken.
I don't really want.
Gotcha, thank you.
I don't even have a freaking app on my phone that, like, now if I want to go look at Instagram and I want to look at keto recipes and gardening, I gotta go do that, but I want to go do my wheat thing for my job. I gotta go over to this other thing. That's what I have to use LinkedIn all the time. Get the internet on that.
I'd like to go to this, and it's really because of this, we've become too attached to the dollar sign, for these dollars, and the real value of the people. So we don't sell ads. I didn't start the forum to make money. I needed it as a resource for education. And that's what I want everybody to have. And when you start getting, when you attach dollars to everything, that's the government getting inside of your mind, and you are now a tax slave. And when you everything you associate all wealth and value to dollars instead of to relationships, because that's where dollars come from, is people start looking at where do dollars come from? What's more valuable than the dollar? It's the person. You know what? The government can't tax is relationships. Keep that in mind.
Or to kind of point out that a platform like that is cool and active community won't stay a cannabis only or a mushrooms only or a testing only platform for very long. Because we have other stuff in common. We want to show people our gardens, and we want to talk about permaculture, and we want to talk about aquaponics, and we want to talk about fancy cars. There's car threads, you know. So
channel growing.
Yeah, we have one. They have their own little thing. There's so many like bands. I don't have enough time for the day.
I'm
but
on
I know
this
it's
Discord
there.
real hard right now. I've been trying to hassle Reggie about it, but we're gonna get one started for mushrooms. And honestly, the inspiration comes a lot from the forum. Like, I love the forum. If you guys haven't visited, go check it out. There's so much on there. Yeah. And we talked about, for real, when we talked about making one for mushrooms too, and it's definitely something that I'd like to do in the future, but I think
Who would
Discord.
go there? We make a Discord channel. If I make my announcement tomorrow, will you go there and register?
Yes.
Will you register if I set it up tonight?
Heck yeah. No, we're doing it. I'll know how to do it.
Okay.
I've been pushing him on
I'll
it.
need if you raise your hand. I'm gonna need that eight. Right, Joe, you are, one of the wonderful things about cannabis, I think, is that it lives in state-type environments, right? We get the advantage, every state has such a different flavor. Florida, cannabis, I can't get my hands on any of it, it's not medication, I like the smoked flower, which I actually having on it. But it's charmed, it's wonderful to have this, it's a state-type environment, you're in it, you're building this brand, talking about the actual steps you take. I know that you're family, I know that, but how do you get up? What are you doing? How do you reach out? Do you have events, do you do education, do you online? How do you?
Yeah, well, most of our communication early on was online. So we had some brand development on the rest, and we actually got some followers. The biggest thing about our movement is that, thank God that, growing cannabis was something that believed in us.
Say your brand name. Every time you say Fluent, I want to say your brand
Freedom
name.
Time Coding. Yes,
Freedom Time.
Freedom Time Coding. I'll give you a little insight on Freedom Time Coding, where Manny and myself developed this name from. Manny and myself are first generation Cuban Americans. And we saw everything that happened in the 80s with the Mariel and all that stuff. And to us, our journey was just as hard as the people that got on little floating devices to cross the ocean to get. So they didn't know it was going to be better, but they were willing to take the risk. And that's what we did. We didn't know. We were scared, but we were willing to take the risk for a better tomorrow. And that's what we were trying to hold.
I was engaged for you. Glad somebody got that. Let me have another question. I wanna hear what you guys have to say. It's ridiculous. There's journalists in here. So I can get a question.
So what do you think?
The path, like there's only one.
Love these specifics. Want to start a business, eat good food, have good friends.
Right.
Like Florida just had
Be engaged. I'm gonna fill this one a little bit, and then I'll proceed. Be engaged. Find out your vote as it gets miles away from your house matters to us. You vote within 10 miles of your house. You vote for your mayor. You get the fuck out. You get the fuck out. You vote for your local sheriff. You go meet them. You say, can I buy you lunch? Can I buy you lunch? Can I meet you? They say no to you. You know, you're going on to the next candidate.
Mycelium.
Vote closely. Mycelium. If you don't have a deep trim, whatever the city you're in is, start one. They will help you, right? Start to decriminalize, focus on, do not let them take away home grow exceptions. Do not let them come in with all sorts of shiny things. Your vote matters. Tell your people who are able to vote. It's a tragedy that you can't vote if you're a veteran of the drug war. You should change that too. But there's a lot of people who've been working in cannabis a long time. I live in the Emerald Triangle. And I go door to door. You see me coming to your door? But it's Sunday school or is this weed? Nobody knows what I'm doing. It's either a VBS sign up or it's something about weed mushrooms. So I'm coming to your doorbell and I'm saying, I don't want you to be afraid to register to vote. I registered 150 people to vote a couple of years ago. We were about to vote for a sheriff that was straight out of 1960. 1975 Georgia, and it scared me. And so I knocked on doors, I bothered all the mommies, I got people to vote, and they're like, I can't vote, I'm under the. Yes, you can today, you have to. If you're not, and I know, I don't vote much outside my county, I feel like then it all gets lost in here, but local to you is important. I know some people, you were gonna say something.
You have to think globally, but act locally. It starts at the local level, and you have to work your way up. Like they said, within 10 miles of your home, go talk to those people. You started there, but what you have to do is you have to build that sense of community. And what I heard a panelist say earlier today is so true, and it struck me. Like, there's nobody lobbying against us, right? We're just not coming together enough to get our shit done. That's what it really comes down to. Because nobody's putting anti-cannabis money against stuff or anti-psychedelic money, so to speak, against stuff like we used to see. Brett, you might disagree with me. I'm sure there are people that do, but it's not on a level to where they're just throwing money to suppress us. We have to come together and do our money.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say, is commune, connect, gather, find as many things that you can go to together. The more we eat and sit down and converse and have these deep conversations is so freaking important. And continue to myceliate, really.
I just wanted to echo that. It's get active and stay active. This is a war of attrition, and they're hoping that we're all going to get lazy and we're all going to get disenfranchised and we're all just going to give up and take the easy route and go to the dispensary and pick up the corporate cannabis. And coming from California, where everybody likes to look at it as the model to follow, 60% of local municipalities in California do not have access. Local control matters. New Jersey tried to emulate California, they're dealing with the same thing. Half the state does not have access.
I live
It's
in the
about
Emerald
money, it's not
Triangle.
about people.
I live in one of the 3 counties in the Emerald Triangle, considered the Emerald Triangle. They grow a little bit there, it's a little bit higher. In my county, I have no access to cannabis. I mean, that's not true. But I have no retail, there's no sales, the farmers there can't sell to me in any sort of regulated way. They can't even carry their own product in their car to my house to have a cup of coffee where I'm gonna enjoy it. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because if you're a farmer, you can't even have that in your car for your personal use. So don't think that people, oh, they're in California, you must have these. No, there are haters there. There are haters there. They all have silver hair and they wear the bright orange shirts, right? That's how you see
I
them.
just wrap that up with, normalized cannabis planted. Go over to your city hall, whatever, plant some seeds, stick them in there, go to the every single day, normalize cannabis, normalize mushrooms. That helps, but make sure that normal people see that these are not dangerous plants. It's a plant, it's a fungi, they're not dangerous, and it's just a plant.
One last thing is, if you are getting active and you're meeting your local city councilman and none of them align with you, that to me means there's a power vacuum filled by somebody that has our interest at heart.
Following up on all that, yesterday I was thinking about this and I was like, what is it that the government thinks? That because we have a medical program in Florida and we alienate people that have spoken 20 or 30 years, and if they don't have the correct ailment or whatsoever, they don't get to buy flowers. So do they think that these people are not smoking? Like we're fueling the legacy industry with all the restrictions we have in medical cannabis. Let's open it up. Let's just make it right. And maybe then we'll see some success and we'll really free the plant. But as right now, it's a slogan, but it's not true.
Almost like they don't want to free
It's literally, there's 3 things. There's barriers to entry, there's overregulation, and there's overtaxation. And I do feel like all 3 of those were put into place on purpose, right? They told us they weren't going to do
So
that.
this is a good pivot, because I'll tell you about somebody who wants to put barriers of entry in on purpose.
So I'm gonna piggyback on that one and segue into this one. One of the things that's made me so influential in terms of this mushroom space is I started local. I started organizing in Oakland, talking to the city council people. There's not a city council person that doesn't know me or what I do. And this is when I was growing. I'm not growing anymore just because I'm worried about the feds, but when I was growing, everybody in Oakland knew, and because I used my platform to interview them all to answer to the mushroom people. And I had them on record talking about, I believe in decriminalization. So I think that those relationships that Justin was talking about mixed with the lobbying and holding your elected officials accountable that you were talking about, is huge. And then I think the last part, to segue into the next question is, at this point, I've watched how cannabis is played out throughout the country. And in various places, starting, I use Colorado as the first one. Because when Colorado legalized cannabis, they put so many barriers of it was just blatant. They said you have to have 10 years of tax records in order to play. You have to have this much money in the bank in order to play. You can't have a felony in order to play. And what those things are is barriers of entry to people like me and some of the veterans who literally were pioneers and paved the way. You know, if you did time or if you didn't do time, you took the risk. You're a veteran of this. And so I'm looking at the way they play, and I'm like, if they can put barriers of entry to keep us out, why can as we're lobbying for these various legalization bills, and as we're lobbying for these various legalization bills, when it comes to commerce, why can't we make agree as a people that we want to put barriers of entry for them to keep them out? And what do I mean by that? We look at where the weed money comes from. It's a lot of Wall Street money that's in the United States, a lot of Bay Street money that's in Toronto, and I don't know what it's called in Great Britain, but it's these three places money comes from. Why can't we say if your money comes from any institution, any of these financial institutions, you can't play? As a board, we can say that. You know, only if we vote and work. Only if you know, when we have to vote, when they're asking us to vote, we say that when they're asking us to sign up for this legislation, nah, fuck that. What barriers of entry will protect the people? And those barriers of entry I believe it starts with a finance cap. Do I know what it looks like? No, but in cities like Arcata, they have banned, Arcata, California, Emerald Tribal, they banned chains from coming into town. And they banned restaurant chain stores, they banned those legally. You can't, there's no fucking Walmart in Arcata, and if it is, it's somewhere on the outskirts, and they do that to protect the people, to protect the local economy. We can do that when we're talking about cannabis, we can do that when we're talking about mushrooms, and we shouldn't be willing to sit down and have a conversation without that being a non-negotiable.
That was one of the things that California put into place and then changed the last minute on us. They put a size limit in, which I agree, maybe a size limit rather than, money come from somewhere, but something to limit the size, because what happened in California was they were supposed to protect all the small farmers like my brother and myself who had been there, who had been advocating, who had gone to jail, who had known people that had died for this. They were supposed to protect us for 5 years. Last minute, they allowed what they call license stacking, and all of a sudden your limit wasn't 22,000 square feet of canopy. It became how many 10,000 square foot licenses can you buy? And people were buying hundreds of 10,000 square foot licenses. And now we have an absolute glut of cannabis. So not only would it have been good for the community, it would have been good for the state, because then we wouldn't have had all this extra. We would have had small farmers who cared about what they were doing on a smaller scale. It would have been a better product, and the patients would have benefited. So what happens is they give us the hook, line, and sinker. They say, oh, they think we're going to protect the legacy farmers in California, and then immediately when they start up, they shut up.
And once you sign up and they have your address and you said on the record that this is what you're doing and you paid your $30,000, that's what they didn't like having, they changed their minds.
That's actually something I'd like to bring up real quick, is them getting your information, what's going on in California and Oakland and in San Francisco right now. All the raids you see and all the people robbing dispensaries, cultivations, manufacturing, that's all because every one of us, our locations are public record.
It's on a public list, your
I
shopping
can't
list,
think of
if
any
you want to
other
break
industry
in, it's just
that
right
does
there.
that. Puts people at risk. And then the police do nothing on the backside of it to protect us.
No, they're about to run out. The last 15 minutes.
It's already
15 minutes. Well, I don't know. They said somebody was supposed to raise their hand when it was 15 minutes left.
That we were taking to go to the store to deliver. And God forbid you got caught off route. If you got caught off route, doesn't matter. Maybe it was because one of the overpass was full of snow or whatever it is. If you did not make an amendment to your route and you got caught, you're fine. And at the end of the day, I want to be doing this anyway. If everybody's gonna know that I'm coming, right? So
And as we discussed, there's no bank account, there's a really suitcase full of cash.
Exactly.
Thank you. We're gonna start wrapping it up, but, is there anything going on in Florida, anything legislation-wise coming up, that people who are here that are, if they're not registered to vote, they're gonna do that today? And if they are card that they can vote on, is there any way that they can help you? Maybe, I don't know.
Freedom Town Holdings. I just say, you know, I hear a lot of people here talk about the platforms on this panel and stuff, and we definitely need our own. We are our own community. That wasn't accepted then, and is really not accepted now. They deal with us, you know, but it's a hard road. And I don't particularly like the feeling that I go through in some days when I walk in somewhere and they're like, oh, you're from that cannabis farm up the road. You know what I mean? And it happens a lot. But we were in a little town called Swiss in Washington State. And the population was like 900 people. So they wanted to put a moratorium there and stop it, but as we started leaving the farm, we were going to town and bring in
No, how many pizzas?
then they started to change their view. But it's not because they saw
Yeah,
the
he was just like, nah, we can just get
they just saw that we were bringing money. So they, so again, they dealt with it. But I didn't ever feel.
But at least we'll have from now on later.
They were looking at me like I was showing the passion for a hand. No, that's the guy from the cannabis farm, those guys. And that stigma needs to go away. It needs to go away. Because right now, we produce medicine. We produce medicine and we have to jump through a lot of hoops and a lot of regulation. Like you see guys over in Johnson, they'll tell you right off the bat what we go through on a daily basis in order to pass inspections. To, you know, go through so much nonsense that we feel doesn't play a part. But either we play the game or we get benched. It's just what it is.
And are there any questions? We probably have time for one, maybe two.
I would say, whoever you know, retail side, I always try to talk about the regular only for the platform and support funds. Biggest thing is a lot of people are very like disheartened. It's like, why I've never been in my life, why you try to get it regulated? So I guess what would you say is like, you know, bigger put like, how could you try to motivate somebody to like, no, this is what if you want your freedom, this is the way you should go. I guess what's your biggest like what's the biggest way to motivate somebody? How do you get like them to
So let them see your success. And when you make it look so freaking easy and good, they're gonna wanna do it. But talking people, legacy cannabis people into playing games with the government, it's not something I'm gonna spend my time doing. Right? I mean, because that's what I'm like, I can't sell that shit. I can't, but I can come to your door and say, please register to vote just for this one thing. I don't care if you don't vote for anything else, but vote for this one thing. And then they're like, yeah, that's definitely getting me off. Like, I don't, it just, you know, you can do that. And you guys have other thoughts about that?
Break bread with them, eat with them, and be friends with them, right? Yeah, like don't try to tell them, like Kat said, show them. Here's my life, and here's why it's great, and here's some of the things that I do, including like free access to cannabis, and we have food, we have friends. Like, do you want to be a part of this? Yeah. Great, you can be. Here's how it's not okay. So
lead by example.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you have time for one more. Nobody's waving at you yet. So maybe you have time for one more. Somebody with a question? Yes.
Freedom, what do you guys think about genetics, proprietary genetics, having stuff that's unique to Florida, unique to you, and breeding, and as far as like giving an advantage to small local groups?
Yeah, well, I feel as the industry evolves, the only way that companies are going to be successful is by working with strains that are like OG Kush, PK, Cuban Black Haze. All these strains are Florida authentic. We need to build off of that and respect each other's name. I think that's something that happens here that I've seen in this space. Like, you know, we're in a place where we grow better than you do, or you don't do it like we do. And at the end of the day, that's not good for us because we're a community.
Gentle, kind, hippie soul. There's all that. So that's not just Florida. Okay, that's all right.
So it is very important to identify yourself by developing your own strengths. Manny is our breeder. Yeah, we have a strain called Cake Boss, which we're very excited is gonna come out and go into production pretty soon. And he's worked on that, I don't know how many years, so he finally got something that he felt represented what he wanted, you know, and that journey, like, is spiritual, you know what I mean? Like, it's working with plant day in and day out, hunting, doing that phenol hunt, looking for that male, looking for that female that makes sense, that it's gonna express the way you feel it should, you know? One other thing I like to point out, because I appreciate all the credit and all the applause, but I couldn't do it without my team. And I haven't mentioned over here with my young man. My young man is also great. That's my brother. I'm definitely going to take time because it's not a one-man show. And together with the loyalty and respect that we have for each other and for the plant is what propels us to try to accelerate to our greatness. And I appreciate all of you guys for helping us. Thank you.
Perfect place to tie it up because we started with Reggie talking about community organizing and talking about that. And Reggie, not if you're wearing the shirt, but what's the name of his brand? That's right, because everybody knows that's today. And we know it, and we're gonna see those shirts and we're gonna remember, and that's our picture, because we're gonna go home and we're gonna build communities where we are. We're gonna build communities where it's normal for Sunday school teachers to smoke weed. And we're gonna build communities where that's okay, and we're all gonna have a peace, and we're all gonna have a place, and we're all gonna be able to make relationships and grow wealth and provide for our families, and we're gonna do it outside of here. And that's what I want for these folks, what I want for you, is what I pray over my household for, and I just want you to join me in thanking these amazing people.
If you guys can stop by a Fluent Dispensary and pick up some FTH flour, I highly recommend the fresh cookies before it runs out. Go get yourself some. We appreciate the business and the support. Thank you.
Also, Oakland Hype and Hype Labs have a booth downstairs. Whatever y'all purchase down there helps support our work. We jumped out the window and been public, so we have to do as much legitimate shit as we can. So that helps support me and my team. Like my man said, without the team, nothing's possible. Thank you.
Female founded, we're right next to Reggie. When you support my company, you are supporting growers first. I only work with growers that have toured their farm, and we know each other on a personal level. And if there's one thing to take away, multiple things to take away, but from today is to really know where your dollars go. Know your growers, hang out with them, talk to them, understand the medicine. When you receive medicine in multiple ways, that's an energetic exchange. So make sure that you're really supporting those people and you're giving them love and you're supporting them the way that you best can. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank you all for coming out again and listening to us. We highly appreciate it. You can look for us at beerbrosfarms.com. No Instagram. We have Instagram, but beerbrosfarms.com. We do a newsletter every week. We realized years ago that education is the key to building the community, so that we can then go forth and put forth the laws we want for our psychedelics and our cannabis the way we want them, rather than some politician who doesn't know anything about it. He just wants to vote so they get the most taxes. So education is the key, and we just want to thank you all for coming out. What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, the farms is with a PH. Sorry, for people who don't know, it's Pure Bros Farms with a PH.
You don't know that every farm is spelled with PH. Yes.
I was thinking about the last one. There's been a couple of like when I went on the I just was doing purpose.
I mean, I think right. We're trying to do that. It was already set up by a law, so I'm not too much taking it
It's
wrong no.
You guys have to because like the future, like a few years later, they did like really make some less country. Someone age is like 70 to 90%. Not even to do any of the workout. Yeah, I know, like no workout, right? It's like they just make crude oil. They wouldn't even just sleep. Let's do 6, 7, and 6. Well, because these things we can crystallize up. That purity is so much. Right, yeah. Although the fruit taste does crystallize out, you got some free-range persistence in the actually seeing what happens. Probably, you get like when you're doing the reviews, right? You go die. It's just like a dying you're doing the synthesis and stuff. You're doing it's just instantly dark and like discovering yourself throughout the day. Yeah. They found that just the light, the real light gets in the destroys it more than the oxygen. Yeah, I thought I was saving for any water and acid presence. Just goes polarizing. They're making something great. We've tested it.
I was asking you,
Cellulite and everything else. It's extracted methanol and acetone. That's a non-target stuff. There's a guy that posts about her. There's a guy on there that finds out in the market. Okay. But we need to let it with. Yes. I don't watch this. Yeah. Oh no, I'm in the shirts. No, we didn't. So what do you think is the other stuff?
Sorry to interrupt.
I am Robert.
It's great to meet you.
I just asked about that.
Wow. Yeah, sorry, I just see that from your face. I'm the only
She looks like a gonna go downstairs to see how that's. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, which corresponds to it's under 10 milligrams in 3 days.
Hello, before y'all run away.
You got some props there. Good job.
Your wife.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
But then, like, then they're right back down, like, that's just a post like, oh man, you saw him at, were you in Denver? Dude, I was in Denver that day to go to a speaker, like, audience impressive view. That's right, I missed them. So they're so good. We just Florida spring. I haven't seen him since 2000. My first concert. I saw marketing doing monitor classes. Yeah, so my friend was like, man, I think they might be doing like a second opportunity. They take off. That'd be cool.
You can stop it now.
Yeah, it's not.
I've probably seen Mayor James Keane.
So what, we're on lunch?
Yeah.
Can we go outside?
You go anywhere.
Yeah.
You could literally walk around anywhere. You got full access. I've seen
No, I know, but I'm saying like, we'll be back at 2, or are you gonna be here? Okay.
It's from Houston, Texas. Sure is. Yes, it's hard.
Rich, where you going? I gotta go to my table, man. Come see me down there.
Come on.
Oh, cute are they? They're so cute. Oh my God, you were lying. Everybody says they're cute. You were actually right. You're right.
No, I know. I was just like 10 years ago.
So, she's
So we got
Harvested in 36 days, whether it's done or not.
Just cookies.
Before mine, bro. I'm 91. You guys are born in 91. That's way before my time.
Trust me, you'll realize when you're 40 to 30 are the best. You realize the 30
You guys have my water now?
You think this would be better than well, then again, it's hard.
Took a while. Right now, it's 1 year,
No, yeah, no. That's what you buy. You just.
Yeah, definitely get people sit up and say, what the hell's going on? What you guys are so
I mean, it's just because they're so inconsistent. I mean, the other one's probably just like.
No, a lot of people don't. I just got one thing up this.
Like, it's so different.
where they
When they were young. You know, they're like, say when you got a boy, you
He said you only need
They switched me to this COVID America part.
There's the Royale running
That's all I say. In Ohio, and I get there, blue track and I'm there. Now, I'm driving on the 2 speed. So
yeah. So it's yeah, that's the thing. And then also you have to good job.
All right, thank you.
Yo, man, how many live licenses are out right now?
Your actions.
Here,
Your actions.
operate. Like 11, right?
So much.
Like 11 or 12.
Whatever it is. Stuff like that. No, I'm not saying. I'm a big car guy as well. I'm a big car guy as well. So yeah. That's because that's how my mentor. Check out the. Check out the. I got me a Honda Accord out here. Part of the gears.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, we're going, yeah, this week, maybe Tuesday. Tuesday. Tuesday.
No, yeah, just hit me up and we'll make it happen. I'm right off the Sheridan Street.
Yeah, I got a buddy who's right off Sheridan Street and south of, east of US one.
So let's do that, all right? I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
I look forward to hearing from you.
Right.
Gene Finder, OG, it's definitely, the second I see it, I've seen it on Instagram. A lot of, I think, I feel like
Was
someone,
it
they
working
repost
those
you all the time. Yeah, somebody reposted, because I've seen Gene Finder on my Instagram pop up several times, and like my story reel. Yeah. All
right, man, you know what?
Because I would want to put it on somebody several times pop up across my story reel. Nice to meet you guys.
Yes.
It's great to meet you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll reach out to you also.
I got the wires.
Yes,
The
sir.
wires.
Thank you.
Swear to God, I would never have fun.
Thank you very much.
Yo, not ready, dude.
I would say.
What did that do?
Oh, there is, I was just like, yeah, it's happening.
Dry.
Oh, that's what you're doing?
Just take a handful of ice.
Yeah, no, I got water bottle. Yo, we gotta go to the booth. We gotta go to the booth, tell the guys. Yep. You left some? My water bottle. Oh.
Hey, she was trying to take your watch, dog.
Huh?
I got it on tape, bro. She was like, yo, what's up with your watch, buddy? I was like,
Just like that? Where you going? She hustle you?
She's a big personality.
Who?
She's a whole lady. The one on the, I don't know what you call it.
No, I don't.
It's evident that I want you.
It's 20 minutes.
Yeah, you did. You said it helps. But it did make you feel like.
What? The bad? No. Um, it's like, how about hashtag pay? To all the clients that are like loyal, like you go to the gym, you work out with her, and about your daughter's mother. It's really not. It's trash. How's that?
There's nothing, you look at the people, the one that people have on, they're coming out. You figure it out, oh, we got the right color, we got the wrong color. Yeah, maybe you could.
I really, seriously, too many ways.
What's up with these lights back? You know?
Hi, Josh.
Yes.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Elizabeth. Nikki. Oh my God, Nikki! So nice to meet you. How are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Oh, good. Today's been crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
I was thinking Friday night.
Thursday party. Do you live here? Oh, you do? And is that what Eric is? So you guys can see a lot of each other? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I went there.
Oh, yeah. How are you guys thinking about like long-term? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Baltimore, well, Baltimore and Rehoboth. Yeah. So, no. I'm actually trying to come down and visit before Shabbat, but you never back in too, right? Yeah.
She was trying to help her.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Wow. And she was like that. Yeah. That's amazing. Well, because we always like went around her, but like she's always in the military, she couldn't do it. You know what I mean? So we always like. I love her for. I did, yeah. Well, and you know, it was like, actually, I think she, I don't remember. Like, so I encouraged it. Yeah, I think that's true. But, it was like, yeah. For her, I was just disability or somebody to do. You know what I mean? And then I didn't start marriage. But yeah, I love we
None of you have a challenge that's hurting you. Okay, I just checked out the audience here, none of them have a cannabis business. Because if they're not getting hurt or sick, they're lying. Everything's hurting you, everything's hurting you. What do you have to say, Beth, to somebody? You have packaging, custom packaging cannabis. Who's got packaging in their business? Who utilizes packaging in their business? Eric does. Okay, Pharmax. Eric who made the CPGA that was in the OSU study. Anybody here know COVID cures cancer? Dude who donated the medicine is right there. So thank you, Eric. Pharmax, Oregon. He uses packaging. As a consumer, I'm disgusted by packaging in cannabis. I'm disgusted by the waste of it all. And it's a bummer to me when my friends' brands are crowded out by tiny, tiny, tiny little numbers that my 50-year-old eyes cannot read because of all the regulatory stuff. Tell me what some of the challenges are to specific packaging.
I think one of the biggest challenges in cannabis packaging right now is sustainability. I think it's an industry where, because of regulations about child resistance, which by the way, I think is a good thing for some things. I think that's so big child resistant packaging. The last thing we need is a kid eating, 100 milligrams of gummies. But I think that there are things that are interesting going on in Michigan, deciding that inhalables do not need to be child resistant packaging. I think is really interesting. I wish more states. Sorry. You guys ready there?
Yeah, 5 years.
There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay. So I was talking about sustainability, and there are a lot of different things to think about sustainability. One is how things are packaged in the first place. So I brought up the things that Michigan's doing. Two is how is it packaged? I think there are a lot of times when you look at packaging. I currently saw some gummies in California where the packaging is probably double the size. If I were a dispensary or if I was a consumer, that would make me not want to buy that product. Because that's, to me, that's the biggest fail in sustainability. There are a lot of things going on in terms of substrates, right? You can buy things that are recyclable, you can get compostable, biodegradable. I think our whole industry needs to educate each other. I think as somebody who creates packaging, that's part of my responsibility is to make sure that I'm helping you make great choices. And then I'll put in a plug for somebody who's not here. If you haven't heard Canna Change, something really interesting founded by a woman in Southern California. So she's actually working directly with dispensaries to help put recycling programs where you can bring your packaging back. I'm pretty excited. So there are a lot of exciting things going on.
So that took us like zoom in hard.
Sorry.
Into one. No, I wanted this. We're starting this way on purpose. Philip, fair warning, I'm coming to you next. Because what we did is we pointed out one tiny, tiny, tiny little niche of a niche industry, right? You're living, that's been living for 9 years in a niche of a niche of a niche. It's like I have an extraction, it's a little tiny pocket of cannabis, right?
I am.
In the packaging and the depth of the regulation, the requirements, the child, the sustainability aspect. Do you see how much is in that one little thing? Now I want to zoom way out and I want to go to Philip. And I'll give you guys an opportunity, maybe when you speak for the first time, and we'll come back to that. When you speak for the first time, feel free to introduce yourself. I should have said that. But I want to go to Philip and I want to go way, way back. And I want to look at more macro level, like what.
Thank you.
Talk to me about challenges in cannabis.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you all for being here today. Seeing everyone's time, everyone's presence here really just shows your commitment to this plant, these plant medicines, and also the people that they're serving, but also the plant they're serving as well. So all of you guys should give each other a round of applause for showing up and going through this education. And so, man, getting into the challenges of what's ahead of us, a lot of it is still challenges we had when I got into the industry 12 years ago. And so I got into the medical boom in Colorado in, 2009 when the regulations changed. And then I got onto the ancillary side of the industry as we moved into legalization. And I was just lucky and privileged enough to be in Colorado at the right time. And what I really fell in love with after doing a lot of, open up a lot of ancillary businesses was through cannabis hospitality, cannabis events, and cannabis education, because I felt like we can create the proper relationship with people, and we have the opportunity to allow them to have a relationship with this plant where they can become in better touch with themselves, and in cannabis specifically, although there's so many plants that are not even represented here that can do that for you. But for you to have a proper relationship with cannabis, and so you get deeper in touch with yourselves, and therefore I think you can be in better touch with the world around you. And I truly believe that. And so for me, my biggest problem that I want to focus on for today is the opportunity to empower the people and the consumers to use these plants to their fullest essence, which is unlimited based on the person's body, mind, and soul makeup. And I don't think there's enough awareness around the opportunity that each and every one of you have to utilize this plant to greater degrees, which also sometimes means not using the plant at all, and that becomes with you checking in with yourself.
We're not gonna talk about how you can get it.
Well, from time to time.
You can be visionary in another way, but not like that today.
Oh, yeah.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
So can I segue to Oscar? From Fluent. How does corporate cannabis facilitate empowering people to get in touch with the essence of medicine? Talk to me about the challenges. Like I know you for 35 seconds, and I see you're a creative guy with a soul.
Oh, yeah.
Talk to me about the challenges of working within a framework.
What challenges? What are you talking about? Selling cannabis is the easiest thing in the world. And I actually think that that's part of the problem, that managing expectations of people are jumping into the industry. I think from investors to people that want to work, they see this as a very sexy and attractive industry, and they don't really know how hard it is. So a lot of people want to win this game, but they're not ready to play the game. And I think part of the challenge is getting people to understand how difficult and how to align all these moving targets to make a successful cannabis company. Because we're coming from every aspect of every type of industry, marketing, agriculture, science, education, retail. It's so diverse that it's so.
Accounting, human resources, logistics, like the boring jobs. We need people doing the boring jobs in cannabis, and they need to be smart and they need to be on their game. We have to have them. I mean, you tell me you're an accounting cannabis, that's hot. Like that's a pickup line. Like
Shout out to Lenny here. Shout out to Lenny.
Right? I mean, how is handling that? Who deals with the taxes? Who deals who's right? It hurts. It pinches and it hurts. How are you guys handling it?
Well, first of all, a lot of internal communication. I think, especially in a vertically integrated company, we need to have that. So many things are happening at once, and all of the things need to work perfectly in order for us to be able to have product on the shelves. So I think being able to just be close to each other at corporate and communicate with the grow facility and the manufacturing facility, understanding what product is coming, and putting all that together is key to understand. Because sometimes we see in other companies that they don't know what they're getting on those trucks. It's such a chaotic kind of environment where that translates to chaos for the consumer. So I think internal communication in such big departments and companies are key for success.
Hi everyone, my name is Josh Crosney, and I'm with the Cannabis Science Conference. I think this is all really interesting what you talked about so far. We talked about accounting, sexy, all that stuff. It's interesting to point out that even if you're not just a plant touching business, you still have a lot of the hurdles to jump through, and services and websites will shut you off, and Instagram, and also accounting and services like that. So we for payment processors, for instance. So we're a conference educational event, and we've been shut off by 3 or 4 different payment processors. So now we have to have high risk accounts. So we pay a higher rate for those things, and it really is challenging because at the end of the day, you're being taxed. And really, if the cannabis industry isn't the definition of taxation without representation, I don't know what is, right?
Just put a pin in that right there. That is all the snaps. How many people with cannabis businesses, raise your hand if you have a cannabis business? Again, raise your hand if you have a cannabis business. Keep it up if you have a bank. Keep it up if it's your first choice of banks. Your first choice.
And keep it on your bank knows what you do.
He's Canadian.
Ask who's lost their banking.
Yeah, well,
already.
I'm not gonna ask if they lost their bank penny because that's everybody. We all know that. Everybody loses their bank. I mean, it's these are difficult times that we're talking about. Then all of these challenges, do you think that we forget the consumer? Do you think that we forget that there's somebody who really thinks there's a to waste their medical choice on? 'Cause that's not- you guys know that's not different, right? Well, that's not real. Thank you. All right, he knows that's not real.
Well, I think it's how a lot of people are marketing to consumers. And that's what I think is the, something that should be looked at more so, to really put the power into everyone else's hands, opposed to packaging, opposed to something that's shiny in a bag, that speaks to us, and opposed to a bud tender, which, years ago, I don't know what the status now, but 80% of decisions were made on the bud tender. And those are just individuals who have their own preferences, but that might not align with who you are whatsoever. And so being able to market in a way that's educational to empower the person, I think should be the wave of the future, to start putting it into their hands so they can utilize this plant, because the way that it's marketed, it's limited. We went from sativa and indica, right? And then hybrid, right? And then now each brand will put, and no offense to the brands, they're trying their hardest and they're obviously realizing everything that they're going through. But now it's 5 things, right? It's energize, it's sleep, it's create, and so we went from 3 to 5, but it's literally unlimited. And so
I might want to feel sleepy while I'm creative. You don't know. Like, I just don't put me in a little creative box.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What do you say when you feel like as consumers, how do you balance shiny, pretty packaging that's eye-catching on the shelf, right? Because we're still fighting for that real estate on the shelf. Balancing that with like an educational component. And most packaging, I don't even get to see or touch up close when I buy it until I buy it. So if there's little writing on there, I can't see it until it's on the glass in most states. How do you handle those challenges? Or how do you walk the customers through that as they design their packaging?
I think that.
With your microphone.
Oh, sorry. I have a voice that carries miles, so I know. So, which honestly is not a great thing. So, I think that a couple things. First of all, whenever the first question you have to ask anybody is just, what is your brand personality, right? What do you want? What do you want that consumer to know about you? It is really hard. I'll be the first one to say that you can't pick up and touch the package. It is kind of crazy. If you really want to do it, just make them all empty, and then everybody can touch them. It's just my own personal.
Oh, so now there's going to be 2 sets of packaging. Dummy packaging, but I guess it's
Everything working? Yeah.
I just doubled the cannabis footprint.
Some dude was like,
right
I was just there now eating fried chicken at Red Rooster. I was like, munch on, my
And
friend.
it is fun. Some cities in Northern California.
For both of us. Yeah. And then here's
That is
2
a
cups,
very,
and then waters. Yeah.
In Seattle, where I'm from, everything's behind glass, right? You can't pick up anything, you can't touch anything. I don't know if I have a great answer to your question. I think one of the big things is, what's your brand personality? What do you want somebody to know about that product? Who in the room is familiar with wild gummies?
Oh, yeah. They have that.
And if you're not,
with all the baskets on it.
It's great packaging. It's also a really good product.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one thing about the package is, it's going to get you to buy it the first time, but if your product isn't amazing, you're not going to buy it a second time, right? So one of the things I like about their packaging is the fact that they do a great job in that it's really minimal, right? It's small. So it's really designed to be just about as big as the product is, so there's not a lot of weight. I don't know if you guys know, they use real fruit juice in their product. So all of their packaging, other than Michigan, which decided you can't put fruit on packaging anymore, that it has the fruit on the packaging. So that's the first thing I'm going to see is like, oh, it's got pears, oh, it's got raspberries or berries, whatever that is. That, to me, if I had to pick a package that I really like, I think that they do a really good job of representing their brand and making something that if I go to a dispensary, I'm instantly going to see it on the shelf, no matter where it's in, because you know that shape.
So, you know this conversation because you're putting stuff on the shelf.
Right.
How do you decide what, the wild is a great thing, we're all modding, because they have a cool, like, hexagonal,
I love that brand
faceted
so much.
box. Yeah. And that's a cool Oregon company, original back in the day. I was selling them equipment in like 2012, 2013. They've been around for a minute, so it's exciting for them. Tell me how, if we're out here and we have a business and we would like to be on the shelves at a dispensary, how do we get on the shelves? What should the packaging look like? What do we appeal to?
Well,
Is it medical or?
Yeah, Florida is particularly tough with packaging. They definitely, it's not what you see in other states. So it's very challenging because we think about brand personality. I definitely do all the time, but we're thinking more about what DOH is actually going to allow us to do. So for example, flour or edibles needs to be completely white, opaque, very little presence of branding at all. The only thing that has to be there is your logo.
I'm
So,
just getting mad right now. I'm
yeah.
so upset right now.
So-
Does anybody else just get offended by these regulations sometimes? Like, you just hear this stuff and you're like, why? Why are you letting us have this business if you're not letting us do anything else that businesses do? It's frustrating. Everybody needs to.
Yeah, and I think, they're coming from their approach is trying to protect the consumer, but I kind of disagree with that.
Have you seen sugar cereal? They're not trying to protect the
Yeah,
consumer.
and that's what I was going to say. Like, we're talking about, we have dozens of strains available in our stores. And as you mentioned, they're completely different one from the other. You see that packaging looks exactly the same. Same with edibles. It has to be actually the same color, no nothing. So it is very difficult to establish differences from the branding perspective. So what we decided as a company is we try really hard to have really nice packaging, and I think we're proud of the packaging we have. But we understand that our branding and our marketing needs to happen somewhere else, not in the packaging, because that's our hands are tied. So that's what the way we're pivoting to, having a nice website, and social media, and amazing stores, amazing retail stores. And try to put the brand in other ways that they are.
I get down into a spiral where I just start complaining and getting mad about everything. Lift me up.
Well, I mean, this might not help. You might get mad about this too. But, that kind of talking about the packaging, and it really kind of made me think one of the biggest challenges that I think has been, for years now, is the need to standardize quality control testing. So, as we call it in the industry.
So in all the stuff on the package, you want it to be legitimate.
Yeah,
That was the thing,
and
great.
exactly.
No,
That sounds good.
perfect. Like the data, that
On the
there's
monitor
now
sounds
back,
good.
now we're right back to what Philip was talking about. We're talking about the consumer and the medicine and having a relationship with the medicine. I need to know the field. I need to know if there's a terpene level or CBD, THC ratio that works for me in a medical sense. I want to know that I can get it. So talk to me about how we make that happen.
Well, it's just really.
Without just putting an enormous burden on processors.
Absolutely.
I want a balance there. I want safety, I want sustainability, and I do not want burden.
Right.
So how do we do that?
So there's two facets to that conversation. It's obviously, like you were saying, the cannabinoid ratio testing, but also the contamination testing, and especially when you're in a medical market and you're talking about patients that might have cancer or other immunocompromising conditions and might be on things like chemo and other medications. Something as little as a little bit of mold, that might not seriously affect someone that's healthy, and someone that's immunocompromised, that could, and I don't want to, go too far and say something terrible could happen, but something terrible could happen. Not from the cannabis.
Everybody knows you should not handle.
Right, exactly.
And if you have a product that has mold on it, we're not even
Right.
go that way. We're gonna
Exactly. So, those are two really important things. And, standardization is really seems a simple concept of everybody just kind of getting together, working with the organizations. And, one of the biggest things that we do in our organization is really bridge the gap between the cannabis community and traditional science and medicine. Because, they're not necessarily the enemy. Yes, we talk about big pharma, that's not what I'm talking about here. Quality control is standardized in every other industry and every other product that comes in contact with humans. So why is it taking this long for cannabis? And one of the things that we see is the lab shopping. So when you do different processes and use different instrumentation, you tend to get different results. And as we all know, we're starting to get away from this, but a lot of people still want that high THC.
Unless, see, it used to be that people shop around for high THC, now you're in markets where there are apps. I hope this doesn't come back over 30.
Yes, there's that as well.
Come back over 30, right? So now we're going the other way. It feels an insurmountable. These people have businesses, they're trying to feed their families, and it feels so difficult. What do we, education? It comes back to education.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it comes down to education, and there's multiple routes of education, right? Like marketing is education, right?
I mean, it's good.
Yeah, exactly. And so that gives everyone an opportunity to be really good at marketing. We're launching Cashom, which is a masterclass series for beginners and connoisseurs. CASHOM. We are on Instagram. Yeah, Cashom with an underscore.
Where's
After Cashom.
Instagram. I'm gonna have to type out that whole thing and wait a sec.
Yeah.
for it to find
Yeah,
out.
we're the diamond logo on all the signs out there.
Show you guys, give that a follow, give that a follow.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is so I started the first company to do cannabis dinners in the United States in 2014, and we developed the
My
concept of
girlfriend started that in like 2008.
legally. That's where I got it. There's actually Northern California farmers, and they go to them, and people all over have been doing this. But what we did is pair terpene profiles with cannabis and flavor profiles with food to harmonize and enhance. And within that, you can teach people how to identify their high before they even consume. And so I've served over 3,000 people cannabis in intimate settings at these dinners, and it's all done through smoking. And really have seen just minds just open up, like, oh my God, I can use cannabis like this, I can use it like this. And so this was the inspiration behind Kishon 3.5 years ago when I started going down this process, which was originally going to be a cannabis sommelier program. But now it's shifted into consumer education so everyone can be empowered. And so there is, I think, an opportunity for people to start, I think, just broadening, if anything, from a marketing standpoint to try to come up with a solution of this to make it not too burdensome, for them to not necessarily have to provide all the education, but provide that there's so many different ways to use it so people start understanding that there's no limits to it. And once people can do that, they're going to develop their own relationships, or their own understandings, they're going to get curious and follow their own little rabbit holes. And that will be an amazing thing. And so I think it can be simplistic like that, where they can just broaden the conversation and don't necessarily have to say, things that fit it into a box of 5 or 6 different things.
Tell me, when you think about your customers, what do you wish your customers was better educated in? What education resources do you wish that they were already having when they walked in the door?
Well, great question. I think one of the interesting things that I noticed right away is that we were trying as an industry to educate like more high-level consumers, heavy users, talking about terpenes, and that somehow was alienating the new consumers. And we want to expand that. We want more people to jump into the pool. So we understood right away that we needed to kind of meet halfway and start with a one-on-one communication and take it from there up, And we noticed because even, like a lot of people go to dispensaries and they don't want to ask. They don't want to show that they don't know. So we need to be really well educated. Our teams, Mark is there from Rico and Maria, do a great job on understanding where the patients come from. Because there's some that want to get the highest potency and they're ready and they're experts, they've been having used it for a long time. But there are actually customers that are coming with the opposite here. They're looking for very low dosing. It's probably the doctor that told them to go to the dispensary and get the product, and they're extremely scared. So we need to be able to detect that spectrum of consumers.
MACC2.
With their past money has been telling them that this will kill them.
Reefer madness.
And so we've had a messaging campaign. I still get freaked out when people die with the course because like Nancy Reagan told me no way. I'm still a little triggered about that. I mean, I worked past it. But I think this is something, and I'm just going to speak. Let's speak as an industry together, as a family. This is something that happens with cannabis. We see somebody starts a business and they do some marketing, and let's say they're doing some higher level marketing and it's terpenes and it's whatever. The people who are at the higher level are going to find something wrong with what you said. No.
Everybody's an expert.
Not just an anti-inflammatory, also antifungal. You don't know anything. And then the people that don't know things are a little intimidated by it. Then when a company pivots and they start presenting information that's a little bit more basic, then everybody's going to be like, see, it's like grammar school over there. They don't even know anything. They're still talking about independent sativa. A panel lady said that's not even a thing. You can't make cannabis happy sometimes. Raise your hand if you're a fickle consumer of cannabis and you're a little, who's a little salty at grams and wine? See, nobody here, these are the people on the, they raise their hands right there. Those are my friends who are honest. Or my friends are the only salty people in the room. But now is not the time. Now is not the time to be cannabis fighting against cannabis. Like, we're not there yet. You got a question, sir?
I do. Hooray for the mention of the doctor. Florida is medical, everybody. Everybody should be relying on their doctor at least for the initial education in cannabis in Florida. If a patient goes into a clinic, doesn't hear about the endocannabinoid system, doesn't hear about THC, CBD, and all the other cannabinoids, and doesn't know about the unique delivery methods of cannabis in 2022, that's far beyond just the smoking of a flower joint, but tinctures, topicals, other edibles, of course, right? If they don't hear that, then they just had their money taken from them, and they didn't get a doctor office visit.
Do you have a question for my panel?
So I say thank you. The question would be, do you believe that better education needs to be done in
Yes.
doctor offices
Yeah.
and educate the doctors in Florida?
Yeah, I hear you. So-
Philip, for a real quick, I'm gonna say that medical schools don't recognize the endocannabinoids.
Yeah, so this is what I want to speak to, if I may, just real quick. Yes, doctors have amazing points and you should take notes from them. There is many, many facets that the doctors cannot legally speak to, or their license is in jeopardy. So you can take it all with a grain of salt, and absolutely they have intelligence to it, but there's so much beyond. And that is, they're not going to get to the unlimited usages of this. It's going to be very limited. And that's what I'm kind of saying and speaking to it. We can go so far beyond. They're going to speak to you from a medical perspective, but we can also use this as a lifestyle medicine. And so there's a way I consider cannabis a plant medicine, but I use it more in a lifestyle sense throughout my days to keep me and for natural upkeep. So I hopefully don't get sick, and that's really important to me.
My friend Grable, Baby Ellis, says cannabis is like good medicine that some people take just for the side effects. Right? It's good. It's medicine no matter how you take it. And if it's just that flower joint, it's
Well,
only in Michigan.
just to follow up on that, I think that's very important, talking about the doctors and education. But one of the challenges there is that many of these doctors are not educated themselves because, like you said, it's not being taught in medical school. And, a lot of times a patient that's only been using cannabis for a little while will know more about cannabis and how to purchase and what it's doing and why it's doing it than the doctor that's actually recommending it to them.
Well, and that's exactly right. So there's Dr. Barry Bialik out of Colorado. He was writing a lot of the medical cards in the early days, and I had medical cards every year, and I went to different doctors until I found Dr. B. And he was the only one that really approached this from a holistic standpoint. He told me how to actually use cannabis to fit my personal lifestyle, and it totally opened me up. He got his license revoked, and he's done being a doctor in the state of Colorado now, and he's actually opening up a cannabis school in Nepal.
That's actually how you tell these days if somebody's a good doctor is if they've had their license.
Number one criteria.
That's a little bit. What are we thinking down there, Ben or Oz? Any thoughts about those?
I want to go back to the education thing.
Yes, please.
I do think that, I think oftentimes states, we brought it up regularly, so many people, 75% of Americans who've never tried cannabis want to try cannabis, right? They want to learn about it, they want to understand about it. When states give regulations about what should go on the packaging, none of that is kept in mind. It's treating it like it's criminal, it's treating it like it's worse than cigarettes. You're right, it's requiring so much language that, if you smoke this, your dog's going to have treatments. And maybe if you smoke too much, they'll look like they have treatments. But I don't think it's being addressed. It's not being addressed at the state level. And I do think that that's one of the things that needs to be addressed in terms of what things need to go on packaging instead of making it friendly.
What about like certifications, badges, right? Like the USDA badge and stuff like that. So people start representing their brand through like regenerative farming practices or something, or a certain amount of education that they have. There are some certifications out there, but do you think that would be a good idea for packages? That if these certifications can become more well known to kind of represent the brand that they are, their ethos, if you will.
I do, let's just kind of come up with my other biggest challenge. I don't see federal legalization coming anytime soon. Maybe not in my lifetime. So.
Everybody who just started a cannabis business in Florida, you know that you don't want federal legalization, right? Like, are you guys all real clear on that?
We want federal
Decriminalization, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can open up the prisons without going that route. Because that's the thing. If we did, we wouldn't be ready tomorrow.
I'm not saying there's not a clear, easy path. I'm just saying that's not one of our choices. But the last thing we want is to open up you have a brand new industry in this state, guys. Now is the time to build your brands and kill it. Because you don't want everybody buying Cali weed and Oregon weed.
Hell yeah.
And I agree, I think everybody at this point, banking is a totally different issue, right? That's a different thing.
I mean, we would love that. We would love those things. We would love those things, but we would also not like Anheuser-Busch to be the next MSO.
Correct, and that's not my point. What we do need is states working together, and Mississippi just, finally declared medical weed legally. Yay, everybody get a clear out of Mississippi. It's the only going to remain in Oxford, it's going to be fun now. So, but I think that there's an opportunity to go to Mississippi and say, hey, by the way, here's what we think is working in some states, here's what's working in other states. Let's develop state partnerships. So we're helping them get their packaging right the first time. Talk about what needs to be done so that if Fluent decides to be in 4 states, they don't have to do a different package for every state. To develop, right? That would work.
Well, that's the challenge we've seen over these decades, is that you think that these programs would work together and say, hey, Maryland, Oregon, what works for you? What didn't work for you? Because if we do get to that point of federal regulation, it's like everybody's gonna have to change everything. And it's like, if we could self-regulate as an industry now, we would be more better prepared for federal regulation later.
Absolutely, I think it's one of the biggest challenges in the industry right now.
You'll notice one of the only things, this is just, I'm gonna get to you, but you're next. One of the only things that's standardized across all the legal states is metric, which is the government database, which y'all and myself are in. So I'm just throwing that out there as a point of interest, not that I have a huge conspiracy about it. What was your question?
I have a green shirt that says fuck metric. And
Say louder.
I said I have a green shirt that says fuck metric, and I'm Canadian, so it translates up to our country as well.
It's a global database,
It's a global name for metric. Twofold question. Pause. Fluent is in how many states?
We are right now in 4 states. Here in Florida, we have 21 dispensaries. Pennsylvania, we have 2 dispensaries, but only there we have a retail license. We're about to open our 3rd dispensary in a month, right? Like we're very close, and excited to open Cannadelic there. We have operations in Texas, and we also have operations in Michigan. So
Michigan is the only out of these states that you guys are in. Everything else.
yeah, but we only do wholesale there, so we don't have to deal with all the market side of
So
things.
my second question goes back to, and we were talking about Wild, and I'm a massive fan of the origami packaging and everything. So Wild came up to Canada, and if you want to talk about packaging, like regs, come up to us, where it's insane. So Wild couldn't do the origami box, couldn't do anything, which was amazing because they did, as when you talk about go as close as you can, so they did like this biodegradable pouch or whatever it was the best way to carry the message. So my question goes back to that and to Oz, when Florida eventually comes on adult use, like how do you change the culture? Because when we went medical in 2013, we waited 4 years to go adult use. In 2017, we built up this amazing medical platform where we had like 500,000 patients, and now fast forward 2022, it's like a non-existent program. We have barely any medical patients. Like they're going to the dispensaries, buying their stuff there. So like, how do you, as a CEO of a company that has 34 dispensaries that are medical, you're gonna want to cash in on the adult use. So like how, and it's.
You heard that he already has a presence in Texas, right?
Right.
You can't even buy weed in Texas.
Right.
Do think that.
Yeah, so just some thoughts on like how you're gonna transition and make sure that the culture stays the same.
So yeah, that is definitely a great question. I think I have an interesting story. I don't know if you guys know this, but we used to be called Knox Medical before we transitioned to Fluent.
So,
Yes.
my name's Mike Elkin.
Okay.
I was working with Knox, I used to work for CCI.
All right.
No?
Didn't know that, but it's great. But amazing. So the story is that I jumped into the Knox Medical and I see this brand and I see like, oh my God, this brand is like meant for the medical industry in 2016. Like it had no vision of what this was going to become. So we decided to go to Seattle, to Washington, and take a look at the dispensaries there and start asking questions about where are the medical dispensaries? And everybody's like, they're out. Everything right now is recreational. And I was like, the patients are still there. It's not that everybody was cured when recreational came in. So we made a very strategic decision at that moment. First of all, to rebrand the company. I remember making that decision. And also saying our objective is to be to cater to everybody, not only rec users that sometimes you go to these rec dispensaries and you feel like, well, if you are a medical patient, you're not gonna feel secure or embraced in this area. You're actually gonna feel alienated. So I think there's a way, and we're trying to influence to kind of bring everybody, and understand that, yeah, there's gonna be some consumers that are coming more from the lifestyle approach, and others that are coming with heavy conditions. And I want, and we want to influence both of them to feel welcome at our store. So that's the way we kind of approach it. And a lot of it has to do with the normalization of cannabis and their brands. A little bit, I see a lot of cannabis brands going extremely into culture. That's okay, everybody is allowed to do that. But I think part of the branding evolution is going a lot more than that and going to the mainstream and being just a normal brand that looks good beyond being a cannabis.
Yeah, I didn't know that Knox became fluent. I'm actually like, it makes a lot of sense. So it goes back to like the people behind the brand. It always goes back to the people behind the brand.
How do you enter Expo Cannabis Science Conference, right? You have all sorts of people. You have people coming in who are super knowledgeable, multiple PhDs. You have people who've been in the medical systems for a long time. You have people that are consumers that like that lady who's got a book and she's somebody she loves has a thing and she's gonna find out about it. She's gonna ask everybody about it, right?
Yep.
How do you make all those facets of that community feel comfortable and get what they're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, and really why I started my business back in 2015 was, again, to bridge the gap between traditional science and medicine and cannabis. And, both communities have a lot to learn from each other. And, I always say, it's the cannabis industry, what it's done and self-made over these years without the help of these traditional things is so impressive. I mean, we got to give the industry a round of applause for what it's done without working with the science and medicine traditionally. So, I feel that we've come so far that it's only a matter of time. We need to bring these two together. And, we really, the way we cater our show is really there's something for everyone. So we focus on like 5 distinct tracks of education, being analytical science, which is, like you said, the PhDs, the testing, extractions, and research, also medical cannabis. And, I also would say, talking about the medical versus rec situation, we've launched our show in Portland, Oregon in 2016 was our first show. We were there year after year. So we were
I've stood on the floor.
Yep. So we were in, Oregon, which has been like a second home to me, because I live in Baltimore, Maryland. So back in 2015, trying to start a cannabis conference in Baltimore, Maryland, East Coast was like a joke because there's no industry to support it. So we kind of had to go out west with our little dream. And it was really challenging because we do have great relationships with the patients in the Pacific Northwest, and just seeing the dissemination of the medical program there, and so many great people that had great brands that just got eaten up or swallowed into the industry. And then, so that goes into our medical cannabis track, which I say medical cannabis, but it's medical cannabis or consumer cannabis, because it's all the same education and science behind it. And then cultivation science, we added a hemp CBD track specifically after the Farm Bill. CBD industry got a little bit too good for us, so they wanted their own kind of outlets, and we get that. If you're specifically right. But our thoughts are like, that's specifically what your brand does or what you're interested in, you can go to that and learn about that. And then psychedelic science, we also have a 2-day track for that as well. And we have the researchers and the scientists, obviously, that are talking about psychedelics because it's happened so fast. Like compared to cannabis, it's just eons. But we're also featuring a lot of great indigenous voices and leaders, that were the gatekeepers of this sacred medicine for millennia. You know what I mean? So I think it's really important. Again, like with cannabis, my goal was to bridge those gaps. Same thing with psychedelics. It's like those people should absolutely have a seat at this table and benefit financially from the psychedelic industry.
Yeah, total agreement. And I'm wondering, is there a way to bridge the indigenous sciences that have been here for so long and to have it recognized by traditional science? The traditional science is what is gravity policy, but it's obviously not the full scope of what's going on here. It's one aspect.
Well, and right now, there's actually some call to action. You guys can absolutely do this now. Between now and February 14th, you have time to stop the FDA from scheduling 5 psychoactive substances that are currently not scheduled and available for research. So you go on to registration.gov and look for psychedelics, and they're trying to schedule things, and then we wouldn't be able to do the research on those. Like,
Can we get the Cannadelic team to like email that link to everybody?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's
There's
important
places
right
like-
there.
Well, I mean, Google it. You guys can find this in PowerShell. It takes like 5 minutes to leave a public comment. And we've actually turned it before. I mean, these things have been, the needle's been moved because of public comment. So that's a call to action on something we could actually do right now to slow down
And isn't it interesting
psychedelics.
how medical and clinical the research into psychedelics has become over the past few years? So the government, of course, is like, oh no, they're going the clinical route. They're actually going to prove shit. No.
Yes.
So we have to say no. Yes, exactly.
Well, I mean, that was, I mean, and just in relationship to what Josh was saying about the sciences, that was just kind of my, because I'm curious about that, because I think it's super critical.
Well, it's just like with cannabis. You know, when I came out in 2016, like, hey, cannabis, meet science. And they're like, oh, I don't know. So it's the same thing I think with psychedelics we'll probably see is breaking down the barriers for both communities to feel like, okay. And that's what we're trying to do with the show, kind of have them together.
Well, but like, I'm talking about traditional sciences, so someone
Right.
sitting at Yale recognizing this, you know, not
Sure,
necessarily,
sure.
you know, if you think it's possible.
I do think it's possible, and that is, you know, one of our intentions, yeah.
Do we have any questions in the audience? Anybody have any?
In this arena, we think it's really important that we continue to stand up and fight for us. This is a way of life for us. It's not like we woke up and we literally survived years of genocide. The government has taken our rights from us, and we have suffered at the hands of the people. And now here we are, and we wanted to get the table, because guess what? We were left behind. Saunders McEnroe, he's the president of the ICPI church. But he wasn't able to make it. But we're here. We know what our medicine does. We know what it's capable of doing. It's been helping us survive for thousands of years now. I come from a tribe that's the second biggest tribe. And we come from Crazy Horse, Sitting Bull, and aware of my ancestors and what happened to my people. And I would just say, be aware. We are here, because it's because it's a community that is happening.
Booth before about this specifically, and I mean, there's other things, but.
And another call to action, there isn't, with Instagram, if there's not a decrim where you live, decrim your county, decrim your city, start one, they will help you. Go to Decriminalize Nature, look at their website, they will help you start an organization, because the government that she's referring to is the same government who's here today. So don't Google yourself about that. And it's important that we recognize communities and that we continue to be a community. And that goes back to, it's not time for fighting right now inside. All of the pointies should be on the outside, guys. It shouldn't be at the guy who's your competition on the shelf. It shouldn't be at the other brand. Fighting's on here, it's out here. Then we need to keep it tight. As we get, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, instead of trying to, this pie needs to be so much bigger than it is, and so any fighting limits that, but.
And it's not a pie, it's a ocean.
Yeah, yeah, but there's an opportunity to have constructive conversation and to become better, and so don't fight, become better, become stronger, because of people who should be your friends, playing at the playground, you want to be better, especially the masculine, right? The masculine want to be better than their friend at something, but they're still friends, they support each other, so, that is very important. May I answer the question, the first question that the crowd, popped up, which is the title of this panel? The biggest problem in 2022 facing the cannabis industry is that people are still locked up in jail.
Yeah.
And the war on drugs hasn't ended, and so we got into a lot of nuances, but that is the number one problem, and inclusion of people of color, inclusion of indigenous cultures, like that is a real thing. And everyone should chip in wherever they can on that, even if it's just acknowledgement and understanding, like I was privileged to be a white man in Colorado in 2009, and that's why I'm sitting up here. There's so many people who didn't have that opportunity because of that. And so for us to all get back to that is very important.
Well, and one thing that's really bothered me over the years is obviously equity and diversity inclusion, but one thing we see is what I call diversity stacking, where you'll be in these markets where it's beneficial when you're grading to include diverse communities, and you have them on the application, but then you get the license, and then the people who are the very reason why you got that license are then excused or in a bad contract. That's something we really need to look out for each other, make sure people know to read these contracts, get people to sign them, and know that this license would not be going to someone if you were not on it.
Right, and if you guys haven't listened to Reggie Harris from Oakland High Faith talk about contracts and things like that, you have friends that are about to enter into a business and they're really excited because they're about to sign a deal. Ask them if you can read that. Like, have they had their lawyer look at it? For real, man, $500. Have a lawyer look at that and explain to you because it's written so that it looks good.
And talk to your friends and colleagues, you know what I mean? Like, reach out to each other, yeah.
But another problem is it's $500 to pay a lawyer.
Exactly.
And so the inclusion and the support in those types of systems to be able to do that.
Contact Sheriff Raphael as well.
But when we talk inclusion, the government should put support systems out there for people to use these services for free or for a very minor amount of money so they can actually get that leg up and, protect themselves in these contracts that someone with a lot of money that can pay $500 an hour is, manipulating.
That as we start getting towards the end, we have about 10 minutes left, and you think about your almost decade in cannabis, looking forward. Is it getting harder? Is it getting easier? Are we getting better at it, or is the playing field getting leveled? What is your outlook?
So one of the other challenges that we didn't touch on is the number of women in cannabis is declining. And the number of women in executive roles in cannabis is non-existent. And I consider myself a non-feminist feminist, right? I don't walk around and I talk about it all the time, but the number is shrinking. I don't have the answer. Somebody asked me the answer the other day. I just think that it's something that we need to be aware of. Yes, diversity is important. Women in our industry is also important, and I'm serious. The number is shrinking at every single level.
They're getting sick of this shit faster.
I think it takes people who are in control to look themselves in the mirror if that's what they really want to do, and then provide the space. Like one of my companies, Cannabis Wedding, that's why I was able to bring on a woman executive of color and everything, and it was because I put them at the front of the line, and then took the most qualified person, by giving them that opportunity. But you kind of see a real life situation going on that's making national news in Miami right now. And that's what's happening with Brian Flores, and suing the NFL. The NFL committed to diversity, and then all of a sudden, people are still getting the short end of the stick because people at the top are having these secret conversations of saying, hey, yeah, we're going to speak this language, but we're actually going to do that. True. And to think that doesn't happen in the cannabis industry with executives is going to complete lie. So I think that's a real big, thing to, and how do you solve that? I have no idea. It's an awakening that needs to happen with people by the machine industries, the corporations that become this mind and this consciousness, and that is what needs to wake up.
And that's kind of where we are. Where we are is sort of where we began. Everything in cannabis is as hard as it is in every other business. Plus cannabis. There's like a multiplication factor. So you have all the headaches to deal with. Entrepreneurship is hard, but you guys that are entrepreneurs are wired differently. You're not going to have a boss today. You're not going to have a boss tomorrow. You're going to go take some cans and turn them into a deposit before you have a boss, right? But you're going to do that. You're going to be the most successful guy. Next thing you know, you have 4 guys with you, and they're all going to be doing the same thing if you're doing it. It's the hustle, and it's built into people in cannabis, and it's what I love more than And what I love more than anything is watching the people with that built-in muscle be the ones that succeed.
Oh, yeah.
And too often, it's build, and then somebody goes, oh, like, uses that as a bouncing out spot.
Ankle biters, I call them.
Wait, and I want to say, sometimes we look at a company like us. I mean, who's been here and has enjoyed what Oz is saying from Fluent? I've enjoyed it. First thing though, when I met him and he's from Fluent, I'm like, Harvard cannabis guy on this panel. I might say something salty. But I don't feel like saying anything salty. I'm kind of for him.
I'm a creative director, so yeah, corporate. I just work at corporate, you know. By the way, yeah, absolutely. And it's something that I think we need both sides. Yeah, I always see it, and working at corporate, you see all this talented people, and then you go into the growth and meet the Freedom Song guys, and it's like we all need to align to work this together and make it happen. So I think there's a lot of, we need, this needs to be a business. This needs to be a business for everybody involved. So I think that's important. One thing I wanted to say on the challenges, pivoting to another thing, I'm going to rant a little bit on Mark Zuckerberg a little bit right now. Because, yeah, and I think we talked about it, you guys talked about it in the previous panel, but I think that's really, really something that is offensive at this point. I think it's offensive that it's easier literally to overthrow a government on Facebook than to connect with the cannabis community. Like, that really makes no sense.
There are people trafficking children.
Yeah.
There are people trafficking, human trafficking
Yes.
is happening on Instagram. But I can't look at a licensed, tax-paying business.
Did this conference's Instagram page get shut down like a week before?
The conference's Instagram page, so yes, 100%. And because we know that Silicon Valley is going to be invested heavily in psychedelics, you know that they're coming, they're reserving.
Look how many dispensaries are in Silicon Valley. They're literally smoking weed, but they're like shutting down. But that is, again, they're in a tough position because they need to kind of respond to the federal government. But definitely something that needs to change. And it doesn't happen in all social media. You can tell right now I'm reading articles about people in the cannabis industry going to Twitter, going back to Twitter because they're letting them do more stuff there. So it's definitely something that I understand, and I always talk to my team. We need to be extremely responsible. We're, at the end of it, we're selling cannabis, but it makes no sense the way they're regulating it. It's like watching Mark Zuckerberg in front of Congress saying that he's proud that he has this AI thing to detect cannabis compared to broccoli. Come on, it's like that, makes no sense. And that's something that we're dealing a lot. Every cannabis company, even companies that are not touching the planet, are dealing with a lot of issues. So that's definitely, from the marketing standpoint, a huge challenge. That it's not looking better, to be honest.
I find that LinkedIn is a great place for cannabis networking, and there's a huge cannabis community on there. So I try to kind of use that a little bit more when it comes to business because.
Okay, but how funny is that though? You told me 5 years ago that I LinkedIn so that I could have cannabis spread.
Right.
But now a colleague told me just recently that there's way more product on LinkedIn than on Instagram.
And there's not the restrictions. Yeah, there's not the restrictions. You can do advertisements and things like that. So, and that's where all the cannabis businesses,
All the stores going to LinkedIn. Right?
Yeah, it's LinkedIn.
Just while we're talking about social media and connecting, I just want to go down. We've got about 3 minutes left. I just want to go down, make sure speak very slowly, and make sure everybody has your contact information. You guys, it wouldn't be rude to pull out your phones and just follow people on Instagram right now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for moderating. Thank you guys all for participating with me. It was great. Thank you. My name again is Josh Crosney. You can find me on Instagram at Josh Crosney, our business at Cannabis Science Conference. And my direct email is josh@joshcrosney.com. Thank you all so much.
Philip Wolf, Cultivating Spirits Cannabis Wedding Expo in Kashom, but I'm here speaking on behalf of Kashom. And everyone can get a free masterclass today if you go and enter your email. So kashom.org, CASHOM.org into your email there, and you'll have one in March. Personally, Philip10_Wolf, just like the animal _ Instagram, and then you can find all the other pages through that. And may I make a request? So, here we are with us again, sitting up here on stage, but again, it's the movement, it's people, it's everyone that's out here. So I don't know after we're done sharing, if everyone can squeeze in the middle and we have this wonderful photographer right here, we can take a picture of you guys.
I love that.
Would that be good? That would be awesome. All right. Thank you.
All right, my name is Osvaldo Bresciani. You can find me on Instagram. If you don't know how to spell my name, check on the itinerary, on the schedule. And I think everything else is getfood.com. That's where you can find all our products. If you have a medical card in Florida, we beg you to go there, enjoy our products. And the website has everything, Instagram, and all the other things that we're trying to navigate. So yeah, that's it, getfood.com.
Elizabeth Corbett, actually best way to find me is on LinkedIn. My nickname is Cannabis, and you'll see that I've earned it, by the way. And you'll see I have my logo on there. I'm the VP of Sales for AV Global, and my email is ecorbett, CORBETT@avgukg.com.
We actually all really work at LinkedIn. So.
Thank you guys. Help me thank my guests, and then everybody's coming forward.
So the people on the first two rows of the first two aisles scoot into this black line, and then everyone scoot over, and then we can get them all in.
The options. Well, is it here in Miami?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a guy unmuted the feed, bro, because they keep on saying that. I'm going to check on it.
I think it's because okay. Oh, so there's actually a laptop up there. You connect it to the laptop, and then
I'll do it right from there.
yeah, and then the projector will turn on. I can turn that on real quick.
Oh, that's what the video doesn't work for.
Yeah. Well, it'll be on one, I believe. It'll just be on one.
I
believe there is a clicker, but I think we're using it on the other room. Let me go check real quick.
Thank you guys very much.
Is everything recorded? I mean,
will be available?
It's just a live stream on
Oh,
YouTube.
right,
Yeah.
but it stays on YouTube, right?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah,
It's a live stream is just for the people that are there. Yeah. It's like a live channel. That's why you have a chat room. You know, people chat back and forth. And then once we shut it off, like once I hit the record, yeah, it stops recording. It stops feeding it.
years in the clinic.
My name's Jeff Devon. I'm a 20-year Navy veteran that was sent home stuck on opioids and PTSD medication and found cannabis to be a cure for me. Exited those harmful pharmaceuticals. Now I run a nonprofit helping veterans into the same space.
Hi, I'm Fiona Sebastiano. I'm a Medicaid patient. This is my third state to be a patient in. My first state was Michigan, Minnesota, and now here. I am an advocate and a speaker in the Florida cannabis community, and I'm very honored to be here today. The last time I sat in this room, I was sitting over there and just walking around as an advocate and as a patient, but it's an honor to be here today. It's very much an honor for me as well. To be able to tell these powerful stories is a true gift and an honor. It's so important that we share these stories because these are the stories that will activate people who aren't quite sure yet about this plant medicine. It's still so new. And I know in my life, when I got into the industry, I had a lot of people say, you're crazy. But it wasn't until they themselves had an experience or knew someone who did where plant medicine healed them. And that's incredibly powerful testimony because we can stand up here and we can talk as much as we want, but until you know someone or your life has been touched, that's what's going to really impact us and move the conversation forward. For me personally, and I don't want to take up too much time because these three are the stars of the show right here, but I will tell you this. Growing up, I had a father who was very sick with epilepsy, and we didn't know then what cannabis could do for epilepsy. And he ended up having a stroke because of a surgery he was having to try to correct the epilepsy. And I know for a fact that if we would have known then what we know now, that he could have at least tried it, and maybe, just maybe, cannabis could have saved his life. And that's why it's so important for me to allow these fine folks to share their stories right now, because that's what could change another life. So with that, what would you like to get us going? Would you like to start? Share your story, please. I'm really going to try hard not to make anybody cry, but I'm going to try hard not to cry myself. And I started out, excuse me, my journey with cannabis has been pretty incredible. But before my journey with cannabis, I was on 20 pharmaceuticals and almost cost me my life. Not only that, I had multiple back surgeries, failed back surgeries, successful back surgeries, and I required more back surgery. But I'm so afraid of going into the knife again because of what I've been through with reactions to anesthesia, to doctors not doing their job properly, and from the pharmaceuticals that they just kept prescribing me that literally put me in, I will say, a trance. I wish that I had a picture on the screen so you can see what I looked like in 2014. 100 pounds heavier in a wheelchair, pretty much bedridden. And I don't even remember at least 2.5 years of my life during the time that I was on so many pharmaceuticals that I can't even remember all of what I was on unless I go back in my charts. One day I was getting ready for a doctor appointment, and my sister-in-law is in Michigan and she's a cannabis grower. She came to Minnesota and I was getting ready for an appointment to go to the doctors and talk to them about some more, testing and being a guinea pig. She went to the appointment with me and she sat and listened to these doctors and she's like, well, are you sure that this is going to help my sister-in-law? She's in pain, she's almost passing out in this wheelchair. And I watched her conversate with my doctor and I sat there and I thought, do I really want to do this again? And I did. So I left, I said I asked about it, and I left and drove up the street and she pulled over. And this day changed my life completely. She pulled over the side of the road and I'm barely hanging on, I'm ready to pass out, and she pulls out a joint. And I said, sweetie, this is not the time for you to get high. Not the time. She says, Fiona, I'm going to get you. And she says, now is the time I need you to trust me. I'm your little sister-in-law. I know you don't really want to listen to me, but now is the time I need you to trust me. She lit the joint. She handed it to me. I hit it twice. And I sat here like this, like I'm shaking, I'm ready to pass out. And all of a sudden I started to sit up. I looked at her and I've heard people swearing here, so I'm gonna say, are you fucking kidding me? This is how I feel right now. Like I wasn't even to medicate that day. I was in so much pain. I can tell you I was really ready to pass out. When I hit that joint just 2 times, it made me think about something. She said, you are here, not sweating, your color's coming back, you're sitting up. Hit it again. So I did. And I really had to think about my life again because I have never felt so good in so many years. In 2 weeks, I was on a road trip to Michigan, where I became, that was my first state to be a patient. And Michigan is like a smorgasbord, you know, it's like, this is before it was recreational. So I had so many things available to me. It was so much fun. But I also met with the doctor there, asked him a couple of questions. My first question was, can I ever overdose on cannabis? And he looked at me and he said, no, you can smoke pounds of it. You might fall asleep, munchies, you know, happy. So I became a patient, and from that point on, I also became a patient back in Minnesota when I went back home. I spent 6 months away from my family. I couldn't be a mother, I couldn't be a wife. I had to take the time for myself to heal. Heal enough so I could be a mother and a wife. After those 6 months, I have now been I'm off of 20 pharmaceuticals, including narcotics. Thank you. And I love advocating. I used to be a hairstylist, and I love making people feel good about themselves. So doing it in a healing way of natural plant medicine is truly inspiring to me, and I love inspiring other people because cannabis is my main medication. And when I tell my doctors, there's been doctors that have been on my side and they're like, oh wow, what is this doing for you? And they have watched me, literally watched me. And then they want to ask me questions. And I'm like, okay. I put this tattoo right here of this leaf leaf because when they take my blood pressure, it starts a conversation. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be bad, but I don't care because I know what cannabis is doing for me and I know that it saved my life. Point blank, period. So I love advocating. It's an honor to be here. I want to thank Colleen and Pete for honoring me with being a speaker here today. My family, my Canna family, Battle Buds in Tampa, they're a veteran company that we cater to veterans most of all. And many, many other people that I can thank. And all of my supporters. I want to thank you all for being here and listening to what we have to say as patients because our testimony truly is important and very impactful. And when we can get the doctor's attention to listen to us, which I could go on and on and on of what my experiences have been in 3 different states that I've been a legal patient, we have to, whether I'm up here shaking and nervous or whatever, we have to keep on speaking. Us as patients, our stories are so impactful. You're going to get the attention of somebody, whether it's a doctor, a nurse, or anyone. My dog has epilepsy, and I've taken the challenge of putting her on CBD, and I've been able to stabilize her 7 times without giving her right now. But the epilepsy medication that she would have needed for an emergency dose, I was able to stabilize her with CBD. So she's a testimony for my vet. And once they start talking and the doctor talks to somebody else, these vets are, just like the doctors. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, listening to us, because all of us have a journey. And if you all use cannabis as medicine or for recreation or whatever, it's still healing. Thank you. Please.
So my story is a little bit similar. Like I imagine a lot of people in the room have the same kind of story about the plant actually healing them. I'm a Navy veteran, 20 years in the Navy, and So the last 3 years that I was in service, I had multiple ankle reconstructions, had some back issues, some neck issues, a handful of concussions. And I was on 120 milligrams of morphine, 80 milligrams of Oxycontin, 6 milligrams of Klonopin. Nightmare medication. I was on Effexor, Cymbalta, Lyrica, just the whole litany of drugs for neuropathic pain. Everything was dumbing me down to the point where I couldn't connect my brain to my mouth. I just felt like I was in a bad situation and I didn't even know it. I joined the Navy, my cousin was 5. I came home, he was 25, came home from college. He came to see me at my house I bought with my retirement pay, and I'm settling in and everything. And I'm an opioid addict, and I know it in my mind, but no one's ever really called me out on it. And he asked me straight up, "What are you doing to yourself? You're killing yourself with these drugs." At that point, I was chewing them up, I was crushing them up, I was snorting them up. Anything I could do to get myself in a place where I was okay. He talked me into smoking. He called it hydro. Man, you got to try this hydro. You can get off this stuff. And I had used cannabis as a kid. I just never really thought about it as medicine. And that's a key I think that we need to talk about is intent. When you're using cannabis as medicine, you really have to have intent. And that keeps us from having that conversation about being high, because your intent is not to be high. Your intent is to medicate. And when you're starting to talk about the plant as a medicine, it's much easier to make yourself ring true. Like I used to take my opioids every 2 hours. It would limit me to what I had to do. I'm like, I need to get home. I need to get home. I need to get home and take my medicine. So then I started pushing my opioids to the right and using cannabis. And I was completely illegal in a non-cannabis friendly state. I was using traditional market cannabis from my dude. And all I did was read articles that came from like Israel and stuff. And in 2 months' time, I had half my opioids. I went back to the Air Force doctor that I was seeing because I'm retired Navy. I was at Scott Air Force Base in Illinois. And I said, I want to come off these opioids. I'm killing myself taking these things every day. I weighed 344 pounds. So I too lost 100 pounds. Came off 4 shots for diabetes. And I told him, I want to stop these opioids and I want to use medical cannabis to do it, medical marijuana. He said, oh my God, I don't think we can do this. It was Air Force captain. So it's like maybe his 4th year in service. And I handed him back like 2 handfuls of opioids. I said, I'm already doing it. I just need you not to put this in my record because I don't know what's going to happen if I get in trouble for using cannabis, but I'm not doing this anymore because I know I'm dying. Once I realized that and I was able to strong-mindedly push my opioids to the right, the rest of the pharmaceuticals just kind of naturally fell off me because instead of being stuck in a state of pharmaceutical doped upness sitting around, I was completely sedentary. Now I was out and active. So my blood pressure was better. I lost weight. My diabetes was better. 4 shots. I came off of all that stuff. And I wasn't even close to being well until I actually got into a medical marijuana program and learned more about the different things like CBD. CBD saved me from the neuropathic pain medication that I was on, which is almost as addictive as the opioids that they give you. So Lyrica and Cymbalta, those 2 non-opioid pain medications were harder for me to come off of than Oxy. And I did that, I think, mainly with a solid CBD regimen because it does so much good work with, neuropathically. That really saved me. And then from that point, there were a couple of areas for me that I found myself thrust into the public because someone needed help. And then there was a lecture about not letting cannabis into Collier County. And I just kind of spoke and told my story, and a couple of people needed some help. So my wife and I started a nonprofit that helps veterans, get to cannabis with their first doctor visit. We find them see them for free. And we raise money to pay the $77.75 to the state, so that a veteran can at least try to get to the space that I'm at now, without a whole bunch of money out of their pocket and a whole bunch of time. And we educate them along the way. My wife's a registered nurse. We've been in the industry since 2017 now. So, you know, these stories anecdotally are so important.
I think it's still
Yeah.
already
Because
restarted.
it's
Yeah, but I
true.
told
I
you
mean,
he's working on
I
making a new one.
personally know
Oh, yeah?
more than a dozen veterans that
Is
were
it
on the
this one?
same cocktail of medication that I was on, maybe not
No.
diabetic, maybe not 100 pounds heavier, but the same cocktail of medication. We'll take
I don't
this,
know, I can't
and
tell.
because you're on this, we're gonna give you
I have
this.
to go talk with Lee.
That
This is the
kind of
link.
thing
This
is
is
ridiculous, and cannabis can help with a lot of that.
No.
And so
No,
once we
this has
started
audio.
our nonprofit, we're now up to around, I don't know.
They're saying they can't get to it because they don't have the link. Right, to the,
to the other. More important to me is the fact.
Because
that
I had,
working.
I had the banner
Those
on
veterans
after they
are
finished. I
telling
put the
other
banner on and
veterans,
they said it wasn't working.
those
And
veterans
that's
are
the
coming
link
back
that Lee sent you, the new one.
You really did save my life.
Because I made a new
It's
one.
not just about.
I don't have that.
you know,
I don't
it's
have
not
that new
just
link.
about smoking weed. And let me tell you something else. When
Okay,
we're
so I
talking
have
about
it.
smoking, there's something that veterans
Lee said
have
that he was working on it. He was
when
gonna get
they
to me.
exit the military, and that's camaraderie. And cannabis is a community. And for me to be able to share my medicine or my views on my medicine with other veterans is super, super empowering. Because they were all stuck in a bad place at one time or another. And so that
I will
helps me heal myself.
Go and put the link in here.
I know I wasn't ever always doing the right thing, and now I feel like I am. I feel more in service now to the veterans than I ever did in 20 years. So.
How many of you knew that you could lose weight using cannabis? Myself, well, I lost 100 pounds using cannabis in a year. Okay, so 300 pounds sitting right here, it's not sitting here anymore because of a plant that everybody told me as I was growing up was terrible for you. I grew up in that just say no generation. It was beaten in my head how bad cannabis was. In fact, in my family, they blamed my brother's suicide on cannabis. It wasn't cannabis that he was using. It was a mental illness that he was trying to treat. They called it suicide. I became a nationally certified cannabis coach about 6 years ago, but I didn't enter the industry. I just started studying it, learning about it, figuring out what it could do because of a car accident that I was in. We're trying to treat that pain. Couldn't figure out, the doctors couldn't figure out how to treat the shoulder pain and the knee pain that I was experiencing. They wanted to keep doing surgeries and they wanted to keep doing injections and so forth. And I just got tired of that. So I started doing my own research. I learned more and more about it. And then at the beginning of the pandemic is when I entered the cannabis industry. I stayed out of it until then. But after I did that, I started getting more into the CBD. I started doing my own infusions. And I used that to lose 100 pounds. I did it not only for myself, but I got my father down 75 pounds in 5 months. I got him out of diabetic range. His neuropathy pain is down by 50%. The swelling in his legs is down by 60%. This is a plant that can help everybody. And we heard them talking about stories. I call them case studies. Each of us is a case study. And if you start making those notes and writing down the different strains and the different cultivars that you're taking, how you're using them, how much you took, what you experienced from it, what you liked and didn't like about it, those become a case study that we can present to others as part of your testimony. You know, not every one of you are going to get up here and tell your story on the stage at one time, but I welcome you to come out to my bus and share those testimonies with us so that we can sesh together and commune together. This is a community, and if we all support one another, then we all do better.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's one thing that I want to touch on, especially for the patients. Now, these stories are extremely powerful testimonies in our effort to move the narrative forward as far as legal cannabis, criminalized cannabis. But the other word that we need to talk about is access.
right? Because what some people don't understand is that just because something is legal does not make it accessible and it does not make it quality. Now, you know, being from Minnesota, I'm also from Minnesota.
Very limited, terrible program there. They just have flour. I got an email about that, but the products there are, the quality of them is terrible. The amount of money that they want for these products. I have so many patients that are my very dear friends that go and see my cannabis doctor there and.
Sorry. And they're like, I can't afford these prices, the medicine isn't helping us, and you probably know the same situation with Minnesota. It's interesting how every state is so different, and there's multiple states that aren't even medical. And, you know, like Michigan, like I could get so much, and for such an amazing price, you know, so it's just really tough for patients that don't have access to getting good quality medicine at an affordable price for us.
Right, because, I mean, as you know, with medications that are subsidized by our government, you know, if you're faced with, okay, I can go spend $50, $100 on an eighth of flour, or I can get my copay of OxyContin for $3, what are you supposed to do if you're on a fixed income? And so what can we do to push the narrative forward to make sure that this product is quality and that it's accessible so that everyone can have it if they need it and if they want it? What have you seen as you've shared your testimonies, how do you feel that the people in this room can support access for people who need it most?
I think one of the best ways that we can support and to make sure that everybody has access is to support Regulate Florida and sign that petition. That also has language in it to provide free medical cards to veterans, okay? And that is ever so important. You get a veteran that's coming out of the military and on a fixed income, and I see it every single day. I work with a group of veterans from Orlando all the way to Tampa. We've had many events together, but they don't have that extra money to go and spend that money to get that card that gives them legal access to their plan. So that's one of the things that we can do right now.
They've taken a couple steps that way and pushed off the doctor's visit for veterans. I think that bill addresses the 2-year limit for veterans, if I remember the last iteration of it. But access, you're right, access is key. There's still counties in Florida that are prohibiting dispensaries within those counties, and you know, it just has to change. I spoke at a couple in Collier County, and it was just until like a different train of thought came through. Someone would have to retire and be replaced by someone willing to listen to a new story or a new idea. Many veterans have tried to get approval for cannabis dispensaries in Collier County, but I think that's the biggest thing. And I don't really care if it's a corporate cannabis or if it's recreational cannabis. Either way, I still think that there needs to be some guidance. You can't just turn veterans or anyone loose and say, here, you know, go do what you'll do and figure it out on your own, because that's why it was so important for me during COVID. Like I was fortunate to be connected with a couple veteran groups, and some of them are in the crowd, but we started networking across the country, and instead of recreating a wheel and, you know, everybody having to learn how to use cannabis on their own, we're catching these guys as they come out of the service and are reaching out to different states saying, hey, I know a guy up there that can help you contact him, or I know a guy in Florida that can help you contact me, and that's very important. And the other thing is, and talking about this and how important it is, you know, that the VA was sending those 270 oxytens to my mailbox. 270 oxytens a month sent right to my mailbox. I didn't pay for none of it, you know, and you know, they can't help us with cannabis. It's really sad. And even beyond that, if the VA accepts cannabis use in medical friendly states, I think my personal opinion is that every veteran that's getting out of the military should be informed that if they go to a cannabis friendly state, they can use cannabis and not have any repercussions
and they're ready to go to school or use any of their benefits, and I know they're not being told that. So it would make a big difference to me if I was getting out of the military, to where I could go and get my cannabis card instead of going somewhere that doesn't have legal cannabis. And, you know, especially if you were like in fear of losing your benefits on school or whatever it might be as a young man, you know, I would like to know that kind of information. If we're doing our troops a disservice all the way around that way, and sticking with this pharmaceutical.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the education component is really, really big, not just so that people know that this is there, but what it entails, you know, because it's so overwhelming nowadays. You know, you walk into a dispensary, there's a zillion different products. How do you know what's right for you? So, and the onus is really on us as individuals. There's not really a centralized effort to educate the consumers. It often falls on the bud tender, the retail staff, and, you know, a lot of them are amazing and they really do, you know, want you to have as much information as possible, but it's not necessarily that they've had the right training either. So how do you think we can improve as an industry and as far as education? Like, what do you wish that you would have known when you first started learning about medical cannabis? I know, it's a tough question.
So like for me now it's like ingestion, cannabis ingestion, eating distillates, or I don't really like to eat like edibles, but I like to eat cannabis. And knowing the power of that medicine compared to, like, you know, I did all my work really with just smoking flower. And I was almost to that point. I was the typical cannabis user that, like, man, I'm not using CBD. That's totally gonna bring me down. I'm not touching that stuff. And then that wasn't until the point until I like plateaued with my level of wellness that I like, all right, I'll try CBD. A month later, I'm like, man, I need more of that because I feel so good. And like the swelling, like you said, the swelling in my ankles went down. My mobility, everything works better. So education and access to veterans and, you know, hooking them up on the way out for sure.
What do you wish you would have known?
Well, when I've been into several dispensaries, kind of all over the United States. I kind of went on a road trip and had fun in Las Vegas and California. And when I started my journey, I was like, I want to know everything, you know, but you can't know everything. I learn something new every day. But my first experience going into the dispensary, the most important thing was for me to be recognized as a patient. Two, the bud tenders are compassionate and they know what they're talking about. Because for me, back in the day when I smoked my first joint as a teenager and it was laced, I was so afraid of trying cannabis. I can tell you when my sister-in-law pulled out that joint, I honestly wanted to break it in half and throw it out the window. That's how I felt. But thank God I didn't, because it changed my life. But it's so important for these bud tenders to be knowledgeable about what they're speaking about for patients. Like, I'll be 50 next month. And for my age group and up, it's so important for any dispensary and, you know, bud tenders to educate us as patients, ask us questions, because a lot of people are afraid to talk. And that's another reason why I love to talk. I used to talk everybody's ear off doing your hair, and I was your therapist at the same time. So 20 years of working with people one-on-one, touching you and making you look better and feel better, that was what was most important to me. So I honestly wish I could work in the dispensary and educate, but you know what? I can sit up here and educate all of you. And all of you go into the dispensaries, and I would challenge you, quiz. Challenge these bud tenders to what their knowledge is on cannabis. If you're wanting to try something new, say you haven't tried an edible and you want to experience an edible, well, it's a totally different high. And a lot of people just like, oh, okay, I'll eat the whole thing. And then they think about it a little more after they've had about an hour wait, right? You're like, what am I going to do now? So most importantly, I think it's important for, you know, the bud tenders to get the proper training and for them to really be compassionate about their job, because that makes us as patients feel more confident about what we're buying, what we're medicating with, and we're gonna wanna go back, we're gonna talk about them, we're gonna be like, oh, this is the quality of care we got from this dispensary. Word of mouth is the biggest advertisement. And us as patients, whatever you're in the industry, we're all very powerful. Regardless to whether you're a patient, a business owner, a grower, we're all powerful.
Every voice matters. And that is actually one of my favorite exercises, is to go into a dispensary and pretend like I know nothing. I've never smoked in my life, like, oh no, like what's a terpene? What's the, like, that is very interesting. As a cannabis coach, you must get all kinds of very interesting questions, but I would be interested in knowing for people who come to you to ask you about medical cannabis, what's the most common question that you would get when people are starting out?
Well, I spent a year in the dispensaries training bud tenders, and I would always teach them to ask the patient what you can help them treat, not what they're looking for. When they walk in that door, you don't know what they're going through. Be compassionate to them and ask them what you can help them treat. And that was the most important thing. The things that they came in, the top 4 things were stress, pain, anxiety, sleep. And those are still the things that they come to me looking for. How can I achieve that? Yes, I've got my card now. How can I get to that point? How can I use it to get that better sleep? So, and then when the body can rest, then the body can heal. So when we can help use that CBD to reduce the inflammation, and it's a process that they go through. And it's not all just one thing. Everybody's body is going to react a little bit different, but we're going to be able to narrow it down pretty quickly by following a few steps and taking those good notes. And I'm going to send them to those places that have a return policy. So if it's not working for you, you can take it back and you can exchange it for something else that is going to work for you and try to save you as much money as possible. So those are the things that I try to do with my clients.
Yeah, and I do think that the conditions that you mentioned, I feel like are very, very common. Everybody wants to relax, everybody wants to sleep better. So that's fascinating. I would love to open it up. If anybody has any questions at this point for any of our panelists or about the topic, I would love to invite you all to have a meeting. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Nelson. I really like all of your personal Cannabis. I have a family member who is actually battling a serious illness, and I want to introduce her to cannabis, but she's from the same generation of just saying no. So I wanted to know, like, what was the tipping point for you guys starting to into it? What was you say, no, let me see this
Like for me, like I said, my cousin called me out on my opioid use and pointed out some obvious facts, like, oh, I bet you know when your doctor's appointment is, and I bet you know how many pills you have left. I bet you do this, I bet you do that. And it angered me because at that point I had just retired. I was like 39, 40 years old. I'm thinking, you little son, get out. I don't want to hear it from you. But these check marks, I'm checking these blocks in my head, so it made me question, wow, so he just called me out on everything that I'm doing wrong and told me to use cannabis, like, hydroponics. But, and I just did a little bit of research, but that's what made, I was willing to try because I knew that I wasn't going to survive this. I was already in a hole that I was not going to be able to climb out of, and I wasn't going to go to an addiction counseling thing, and my marriage was failing, and I was a bad dad, and everything that I thought I was good at was falling apart, The only thing that was positive was I was getting a check from the VA and my retirement was coming. That was the only good thing that was happening to me. Other than that, I was killing myself with pharmaceuticals. Once I tried that, once I broke that, it truly provided me with hope to be able to get out of the whole situation, not just that, that what I felt I was locked into from the military or anything like that. It provided me like a whole new outlook and avenue on what am I going to do now with my whole life. I feel so much better, so it's like, you never know what somebody's going through or what their hiccup is about cannabis. And like I said before, speaking at different you know, commissioner meetings and stuff in their older groups. You never really know, like they may have had a son that had went through addiction and thought that maybe cannabis was the cause of their son's suicide or their son's opioid overdose, whereas in reality, it's something else. And cannabis can be the cure to those two things instead of the cause of those two things. I was started on my opioid path by the United States Navy. The VA pushed it on me to the point of, you know, uncontrolled. And when I told them I was addicted, they said, "You're not addicted, you're over-medicated, over-prescribed." I said, "Well, if you prescribe me more medicine, I'm going to take more medicine. I mean, so you tell me what it is. I don't, you know, we're playing a name game here." But yeah, I'm sorry, I ramble on. So I have a lot of things I feel like I need to say, but so for me, for a bud tender to be able to stand in their company's dispensary and recommend another dispensary because they don't have the product that they know will help that patient is the most important thing that I think a bud tender should be able to do, and be educated enough to know when that has to happen instead of upselling. Because when they upsell or change the sale or whatever, then they end up with me and the veteran in their office talking to the manager about why that happened, because it's not fair. And especially in our community in South Florida, it's an older community. So I'm talking about Korean War veterans and stuff that are like angry that somebody guided them the wrong way. You know what I mean? And I got to go in and straighten this out. And when it could have been simply go across the street to Vitacan, you can pick up exactly what your doctor talked to you about getting at Vitacan instead of at this dispensary. That's important, and that's education, and that's comfortability within the system, and knowing what the system is, you know. So that, I think that's super important, and that kind of knowledge will provide better access. People will feel more comfortable about going to dispensaries and whatnot.
And I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Nelson. To get to the point of your question, I think it's not necessarily looking for the tipping point, but I think that the best thing to do for that friend or family member is to be a good example of a cannabis user and show them that you don't have to be some stoner out there on the street. You can be a responsible businessman or be a successful person in life and still use cannabis. And you can use it to make yourself heal. And you can show them that you can heal. They will start to believe that they can heal as well. And I think that's the fastest and most direct way to get to that friend or family member.
I would absolutely agree with that sentiment. Yes, please.
Question for you. So we're speaking about bud tenders and their knowledge within dispensaries, and you know, I know being on the West Coast, like if I'm in Washington or Nevada, I'm always super impressed when I walk into a dispensary and talk to them there. They know their shit. How do you feel like Florida measures up to some of the other states? How well are we doing, and what do we need to do better here?
Me personally, I feel like they're convenience store clerks sprinkled in with a handful of knowledgeable young kids. You know what I mean? That can really help you and talk to you about the medicine. But for the most part, it's the retail basket size, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's corporate cannabis. So that's why it's important for people like us and you to educate patients on what it is that they need, so they're educated before they get in front of that bud tender who may or may not know even what products their store has and what those products can do, but they're there to sell it to you. You know, that's the way I feel.
And I will say, it's not just the bud tender that needs to be educated, it is the patient as well. If they know what they're looking for when they come in, then it helps that bud tender a lot. But I was at a dispensary the other day, and a gentleman walks up to the front desk there, and he said, "Hey, listen, I just got to ask an honest question. How much training do those folks back there in the back get?" And her reply was, "Well, they hand us a handbook that we're all supposed to read." And that was literally the training that they get at that dispensary. Now, I did not like working in corporate cannabis, but I was very proud of the training that the bud tenders that I trained got. I opened 12 dispensaries and trained their staff for 19 before I left. So there was a lot of that education that got spread, but teaching them about terminology, teaching them how to smell that flower and to figure out what that is going to give you in general from those effects. It's not going to affect everybody the same, but you can get a general idea.
So if you can do that, and I think that our packaging here in Florida sucks. I think that we need to be able to see that flower, see that bud, and be able to interpret it for ourselves. But if you're providing that education, and even the dispensaries can provide that every single week, they can put out new information to their patients. They're gonna email you about sales and try to get you back in the door. But if they would really tell you how you could treat what you are looking to treat, you'll come back in that door a lot faster.
Sorry, I want to let you ask your question, just want to make sure you didn't miss anything.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I have just been through what you just explained. I had PTSD for like 11 years, no medication, but I plateaued with my therapy. So I went into a dispensary to get cannabis, and they gave me something so strong that I almost passed out. And it didn't help with the sleep, it didn't help with the anxiety, I just felt like I wanted to puke. So what are other resources somebody like me can go to find out, to figure out how to treat myself? Because the doctor was no help at all.
That's unfortunate, because I think that the doctor's office is like where it should start, and then you have people like the cannabis coach here that, you know, provide help, and, you know, my wife does that we do that for veterans in particular as well, when they might struggle at a dispensary, we'll go in with them. You know, always offer that as a service to go that very first time with them so that they know what, you know, kind of what to expect. Because it is like drinking water from a fire hose. And you can't expect the dispensaries to know it all. So, you know, it is a little bit of onus on us. But for what you were asking in particular, I think that if you can't get the question you need answered by that farmer rep, that whoever's in there in the dispensary at that time, they do have community outreach people, but then I think you should either reach out back to your doctor or another, you know, group or whatever, because too many times, me personally, and like I said, we have an older crowd. I had a veteran that was upsold, and he woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning and called the ambulance because he swore he was having a stroke. And if, you know, that first time bad cannabis experience leads to you not being a cannabis user and possibly missing out on that opportunity to heal. So it's really important to, you know, kind of understand that.
I just want to give a plug to a really great book called The Medical Cannabis Primer by Dr. Ruth Fisher. I heard about it from a good friend of mine who's a cannabis patient, she had a TBI, and all of the information that's out there is very overwhelming, but she found it very easy to understand. It broke everything down about your endocannabinoid system, anecdotally certain terpenes and compounds that could work for you and your situation. So I would definitely recommend The Medical Cannabis Primer.
And I would also suggest to continue attending events like this, that you can get a lot of information. The most impressive thing for me in this event has been the panel of speakers that they've had up here. I've enjoyed coming up here. Yes, it's fun going and roaming the floor and try samples and so forth, but coming to events like this where they do have a solid background in education is very, very important as well.
Absolutely. I wanted to touch base on, first I'm sorry that you had that experience with your doctor, because most importantly, it's so important that your doctors are compassionate about you as a patient. Ultimately, we're the ones paying your paycheck. You know, when you have a doctor that isn't compassionate about what you've been through and you feel that you're not satisfied with their service, you have the choice to find another doctor who is compassionate. And dispensaries that you walk into that are not compassionate and they're not there for the patients, I'm sorry, they really don't belong working in a facility like that, because patients like myself, when I just started out and I really didn't know anything about cannabis other than I smoking that joint for the first time, and feeling the difference of how I felt when I hadn't meditated at all that day, and how cannabis changed my life in just that split second. But most of all, what I'm very compassionate about is customer service, because customer service is so important. And it is very sad, it makes me very sad that you had that experience, but don't give up. There's so many resources, and we're all here for you. Our Florida cannabis community, I have been in several different states of their cannabis communities, and our Florida cannabis community is amazing. We love you, we are compassionate, we will talk to you, just say, hey, you know, ask us a question. You need a hug, we're gonna give you a hug. We love to give that energy out because you guys are our energy. You are the ones that keep us going. And like she talked about going back on pharmaceuticals, I can get a whole bottle of morphine, liquid morphine for $10. I was in an airport and Mike Walker has stickers of cannabis for all events that I've been to and spoken at and everything. And I walked through an airport security and they don't even care about the fact that I've got a whole big bottle of liquid morphine. They care more about my walker that has stickers of cannabis. So then they take me to security and they're about strip searching me. And I said, do you really think that I'm gonna walk in here with my walker and have me packed full of cannabis? You must be crazy. I do it because I know how I'm gonna get treated, and that gives me the opportunity to talk to these people and show them that, you know what, I'm a human being. I deserve to live a life without feeling like I'm gonna die. Because when I was on all those pharmaceuticals, I lost myself. I couldn't be a mother and I couldn't be a wife. And I had to go on the journey to heal myself before, you have to heal yourself before you can heal anyone else. And like I said, go in, challenge these bud tenders, because the more that you talk to them and everybody hears you talking to them, because I go in and I listen. And that's where I speak from, because people come up to me and say, you know what, I had this experience, I had that experience, and I say, I'm so sorry, how can we change this? Because we're the ones that can change it. The more we speak, the more we educate, the more we come together as a circle, as a family, we're the ones that are gonna make the change and the difference to free the plant.
Absolutely, absolutely, thank you so much. We're running low on time. I want to say, oh, sorry, you have one more question?
I wanted to ask what type of training have to go through to become a cannabis coach? And if you had any recommendations,
The question, did you hear the question?
Yes.
How do you become a cannabis coach?
So I actually attended 2 different courses. One was the Cannabis Coaching Institute out in California, and then Canna Academy here in South Florida. And then since then, I've entered some courses in with Amsterdam as well. So I'm just continually learning. I have a thirst for knowledge, and I want to continue to grow in that. So that's what I did. Just researching. Max Montrose is here, has a booth downstairs. He teaches courses on terpenology. That, for me, is the most important course that a bud tender can take. If you want to be a bud tender, take that first. Go in there. But here in Florida, what they're hiring for is retail sales associates. They want to know that you work at Walmart and you can bring that register fast. That's not what, for me, is a quality bud tender. And I could go on and on about that.
And I also know that Green Flower Education is also a really great resource, and they actually have some online courses as well for folks who are looking to get into the retail bud tender space. So thanks for all of those. I want to say thank you so much to every person in this room for taking the time to be here to listen to these stories. I hope that you share what you heard in this room with others. And I know we're running low on time, but I want to give everybody a chance for one final thought. What would you like the audience to take with them, and how can they be in touch with you? And I also want to say that the sentiment is absolutely true, that any one of us is an amazing resource, and we implore you to ask us questions. And there is no such thing as a stupid question. There is a lot to know, and there's a lot that we don't know that we're still learning. So please do not be shy.
You can reach me. I'm downstairs. I got a booth. Come by and see me. I look like this all the time. My wife's behind me, the table with me. I'll talk to you about cannabis all day if you want. We can get your medicine straight, I think. I like to tell people with pharmaceuticals, it takes 30 days on to increase to the next dose, 30 days on it, and then 30 days to come off. And it didn't work. With cannabis, we can probably line you out in a week or so. A couple of variations, a couple of different things, get you feeling better, and you tweak it from that point. And that's the amazing thing about cannabis. And so many people are like hung up on that very beginning of, oh man, I think words matter. So when I lecture, I always say like, I elevate myself to a level of wellness first thing in the morning. Well, everybody that knows that's wake and bake. But you don't really say that. You don't really say that because I'm talking about, being better holy, and not just talking about getting up and getting high. Because I do it with intent. I don't want to start my day off in a bad way. So I elevate right away. Then I have coffee. And I elevate again.
Like the Energizer Bunny.
Right, so drink some elevated coffee, right. And so don't be afraid, and don't be afraid to ask questions. And because this community is there's so much information out there, sometimes people are afraid to ask the wrong question in fear of ridicule. And I don't think it happens so much in the cannabis community. You're not going to get laughed at. Somebody's going to show you something that you didn't know before. And I think that's the great thing about and that's what another thing that provides veterans a great thing in cannabis is that community feeling of helping each other out.
One question that I get asked a lot is how do I speak to my doctor? Anybody asking those questions? Like how do I talk to my doctor and introduce that I'm using cannabis? I've been asked that question so many times.
I encourage everybody to be honest with the doctor. Tell them, or go in and ask the question, hey, are you seeing any patients who are using medical cannabis as an option? Dr. Mary Gordon is here somewhere. I think that's one of the things that he always encourages patients to do. You don't have to necessarily tell them that you're doing it, but ask them if they are seeing other patients. That will let you know if they're open-minded.
I tell them straight out what I'm doing because I feel like they need to know if they're going to treat me and really truly study me, I need to give them all the information that I have on me to make it as easy for them to study me as possible. I get more questions about how do I tell my kids that I'm using cannabis as medicine, or kids going, how do I tell my parents I need cannabis as medicine? Because I lecture out of college and stuff, and they come up to me about that. I think it's an open conversation. That's why the shirt, come on, talk to me about what the shirt means and how we can really heal each other and help each other heal with this plant.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. We're just about out of time. So if anybody wants to say one last plug, where can people find you? Where can they find you?
Fiona_Cannabis Strong on Instagram and Fiona Sebastiano. I also have some business cards with me. I'd love to hand it out to you. But I'm in the community a lot, so if you see me, you want to talk, just hey. So we're all very resourceful. If you don't know the answer, we will definitely do our best to find out for you, whatever your question may be, because I might learn something new. So please feel free to ask. Don't be afraid to talk to your doctors about the fact that you're using cannabis, because we're their research, we're their education, and it's so much fun. And I take great pride in all of my doctors that have been on my journey with me and have watched me from being 100 pounds heavier in a wheelchair, bedridden, so pale that I look like a ghost, and so out of it from all being on so many pharmaceuticals that I didn't even know who I was. So just keep healing yourself, and remember, we're all special, we're all very important, we all have a journey.
So I got a booth down here. I'll be here all day tomorrow. You can find me Instagram, Facebook, Gmail, and my website, The Grateful Veteran. That's me at gmail.com. All my Instagram, Facebook, all the same, The Grateful Veteran. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. And also, I want to encourage you, I find that many of these expos and conventions, that there are a lot of new people to the community. You are part of a community now, and this is a very sharing community. So the information that you're seeking out, it's out there. All you have to do is ask. Some of us, you don't even have to ask. We're just going to talk about it. You can follow me at Florida Cannabis Coach, and also at Follow That Bus 420, or you can meet me out at that bus in a minute for the have a session.
All right. We'll see you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Blessings and love to all of you.
Oh, Rochelle, how can
Oh, and you can follow me at Stay Gold 612, or you can just search me on LinkedIn, Rochelle Gordon, or just Google Rochelle Gordon. A lot of weed writing will come up. Thanks, guys.
Very different from Cannadis. Intranasal is kind of harsh and not exactly social. Well, Raphael would probably be really stand out in social setting if you do that. Transdermal is the remaining one. It's just very inefficient, very, very low viability. So the question is, why do these methods coexist still? Why isn't there one clear winner? For example, if you look at the alcohol issues, you could probably figure out how to vape alcohol. It's probably a deal. You could make a patch. You could do all these things with alcohol as well, but why wouldn't you? You could just have a drink. And the reason you can is because alcohol acts quickly, predictably. The viability is high. It's quickly on. It's flat after it's and then after, let's say, a couple hours, 3 hours, it's out. So it's a perfect profile, and you can titrate your dose. Especially if you have some common sense, you can titrate your dose properly. But at least it acts quickly enough for you to be able to titrate your dose. You can have a drink, and if it's not enough, you take another one, and you don't have to wait 2 hours later, being in the emergency, right? And of course, with alcohol, you can do that because alcohol is water soluble. And we are mostly water, and our bloodstream is certainly mostly water. So without going through all the details of why that is, it makes intuitive sense. A water-soluble substance will be easier to deliver into a predominantly water-based human body, right? So the question here then is, if you could make cannabis and similar bioactives, bioactive alcohols, behave as if they were water-soluble, wouldn't then making beverages or similar things like food with this type of cannabis, wouldn't that be the preferred method for its delivery? Wouldn't it be done similar to what happens with alcohol? And so the argument I want to make in this talk is that's exactly what I believe is going to happen similarly. It's according to our observations and John's observations in the field, that's exactly what these formulations that I'm going to talk about do. They make cannabis and bioactive behave a lot more like alcoholic beverages, so predictable, therefore prescribable, reproducible, much faster, much more absorption than any of these other methods. So the water-soluble cannabis industry, I would expect to grow tremendously as So that's a great question. It depends on what you mean by bioavailability. So Mike, tagging here, tagging, actually corrected me about this. I thought that the bioavailability was higher for water compatible things. And technically it's not true. So if you consume an edible, and by bioavailability you mean the area under the concentration curve in your bloodstream, then it seems that if you really just weigh out the entire curve, it has this very long tail. If you include that, then the bioavailabilities are comparable. But for practical purposes, if by bioavailability you mean the concentration that has therapeutic effect, or if it's recreational, then recreational effect, then you have to be above a certain threshold, and all of that tail is below it. It doesn't do anything useful. So in that sense, if you take this profile and you basically collapse it into something short and steep, then yes, bioavailability of water-soluble substances is a lot higher because it's mostly, almost all of it is above that threshold. And there's going to be some graphs later. That makes sense, right? Yeah. So, and at this point, I think most people know that it is possible to make these things water-soluble.
Feedback from
some of the stuff that we make in
So
our
I
lab.
turned off all the other mics.
Here, but this is a powdered nanoemulsion, 10 milligrams of CBD in the powdered nanoemulsion form. You dose it in here, you stir it, it disappears. You can see it, but it's there. And you see and you drink this, then you know it's there. This is the same nanoemulsion form,
So saying you take a dose, in this case, I think it's.
Actually got switched to go this one was low. That one's working better.
Put it in, give it a stir, it disappears into it, now you have. So we're gonna talk about what these things are, and what they're made of, and in order to do that, you can get to this one concept in chemistry. It's the concept of surfactant. So this is one of, I think, two science, So a surfactant is a surface active agent. That's what it's called, right? So if you take a molecule that dissolves in water, let's say it's a type of sugar, and you fuse it to another molecule that dissolves or is an oil. So this is a tail of free fatty acid. And you connect them to each other, make this composite molecule. It will have a head in this oval that likes to be in water, and the tail that likes to be in water. That's the property of surfactant. Why is that matter? Now, if you take oil and water and you mix the two together, vigorously, as soon as you stop and you start separating, and if you give them 15 minutes, half an hour, they separate into layers. And that's because this interface between them is extremely tense. Basically, they don't like each other's presence. They're not attracted. So they will do their best to minimize the interface between them. And it turns out that for 2 layers of things, the smallest interface that you can make is a plane. So there's just going to be oil on top, it's lighter, water on bottom, and the interface is as small as possible in this situation. Now, if you add surfactant to this, then they will spontaneously orient themselves like so, with heads into the water, because it has dissolved in water. But the tails don't. The tails dissolve in oil. So they will, the only place where these molecules are happy is right at the interface, where they can stick their heads into the water and their tails into the oil. Now, the molecules are happy. If you look at the situation from the water's perspective, you see these friendly heads, water-soluble heads. If you look from the oil's perspective, you see friendly tails. And so now they're not so hostile to each other. The interface becomes relaxed because, as far as both constituents are concerned, they're in a compatible environment. And now you can do things with this interface. For example, you can make droplets out of it, which would make the interface larger, but that doesn't matter if you relax it. So the interfacial tension goes down. And a very simple example is surfactant is dish soap, or soap you wash your hands with. So greasy dishes cannot be washed with just water because all of them are in water, so you won't pick it up. But with soap it will, because it has a head that will be in the water, the tail that will go into the grease and kind of binds them together enough to wash it. Okay? So surfactants basically are soaps, except for beverages. They should be food grade, and they should be disgusting, and they should be soapy. And there's a whole bunch of different kinds of surfactants specifically made or extracted naturally out of the earth. Now, just kind of an FYI, lots of things are nanoemulsions or nanoparticles. For example, this is English rapid. This is an excellent nanoemulsion. Just rooted and measured. So it's 25 nanometers. It will become important. This number is kind of like a magic number, actually. It's an excellent well-behaved nanoemulsion. This is a droplet size distribution, size of droplets, and basically the volume of material in each type of droplet. So 25 nanometers is what the volume is. It's a medium size distribution. It's called D50. So we're going to use this number a lot in this presentation. D50 basically describes the distribution of droplets. So D50 in this case is 45. Very, very good number. This is McDonald's coffee. The coffee itself, I'm not sure it's so good, but the nanoemulsion is really nice. Very, very disciplined. Narrow peak, 80 nanometers. So lots of things are nanoemulsions. Gastric fluids, blood, milk, beer, tea, coffee, lots of things. Just so you know, we're surrounded by it. Now, this is what a nanoemulsion is made of. So this is a drop, a little droplet, ideally 20 to 40 nanometers in size. Again, I'll put that white, that's the size. Inside it, there's oil. On the surface, there are these surfactant entities. You can see the tails in the oil. That's where the oil. The heads are in the water. Outside is water. And so the interface here is relaxed, so you can curve it and make drops. And if you have any bioactives, CBD, THC, or something else that doesn't like water but does dissolve in oil, it will find itself in the interior and it's in here. So this is a nanoemulsion. So again, it consists of a carrier oil that's inside, a bioactive that's inside that oil. Surfactants on the surface typically takes more than 1, 2, or 3 for a number of reasons, because in order to curve this thing, you really need the tails to kind of pack in where it naturally goes. It's too much information to stuff. So more than one surfactant. Then water is on the outside, or instead of water, you can have something on the outside that is very much like water, but happens to be solid at room temperature, let's say a type of sugar. And then it becomes a solid nanoemulsion, which you can convert into powder. You take that powder, put it in water, the sugar, the continuous things dissolves out, releasing the droplets, and now you've got the liquid nanoemulsions. Now you can make powders, and you can make tablets, and they behave like liquid nanoemulsions because once the tablet hits your saliva, it dissolves in it, and you swallow it like you would a normal beverage. So it's, I guess it's a saliva beverage. And then for this thing to qualify as a nanoemulsion, the droplet size, D50, the medium droplet size distribution should be below 150 nanometers. Because that means that the entire distribution is under 1,000 nanometers, or under 1 micron, and that's what makes it a nanoemulsion. Plus, when D50 is around 250 nanometers or below, they become stable. So nanoemulsions are permanently kinetically stable. They don't separate with the droplet. Now, when the droplet size becomes much smaller than 100 nanometers, nanoemulsions become translucent because light, the shortest wavelength of light that you see is 100 nanometers. When an obstacle presented to a wave is much smaller than the wave itself, it will just go kind of break in the middle and make a line behind it. You can know it from motion waves. If there's a rock in the wave or a wave, and it's about the size of the wave, then it'll bounce off instead. But if it's much smaller than the size of the wave, then it will just kind of go through mostly unaffected. That's what happens to light. When obstacles to it are much smaller than its wave. So if it's much smaller than 100 nanometers, then light can just go straight through it, and so the formulations become translucent. You can see it. And the ideal, again, distribution is with its D50 in saying that 20 to 40. Now, this is some of the stuff that we make. This particular one is CBD, 20 milligrams per milliliter, and then a nanoemulsion droplet size distribution, much like the breakfast tea, 25, 26 nanometers. So it's translucent like this. I don't know if you can tell from here. It's a little yellow, it's like apple. This is a powder, 35 nanometers, with its continuous phase solid at room temperature. You put that in water, it dissolves out and goes back to base. Now, this is what you can do with some bioactive alkaloids. The first one is piperine. Piperine is really interesting. Piperine is really hard. Piperine is black pepper extract. It's very pungent. It gives pepper its taste. It's biologically very interesting. It helps increase bioavailability of other things that are administered together with it. So you can add it to formulations and display that way. It has lots of interesting properties on its own, but it doesn't dissolve in water, nor does it dissolve in oils. It's a really difficult thing to work with. It dissolves to some extent in ethanol, but as soon as you put that into water, it will drop it. So we made a nanoemulsion out of it in a pretty different way. This is kind of an outlier. It stands out. But it worked out so well that the D50 is 2 nanometers. It's almost dissolved in water. Now, this is kratom nutrition from kratom. This is also very interesting. I think it's coming up pretty quickly. I don't know if it's very, very represented here. Kratom is pretty potent. I mean, it's recreational. It's not, I guess, as strong as THC, but it's, I think it's pretty strong. It's effective for many things, and it's also quite addictive. So it's a little controversial, I guess, but it's legal everywhere almost. I think there's some states where it's not legal, and it's illegal in Thailand because that's where people take it all the time to just work, long hours and pain, whatever. It's illegal for a while, and now that even that got reversed, and now it's legal. Anyway, kratom is very difficult to administer because it's, well, first of all, you have to extract it. If you don't, if it's part of the kratom plant leaves, it's really disgusting. I tried it a couple times. I mean, it's just really makes you nauseous, and it's not because of the nutrition in it that's the active of it. It's because all this other stuff in the plant. It's very muddy. But even if you extract it, it's hard to deliver because it doesn't dissolve in water. Nor does it really dissolve in oil very well. But here's what you can do with it. So this is the thing about kratom. Nutrition from kratom. Nutrition is the active. It's the bioactive alcohol, main one. Right? So it actually is slightly water soluble in acidic water, so low pH. At pH 4, you can get about 3.5 milligrams per milliliter. And some people make beverages like that. I've even got some samples of beverages where you just take nutrition, put it in acidic water, get it to dissolve. It takes a while, but if you have enough water and the dose is not very high and it's acidic, you can kind of get it in. And then if you drink it right away, then you do something. If you drink it tomorrow, you do nothing. And that's because it turns out that it decomposes. It's unstable at low pH. So you can make the beverage, but you better drink it right away. So it's not commercial. Now, what you can instead do is put it in a high pH environment, and it becomes water insoluble completely. But then it becomes oil soluble. It becomes basically hydrophobic, very similar to CBD or THC or things like that. And then you can just dissolve it in carrier oil, like you do with CBD, and make an alcohol. And it turns out that at high pH is completely stable. It doesn't decompose, so you can actually make beverages that last. Another thing is people in the current state of the industry, not everyone has access to high-level, expensive equipment. So there are some workarounds. For example, we have in Orange Electronics CBD liquid chromatography detector. It's pretty cool. It's small. You use it all the time. CBD, that's what it's made for. But it turns out that it can be adapted to other things. For example, we changed some of the conditions the way they run it, and we are able to detect nitrogen in. This is a calibration with pure nitrogen. And you can download from this monogram. And then when you measure real formulation, you get other things, whatever other things are in formulation, and then you still have the nitrogen peak. And comparing the area, because this is 100% nitrogen, and this is a small peak, comparing the areas of the calculation. So they'll work around so you can use equipment that's off the shelf, not exactly meant for kratom, so you can adapt it. Now, the main thing is, why is it that when you make an nanopolymer out of something, why is it that then it works so much? That's probably the central question, right? So, if I'm spending 2 minutes, when you consume an oil or fat, that's part of your meal. It arrives in your stomach, it doesn't really dissolve in water, so it doesn't mix into your gastric fluids, it just stays together. Then it empties into your small intestine, where in order for it to get absorbed, it needs to get to the inner wall of the small intestine. And the inner wall of the small intestine is lined with enterocyte cells. Those are the cells that bring bioactives and oils and fats and components of oils and fats into your bloodstream, and they can go into the bloodstream or into the lymphatic fluid It's beyond the scope of the scope, but that's how things get absorbed. Now, in order to get to those cells, you have to get across something called unstirred aqueous layer. It's a water layer, a mucus layer, that is lining the inner surface of your small intestine. It doesn't stir because it's pretty viscous. And so oils can't get to the other side of that unless they, only things that are miscible, soluble in water, can get through it. They will just dissolve in that mucus membrane and the mucus layer and get to the outside that way. Or at least a substance has to be compatible, close to a solution in such a way that it can travel through water without staying as a kind of blob of a foreign material. Okay? So what happens when you consume oils and fats, and I guess everyone knows that when you consume those, you do get them absorbed. Otherwise, they wouldn't give us pudgy. So what happens with triglyceride, vegetable oils, and fats, right? They come and they sit as this blob, but then your gallbladder generates local fatties, phospholipids, and vital salts, and lipases. Those are enzymes. They come and they hit the glycerin heads of triglyceride fats and oils, releasing something called free fatty acids. And free fatty acids self-assemble into these mixed micelles together with vital salts and phospholipids, which are successful. So you get these tiny little droplets with basically free fatty acids underneath. Right? So that's on the outside. The size is from 10 to about 30 nanometers. And if you have any bioactive that will dissolve in this, it will find its way into this. And these droplets are so small that they can get in between the fine structure of these enterocyte cells. So these are called these little protrusions. They're called microvilli. They're about 100 nanometers in diameter, and the space between them is also 100. So for these things to get properly built, they have to put them between. For that, they have to be much smaller than 100 nanometers. That's where that number about 25 to 40 nanometers comes from. Because then these droplets can actually cross the mucus layer, get all into this, and get properly and efficiently. And that's what happens with oil and fats, and it also happens with THC in the brownie that you've consumed and had some oils and fats hopefully with it because that helps absorption. Now it's kind of, you know why, because oils and fats make these mixed micelles that then transport whatever's inside to the absorption site. So they're basically transportation devices, right? But the problem here is for this to happen, it takes about 1 to 2 hours. In 1 hour, it's only getting started. In about an hour and a half, it's going. In 2 hours, it's actually going. And some is getting absorbed, and that's why you don't feel that for the first hour. After an hour and a half, maybe you feel something. After 2 hours, you start to feel it. And after 3.5 hours, it peaks because this process takes a long time. Okay, so here's the fun thing. If you consume an nanoemulsion, which is basically that same thing, formulated outside, then you eliminate all of that. These things are just ready to go. You drink them. If you have a lot of food in your stomach, then it has to wait its turn, so there's a little delay if it's on a full stomach, and it has to get to the intestines. After that, they cross the mucus layer very quickly. They're working out, and then they fit in between those microvilli and get absorbed. So in that way, we behave a lot more like molecules of alcohol, which don't need these droplets, they're just dissolved, and they also get across and also get absorbed. Right? So this is why it's incorrect technically to say that you've made cannabis extracts water soluble, because this is not exactly a solution. It's a nano extension of nanosite droplets. But for all intents and purposes, it begins
After the trailers play, it's 2 trailers, they get
so
back
that's the
to back.
motivation.
You can bring the lights on.
Okay, now here's some data, and this data was
Like
collected
this.
together with some of the guys here.
Lights are on, you just tilt it up there.
Is not very quantitative.
So that you can see the marker.
So we're gonna play 5 wireless mics straight
It's
to the
not
laptop.
extremely quantitative, but qualitatively kind of means the picture.
Just come out this.
So, more like,
It's a plain audio back from here, so.
let's look at this blue light, blue light. So this is at 10 milligram DC dose in a capsule dissolved in MCT oil, basically emulating it. And this was on a full stop. So for the first couple hours, there's nothing. Then 2.5 hours, you start to feel it. Something like 3.5 hours, it peaks. Then it starts to drop out, and then, well, we kind of stop. But really, there was this long tail of something. And I feel it, don't. Now, the very typical edibles profile. Now, the red line is the same thing, but on Memphis line. So look what happens here. There's this little bump, and that's because there were no triglycerides to make these my cells to transport this thing to the absorption site, right? So it's some stuff that you're able to do with whatever's left over from the previous meal, right? So there's this little bump, almost below the level of where you are. It came up and then it was already going away. And at this point, we just like, okay, let's just eat. And so we ate, and it turned out that all that stuff was still there. It was just waiting for Uber. so it came and it crossed it right over into the edible on the full stomach profile, the second bump. I mean, maybe it's not the only possible interpretation, but it's the one that it's kind of makes. Now look at what happens with nanoemulsions. So green is nanoemulsions, same dose, in water, you just drink it, on an empty stomach. No food, no triglycerides. So 10 minutes, you feel it. 30 minutes or so, it's at the top. Then it stays pretty flat. And then after 4 hours, it's gone. It's basically losses out. It's the same. On the full stomach, it's always kind of about the same. You can say that it's higher, but I mean, it isn't very precise. So I'm not sure if it's really higher, but it's still there. It's definitely a little bit there. So instead of 10 minutes onset, maybe 12 minutes. Because of gastric emptying. Probably we're just sitting to wait instead of so pretty cool data. This is another set of really cool data. This is from the pharma industry, not on CBD or not on anything cannabis related, but it really, so these improvements in delivery really belong to the method of delivery more than to the bioactive itself. So this was something else entirely, but they made a series of nanoemulsions with different droplets. And they compared these concentrations, the entire profile of concentrations, as a function of the droplet size in nanomoles. So at 400 nanomoles, it's not really a nanomole. It's like a very, very basic, let's say, emulsion. It's not particularly stable, but stable enough to so closer to a nanomole, maybe a little better than that. So, well, everything's down there, right? That's all we can get out. Same goes. Now, when you get down to like 150 nanometers, you're up here. So a lot more. But when you get down to something like 60, you're here. 40, you're here. And 25, you're still where 40. So one of the interpretations would be that once you fit between the marker you like, you fit. So it doesn't matter if you were 35 or 25 or 15, it's probably already about the same thing. But if you are on the order of 100, then it actually really matters because your access is steps to nanoemulsions become translucent when you reduce the droplet sizes. So this was a paper we did a long time ago, just to demonstrate that droplet size has directly to do with the translucency. So this is the same nanoemulsion, and we just continue processing. So at 177 nanometers, it looks like milk. At about 49, it's kind of translucent. At 31, Now let's talk about how you can make your own if you like and if you're a company. So we're almost tired of business to business organization. Sometimes we sell full systems to individuals with little companies, but we typically work with somewhat scaled up stuff. At least, let's say, a liter of nano, which is not a lot, but it's in. It's about 1,000 doses. No, it's actually more. It's about 5,000 doses. So we typically don't work with tiny little beakers and so on. So what we offer are two-sided scoops. I swapped it actually because this one's worse.
It's lower. It's lower.
That will reduce the droplet size. So it's something that creates the forces that break down oil droplets into small droplets. But that is not enough. You also need the formulation.
He's holding at the
So we offer two sizes of these devices.
He's got to hold it up higher.
Slide, and two types of formulations. Formulations are all in one. They have surfactants, carrier oils, whatever else you need for this to be stable and uniform. So all you really need to do is to provide your cannabis extract, and you need to have some basic lab space and some basic common sense, and that's all you need, because there's a standard procedure. You just follow it and get it done. So nanostabilizer LT moves to liquid nanomolds. Show. Nanostabilizer also moves to powders. They're all food grade. Nanostabilizer also naturally organic. They're easy to use, and the only other thing you need if you're making powders is some way to dry your nanoemulsion after you've made it, and spray drying works really well for that. And these are 3 levels of equipment. 1 liter an hour, so that's about 5,000 10 milligram doses in it, at a reasonable concentration, 50 milligrams per milliliter. This is our medium system, 5 liters an hour, 5 times faster, 25,000 doses. This is 100,000 doses. Industrial system, 1 liter an hour. A little closer look at nanostabilizers. Nanostabilizer LT looks kind of like a creamy, I guess, like paste or gel. It melts very easily at 50 degrees Celsius. You can co-melt it with your CBD extract in a proper ratio. Add it to water, suffocate it. Typically, the ratio is 5:1 of non-stabilizer to the extract. That's what we recommend, and then you get this hydrogen product. These are the droplet sizes, 27 nanometers. Now, if you use other ratios, 4:1, you're still in the range. 3:1, you're still good. If you get to 2:1, then the upper end gets a little bit too high, and it's hard to sterile filter after it gets that high, and you really should, because you want it to be sterile to last, and sterilizing filters up to 120 nanometers, so everything should be 100%. So we recommend staying around 5:1 for this is stability of CBD in nanomolting, depending on how you store it. So this is CBD nanomolting in a dark glass container. It just lasts. In a clear glass container, in ambient light, not direct light, but it's still in light. After about half a year, you start seeing it decompose and become pink, so it melts, gets oxidized by light. This is nanostabilizer also. It itself is a powder. If you follow the procedure, you get a liquid nanomoltion that you can then dry and get powder. And by the way, those powders are compressed into tablets, and those tablets are, I think, my favorite way of administering cannabis, because you don't need water, you don't need pipettes, you don't need to count drops. The dose is already in there. The beverage is your saliva. You just take a tablet with your mouth and very quickly decomposes pulls apart in the powder, gets dissolved in the saliva, and it disappears. And 10 minutes later, you know. The ratios could be, they're flexible with this, non-stabilizer, you can use 4:1 if you're making a 40% powder, 3:1 if you want to, 25% powder and so on. The droplet size almost doesn't change. And lastly, we can also make these things for you, just contract manufacturing, using both types of nanostabilizers, so making liquids or powders. And we also have this premium nanostabilizer that we don't offer as nanostabilizer itself, but we use it internally for contract manufacturing. It leads to powders with very small droplet sizes. It's called nanostabilizer LST. It's like this, and it's very behind droplets. And with that, I thank you for your attention. Take care. So they should be. There are all kinds of surfactants out there. There are some that are useless and there are some that are used, because some of them are just like, there's an excellent surfactant that we try to work with whenever we can, when taste is not a problem. It's rarely like that, but sometimes you have these nanoemulsions to something that has a lot of taste of its own, and that one is the lysostatin. It's good because it's natural, it's extracted from bark of the tree. It's very effective, but it's disgusting. It's simultaneously sour and bitter. But it works really well. But there are plenty of semi-synthetic, very close to natural surfactants that are completely tasteless. And then there's some less effective but completely tasteless, very natural ones. And if you combine them, you can actually get the use of them.
You had shown the, I guess, longevity of the CBD afterwards. Did you find after any point that the darker one started falling off as well?
So this one has been going for about a year, and it's the same. And I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I mean, it really doesn't move in a year. So maybe, I think it's just going to fly through the pork faster than it's going to do. But the one with white, once it starts to decompose, it accelerates and plus it becomes clear and starts picking up a taste because it gets oxidized. So it's really not a good idea. Light is just not good for cannabis, the cannabinoids in principle, but nanoemulsions expose the surface. So whatever cannabis is susceptible to, it will be more susceptible to it in the form of nanoemulsion.
There's my gun. Take it out and shoot him.
Sorry, you guys do consulting for product development?
You can just reach out to cannabis.com.
So you're not altering the CBD molecule itself?
No.
This is a better way of solving it.
Right. So, right. There's a way to fuse a type of sugar. Legislation, right? You can fuse a type of sugar to CBD, basically changing CBD into a surfactant, and that makes it effectively water soluble. But the problem is, it's a molecule that doesn't really exist. As you know, the safety plus the process is not simple, but it's a clever idea, academically for sure. And so in what we do, there's no chemistry. There's no transformation of any molecules in water. It's just packaging.
Yeah, which is great from an naturopathic standpoint.
Yeah. Exactly. You don't have to get the safety group. And importantly, nanoemulsions can be made from mixtures of oils. So if you have a full spectrum, a broad spectrum extract, or a mixture of lots of essential oils or several cannabinoids and essential oils or whatever, you can pre-mix them and nanoemulsify them together. Or you can make them all separately and mix nanoemulsions with each other downstream. That way you have a basis set and you don't have to decide on relative concentration. All right, guys, thank you very much.
Okay, listen, we gotta get power to this computer. We gotta get power to the computer.
Psychedelic Concierge helps celebrities, thought